Tabling of documents. Okay. Yes, please. The Honourable Member for Blanchet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering if in your opening prayer, next time you prayed for our Governor General. At the moment, we don't actually have one. And maybe perhaps we could already initiate for our future Governor General, we could offer prayers on their behalf.
Very good. I want to thank the Honourable Member for that input, and we'll take that under consideration. Thank you. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women in relation to the motion adopted on Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021, regarding National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. John, seconded by Mr. Duval, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Volunteer Firefighting and Search and Rescue Volunteer Services. This motion is deemed adopted. Now the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, volunteer firefighters account for 83% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responder calls. And in addition, 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents every year. So today I'm proud to rise today and present my private member's bill that would extend tax credits to available to currently to volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers. We know many volunteer emergency responders already hold full-time jobs. They continue to volunteer and demonstrate enormous sacrifices within their communities to keep us safe. In many cases, they put their lives at risk. It could be running into a burning home to rescue someone or searching for a missing neighbor or friend they know personally, especially now with an increasing amount of first responder calls and the ever-growing opioid crisis. Their critical role in society is even more important. This bill is the least we can do, Mr. Speaker. Across the country, with the ever-increasing cost of living, local departments are struggling to recruit new volunteers to meet the needs of their communities. Extending tax credits demonstrates that the federal government supports the work of local fire departments and search and rescue detachments and shows appreciation for the future work of dedicated volunteers. When volunteers have our backs in times like these, it's essential that we have theirs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. John, seconded by Mr. Duval, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mrs. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Ms. Vignola, asked for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Illness, Injury, and Quarantine. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, it is with a great deal of emotion that I table today on behalf of the Bloc Québécois and in my personal name the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Illness, Injury, or Quarantine. This bill will be known under the name of Émilie Fasson, following a young debate led by this 31-year-old mother who left us all too soon. This bill seeks to increase the number of weeks of special benefits from 15 to 50 weeks in order to allow ill workers to fight with dignity. The bill also echoes the Bloc Québécois' previous motion adopted last February here in the House. And it asked for this very amendment to all workers who are on sick leave. You deserve better, and we are here for you. Mrs. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Mrs. Vignola, moves that this bill be now read a second time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, because transparency with regard to genetically modified organisms is lacking in Canada, because the government continues to refuse to make GMO labeling mandatory, despite a strong consensus across Quebec and Canada, because Canada has been the first country in the world to authorize the commercial production of GMO animals, salmon, and we were the first ones to eat it without knowing about it. I'm happy to table today a petition of 4,300 plus signatures on behalf of various groups, including Vigilance Against GMOs, in order to ensure that we can finally protect consumers and ecosystems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Avant de continuer, je veux...
Before we continue, I would remind the member that we have a full list. I would remind members that they should be very concise in their presentation of the petition. So.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise today to present a petition on behalf of Christine Wingate in memory of her late son, Shane. The opioid crisis, the most deadly public health crisis of my lifetime, which claims a life every 2 hours in our country, has seen, as the result of COVID-19, a significant increase. The opioid use and other drug use that is affecting communities from coast to coast is a scourge and must be addressed by the government. The signatories call on the government to declare the opioid crisis a national health emergency. They call on the government to develop a Canadian overdose action plan in collaboration with provinces and territories and take the steps needed to prevent overdose deaths and injuries, particularly in looking at best practices and successful practices from other countries. Again, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Christine Wingate and her son Shane, it is an honor to present this petition. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting a petition today highlighting the horrific persecution of Uyghur Muslims in China and the petitioner's call on the government to recognize that a genocide is taking place and impose Magnitsky sanctions on those involved in these horrific abuses. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition with over 5,000 names on behalf of travel advisors across Canada. For the past year, life has not been easy for them. No revenue, as no one is traveling. Yet they continue to spend countless hours on behalf of their clients, dealing with postponements, rebookings, and cancellations. Now they're very concerned that an airline bailout package will force them to pay back clawbacks with money they don't have. This petition calls on the government to ensure that travel advisors' hard-earned commissions for services they have already provided will be protected from such clawbacks. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by dozens of Canadians calling on this House to formally recognize that the Uyghurs in China have been subject to genocide and to use the Magnitsky Act and sanction those responsible for those heinous crimes. We know that the Chinese Communist Party is subjecting Uyghur Muslims to atrocities that include birth suppression through forced sterilization, abortion, political and anti-religious indoctrination, arbitrary detention, separation of children from families, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor, and forced organ harvesting. Canada's Conservatives are extremely concerned about the treatment of Uyghurs and other minorities in China. We have seen the Chinese Communist Party's escalating disregard for human rights and international law, including in Hong Kong, as well as with the Tibetans, Falun Gong, Christians, and other ethnic and religious minorities. It is time for this House to join the growing international consensus and recognize that this is a genocide.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
I have two petitions to present today, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition on behalf of over 9,500 Canadians, and I want to thank Don't Forget students for their advocacy. Post-secondary students are taking on unprecedented amounts of debt. Student debt in Canada exceeds $36 billion, with $18 billion owed federally, and is the cause of 1 in 6 bankruptcies. 39% of students are struggling with food insecurity due to the rising cost of food, housing, and tuition. And during the pandemic, youth unemployment has reached an all-time high. The petitioners are asking the government to implement a plan for pandemic relief and stimulus for Canada's post-secondary students and recent graduates. And they emphasize the fact that the government must extend the moratorium on student loan payments. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from constituents concerned about the Trans Mountain Expansion Project. They highlight a number of important points. The cost of the project has more than doubled to $12.6 billion, and given construction delays will likely be much higher. Canadian tax dollars are at risk. Billions of dollars have yet to be spent and could be reallocated towards ambitious investments in the clean economy that would create much needed jobs in sectors hard hit by the pandemic and by the downturn in the oil industry. They're asking the government to delay further spending on Trans Mountain and to prioritize investments in clean energy now.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting a petition on behalf of petitioners who are concerned about a situation in Cameroon, a human rights and conflict situation in the Anglophone areas of Cameroon. They call on Canada to pressure its allies to stop all weapons sales to Cameroon. They note that Canada is a welcome addition to the Arms Control Treaty and the Arms Trade Treaty, and ask that we use our position as a party to that treaty to cease all weapons sales to Cameroon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition from approximately 1,000 individuals who support a petition initiated by Stefan Henfield, a lawyer, since we know that there are children, one of whom had a Canadian parent, are stuck in refugee camps in northern Syria. They live in extremely difficult conditions, inhumane conditions. It is possible to repatriate these children to Canada. The families are asking for it. Last fall, there was a young girl who was brought back. These children need to have a good life, and Canada must respond or meet its commitments under the international conventions. These individuals are therefore asking the government to repatriate these Canadian children who are stuck in refugee camps in Syria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real privilege to table e-petition 2846, signed by over 2,655 Canadians. And they cite, Mr. Speaker, in this petition that volunteer firefighters account for 83% of Canada's total firefighting essential needs. In addition, 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents every year. And currently, the tax code currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit of 200 hours of volunteer hours that were completed in a calendar year. That works out to a mere $450 per year, which when we look at essential volunteers to keep their own income, that equates to about $2.25 an hour, Mr. Speaker. They not only put on their lives on the line for training and time and efforts to protect Canadians, but they also allow cities and municipalities to keep property taxes low. They cite that by increasing this tax credit will allow these essential volunteers to keep more of their hard-earned money likely to spend in the communities which they serve, and also allow to retain these volunteers in a time when volunteerism is decreasing. They're calling on the government to increase the tax exemption from $3,000 to $10,000. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you heard that as I reflected that in my bill I tabled this morning.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am, excuse me, I'm very pleased to be able to present a petition today on behalf of over 500 of my constituents who are gravely concerned about the operation of a new racetrack that was set up last summer in the St. Andrews Airport. Now, the St. Andrews Airport used to be owned by the federal government and still falls under federal jurisdiction. Now, as the petitioners have multiple times have complained to the municipality of St. Andrews, there has been no clarity or decisions made by the municipality, even though the municipality is the owner of this racetrack or owner of the airport, on whether or not this racetrack is permitted under municipal bylaws and whether or not the airport authority should have allowed it to exist. So the petitioners are calling upon the government, Mr. Speaker, to provide clarity under the transport regulations and whether or not a racetrack on an airport property fits into aerodome regulations. So, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners ask that the House petition directly to the Minister of Transport to provide the clarity that's required by my constituents so that there can be an ultimate decision made on the legitimate operations of a drag strip on an airport runway.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Orleans. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
A petition today that was organized by Catherine Stainoff in memory of her son, Simon, that calls on the government to declare the opioid crisis, which is one of the deadliest public health emergencies of our lifetime, with a death taking place on average about every hours and a death toll of 15,400 in the last 4 years alone. A national emergency, and immediately collaborate with the provinces and territories to establish a pan-Canadian action plan to end overdose deaths and overdose injuries. Merci.
The Honourable, presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to present the petition calling for an independent investigation into the killing of Dylan Parody, Andrew Dockrell, and Daniel Waldenberger-Balmer on CP Train 301 by Field, BC in 2019. Today is the second anniversary of their death, and many of us share our thoughts with the three families. This petition, signed by thousands of Canadians, pushed for justice. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the families and Teamsters Canada, an independent investigation has begun. As the CBC's Fifth Estate made clear, many have said there must be answers. The petition also makes clear that this tragedy pointed to the major concerns with the ongoing policing of rail forces. Through this petition, Canadians are saying Dylan, Andrew, and Daniel, rail workers and working people in our country, deserve justice. No Canadian worker should die to make a living.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two things to raise. First, if the government's revised response to question number 344, originally tabled on January 25th, 2021, could be made order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned question be made order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, again, second point, finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on a special committee on the economic relationship between Canada and the United States, standing in the name of Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray, seconded by Monsieur Généreux, moves that given the trade between Canada and the United States of America exceeds $1.5 billion per day, more than 300,000 people normally cross the common border monthly. The two countries have enjoyed one of the world's largest open trading blocs for the free movement of goods, services, and people since 1989. The economic challenges caused by COVID-19 and the need for a serious plan for the economic recovery that recognizes the integration of North American economy. La Chambre constitue.
The House appoint a special committee with a mandate to conduct hearings to examine and review all aspects of the economic relationship between Canada and the United States, including but not limited to the expressed bilateral economic priorities of the governments of Canada and the United States. 2.
Resources issues, including oil and gas exports and transportation, softwood lumber exports, and related jobs.
3. Buy America procurement rules, requirements, and policies.
4. The government's efforts with the United States administration to ensure a stable and predictable supply of COVID-19 vaccine doses for Canada as a major border and trading partner. Pourvu que,
provided that A, the committee be composed of 12 members, of which 6 shall be from the government party, 4 shall be from the official opposition, 1 shall be from the Bloc Québécois, and 1 from the New Democratic Party.
Shall be named by their prospective whip by depositing with the clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee no later than Thursday, February 18th, 2021. C.
Membership substitutions be permitted, if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114.2.
Changes to the membership of the committee shall be effective immediately after notification by the relevant whip has been filed with the clerk of the House.
E. The clerk of the House shall convene an organization meeting of the committee on Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021.
The committee be chaired by a member of the government party, and notwithstanding Order 1062, shall be one of vice chair from each of the recognized parties.
G. Quorum of the committee be as provided for in Standing Order 118, and that the chair be authorized to hold meetings, to receive evidence, and to have that evidence printed when a quorum is not present, provided that at least 4 members are present, including 1 member of the opposition and 1 member of the government party.
H. The committee be granted all of the powers of the standing committees as provided in the standing orders, provided that the provision of Standing Order 1064 shall be extended to the committee, and 2, until Sunday, April 11th, 2021, the committee shall not meet on a day when the House is sitting, except for A, the meeting required by paragraph E, B, the committee subcommittee on agenda if one is appointed. E.
I. The committee have the power to authorize video and audio broadcasting of any or all of its proceedings.
The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Small Businesses, Export, Promotion and International Trade, the Ambassador of Canada to the United States of America, and other ministers and senior officials be invited to appear as witnesses from time to time as the committee sees fit.
K. The committee be instructed to present an interim report concerning an analysis of the importance of the Enbridge Line 5 pipeline to both countries' economies and the consequences of its possible closure, including the labor market implications caused by layoffs of unionized and other workers, together with recommendations to address and safeguard Canadian interests no later than Thursday, April 15th, 2021.
Recommandations pour la protection des intérêts canadiens. L. the committee be instructed to present a second interim report concerning current and proposed Buy America procurement rules, requirements, and policies, together with recommendations to address and safeguard Canadian interests no later than Thursday, June 17th, 2021, and M.
The provisions of the order adopted on Monday, January 25th, 2021, authorizing virtual and hybrid committee proceedings, shall continue to apply to the committee and to any of its subcommittees until Sunday, September 19th, 2021.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud today to speak on our official Opposition Day Conservative motion to create a special committee worthy of our focus, which is the economic relationship between Canada and the United States. It is long past the time where this government started being proactive rather than reactive when it comes to our relationship with the United States. The motion before the House today will allow us to do exactly that. Trade between Canada and the U.S. exceeds $1.5 billion per day. Our partnership with the United States is of critical importance. Our two countries share more than just a border. We share common ideals, and many Canadians and Americans work and live across the borders and have family or friends who reside on the other side of the border, and their lives are integrated. Our business relationships provide countless jobs across the country with our two-way trade. Since the ratification of NAFTA in 1994, and more recently with CUSMA, our two nations have enjoyed the benefits of the free movement of goods, services, and people, a strong relationship that has gotten only stronger over time. However, like every relationship, it takes effort and work. I know many of my colleagues today will speak on a wide range of challenges that affect different sectors across our country, some old, some new, that highlight the need for this committee. We've had Keystone XL cancelled and other pipeline issues, such as Line 5, which may lead to immediate fuel shortages in Ontario and Quebec, higher fuel prices, and losses of thousands of jobs. Tariff issues and disputes on softwood lumber, dairy, and aluminum, low-priced Washington apples being dumped into Canada, and stricter Buy American policies and investigations on several of our fruit and vegetable exports to the U.S. We need strategic focus. Most of us on this side of the House come from the private sector. We've been entrepreneurs. We've founded and operated companies. We've been in senior leadership roles. We've been involved in strategic planning and risk management, and we have been responsible for people's livelihoods. We've forgone paychecks ourselves to make sure our workers, who often become friends, get paid. We take very seriously people being able to keep their jobs and support their families. Leadership is acknowledging when there are areas that need focus. It is common practice in good governance to put extra effort on important topics. Striking this committee would be comparable in the business environment to an ad hoc committee which has specific goals or focus and exists for a set amount of time. At the International Trade Committee, we already have several studies queued up. We're quite behind due to sitting only once between April and September 2020, partially due to the prorogation of Parliament. Other committees are in a similar position. This Canada-U.S. committee would allow the freedom to focus on the important relationship with our largest economic partner. And Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with a member from Montgomery, Lille, Kamoruska, Rivière-du-Loup. This Canada-U.S. committee would allow the freedom to focus on the important relationship with this partner. And there is a U.S. administration that we've already seen some new policies that are affecting businesses and workers in Canada, that are affecting everyday lives in important sectors. Our economies and supply chains are integrated. And what does that really mean? You may have the raw materials in one country, let's say from the US, which are shipped to the other country in Canada, where a product is made at a Canadian business and then sent back to the US, and perhaps turned into another item. And this is the integration of our supply chains. And this happens every day across our border in multiple industries, likely in almost every riding of every member of this House. The Prime Minister's response to important Canada-U.S. economic issues has been concern or disappointment. And Canadian businesses and workers deserve hope and plans. Concern and disappointment is not enough, and that is not a strategy nor a plan. Madam Speaker, one emerging issue is the new Buy American executive order signed by President Biden, which has stronger language than we've seen before. This executive order creates a new Made in America office with the President's office and will substantially reduce the ability for Canadian businesses to participate in U.S. government procurement contracts. We've already heard from business groups who are concerned, and there's a lot of uncertainty. A small manufacturing business in my riding explained to me how they sell through a distributor in the U.S. who sells to a department of the U.S. federal government. And they're unclear if this new Buy America policy will outright stop them being able to have these sales. In 2019, Canadian companies had nearly $700 million worth of government contracts in the United States. I spoke with an industry association the other day who thought this might actually be higher due to the integration of our supply chains. When Buy America provisions were announced by the then Obama administration a decade ago, the previous Conservative government got to work, showing those on both sides of the border the importance of the integrated North American supply chain and how promoting and ensuring our mutual economic benefit recoveries were important during the financial crisis of that time. The then Conservative government negotiated an agreement which allowed Canadian companies to be exempt from Buy America and continue participating in U.S. government procurement. We need our current government to work immediately to do the same, to ensure stability for our local manufacturing businesses and workers who depend on this cross-border supply chain. We are in a vulnerable position because the Buy America policy issued is addressed in Chapter 13 of CUSMA. However, Canada did not negotiate this, and it only applies to the U.S. and Mexico. The establishment of a special committee on Canada-U.S. economic relations will allow members of Parliament to do a comprehensive dive on the Biden administration's Buy America rules. This motion before us specifically addresses instructing the committee to present an interim report on this matter. Another emerging issue in the past, myself and 31 of my colleagues in the official opposition sent a letter to the Minister of International Trade and Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food urging immediate government attention. Last September, the United States International Trade Commission began an investigation on U.S. blueberry imports. Additional investigations began on strawberries and bell peppers. Canada was the fourth largest producer of total U.S. blueberry imports in 2019, and according to the BC Blueberry Council, the largest supplier of frozen blueberries. These numbers represent $750 million of our exports to the U.S., supporting 8,300 farming families and thousands of direct and indirect jobs. Our hardworking farmers play an integral role in the economy, and we urge the government for immediate action on this. Apple orchardists in my riding are selling below cost due to large quantities of low-priced apples coming in from the U.S., and many are near bankruptcy. The creation of this special committee will allow us to get ahead of issues. Madam Speaker, we also can't forget that our forestry workers are still looking for stability and a resolution to the current softwood lumber dispute. The previous Conservative government successfully negotiated a softwood lumber agreement with the U.S. government, providing this much-needed certainty. Unfortunately, the current government has yet to reach a similar agreement. While I welcome reduced duties on Canadian softwood lumber exports that were announced last November, this would not have been an issue if we would have been able to negotiate a new softwood lumber agreement with the United States. I recall when we were debating Bill C-4, the CUSMA implementation bill, around the same time last year, Conservatives raised the issue of softwood lumber disputing with not being addressed by the government during that time. This was a missed opportunity, including over 6,000 jobs lost in the second quarter of 2020 alone. And I remember in my maiden speech of this House in 2019, I raised the issue of the only lumber mill in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country, the Kelowna division of TOLCO, announcing its decision to close at the beginning of 2020, creating hardship for all those families. This has been a trend in our resource sectors. It's important that we stand up for our responsible resource sectors, a backbone of our economy. We need to get the government to succeed in removing countervailing measures on softwood lumber exports and stand up for Canadian resources, agriculture, and manufacturing sectors. And I know my colleagues in this House across all party lines will talk on a number of important issues, and will move this conversation forward. We're talking about food security and energy security and mutual economic recovery. With the establishment of this committee, we can strengthen our resolve when acting on the best interests of Canadians. We must start planning to rebuild and reopen our economy and get Canadians back to work. We're focused on securing jobs, securing our economy, and securing our future. I encourage all members of this House to vote in favour of this motion so we can get to work.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing forward her motion today to discuss what is indeed an extremely important topic. $2 billion worth of trade happens on a daily basis between our country and the United States, and indeed we do not have and have not had the benefit of such an important trading relationship with any other country in the world. You know, I would add that in the previous session, this government negotiated very successfully the new version of NAFTA, despite the fact that the Conservative leader at the time was asking the government to capitulate at almost every turn. Having said that, I think that this is a great opportunity to get parliamentarians involved in the process, and I, for one, hope that this committee can get formed so that we can get to work on behalf of Canadians.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's really good to hear those words. This is a very important issue to Canadians all across the country. As I mentioned in my speech, in every riding across the country, we have so many industries that consider our relationship with the United States very important, and so it's great to hear that we have other members of this House that consider it important as well. Thank you.
Des commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I particularly appreciated the portion on the forestry industry. As we all know, the forestry industry has always been the poor relation in the Canadian Federation in terms of trade efforts and financial support. And we're hearing from the forestry sector that they want to continue with the legal proceedings in the trade disagreement with the U.S., but that the main problem is liquidity. And so I would like to hear from my colleague as to what she thinks about a liquidity program for the forestry sector.
Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when we look at the forestry sector, I mean, it certainly is across the country. We know that they've had a number of struggles over the years. We know that there have been many layoffs. We also know that they're really responsible stewards of the land. I know that I had spoken with some forestry groups recently in British Columbia, where they had planted over 300 million trees in the last year. So this is definitely a renewable resource, and it's something that we need to focus on.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her interventions. I was particularly thankful that she brought up the issue of jobs and prosperity. Obviously, in my province of Alberta, this is a very, very pressing issue. And I also applaud her and her party for bringing forward this Opposition Day motion. My questions are around why she feels that this cannot be accomplished, or this work cannot be accomplished within the Standing Committee for International Trade, and also why the motion feels the need to sort of explicitly direct this committee, and why we would not want the committee to have their own ability to direct their own work.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question. As I had mentioned, a lot of the committees are the workload is really heavy already. We have so many issues that we're dealing with. The committee, the International Trade Committee, had only one meeting from April until September. We have a lot of studies already in the queue, and this is greater than this. Like, this covers most sectors, most of our ridings, it is extremely important. And to have a number of very specific parameters in the motion means that we will address the emerging issues that we're dealing with today, so that the scope is very clear and we can hit the ground running on dealing with some of these very important issues that are important to Canadians.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope the sound is good. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the member for Kelowna Lake Country, for her excellent speech. I'd like to thank her, as well as the Leader of the Official Opposition, for having brought forward this motion that we're debating to create a committee to examine economic relations between Canada and the United States. For more than 200 years, our two countries, which are relatively young countries, have known great prosperity, in great part thanks to the resources we share, which contribute to trade of $1.5 billion per day. Until recently, 300,000 people would cross the border every month. We share and trade not only commodities, but also manufactured products and expertise in many areas. In many, and even most cases, this relationship is symbiotic and reciprocal. For example, the U.S. sold us $360 billion U.S. worth of goods and services in 2019, and in the same year, Canada sold the U.S. $358 billion U.S. dollars worth of goods and services. So it was reciprocal, and things were going relatively well. But we can't take anything for granted, because very often, after legislative elections, which happen every 2 years, in the country of Uncle Sam, and sometimes with a new president, like this year, there is a protectionist current in the United States, and Canada pays the price. The good relationship that we've counted on for so long is called into question. And some areas of economic activity are targeted by new punitive tariffs simply to please a small portion of the electorate or a well-organized lobby. It's unfortunate, but it happens. And I believe that this new special committee that we are proposing would enable Canada to set things straight when it comes to trade and ensure that our country does not become a victim to punitive measures that are not deserved. Now, there is the Committee for International Trade, and I would like to thank my colleagues who sit on that committee, which is of great importance for the Canadian economy. But today, the areas of disagreement between Canada and the U.S. are accumulating, and that could imperil the economic recovery that we are counting on once we get through the pandemic. I'll mention a few areas of disagreement. For example, there are the softwood lumber tariffs that are affecting the forestry sector in Quebec. For example, in my riding, I've spoken about it with Groupe Lebel in Rivière-du-Loup, Mailbec and Matériaux Blanchet in Saint-Pamphile, and Bois de Cam in Saint-Just-de-Bretenière. They have been unjustly affected by American tariffs of 20% on the wood they exported. Now, these tariffs were reduced to 10%, but that still represents $1.5 million a month for a company like the Groupe Lebel. It's a far cry from the agreement that was signed by the Harper government in 2006, which offers stability and predictability over 10 years for the forestry sector. Canada is not a threat for American producers. Instead, it offers complementary goods which meet an ever-growing demand. Between 2011 and 2015, before the tariffs, the American forestry industry grew by 10%. And if you look at softwood lumber, 21%. Despite the pandemic, in the U.S., there have been 841,000 new residential building projects in 2020, and that has caused a demand for wood to skyrocket along with the prices. So the American forestry sector is not in crisis, and Canada is not the one who's making prices go down. On the contrary, we're simply meeting the demand. This Liberal government seems to be content to wash its hands of the subject and let the issue keep dragging on before the courts, But we think that the government should stand up and quickly settle this disagreement with the new Biden administration. There's also the Buy America problem in the area of transportation and infrastructure, which I've raised in the past. With the American rules, public transport networks in the United States, if they receive federal funding, need to buy trains that contain a minimum amount of American content, sometimes up to 70%. This is favoritism in the U.S., which is not in place in Canada. In 2018, I raised this unfairness. The Liberal government here in Canada had granted a significant contract to buy Via Rail train cars that would be built in California. And Ottawa's light train cars were manufactured in New York State. The Minister for Foreign Affairs, who was Minister for Transport at the time, told us that these purchases had to be made under free trade agreements with the U.S. So if I understand his reasoning correctly, we can't sell them our trains, but we will be forced to buy their trains. Now, the Conservatives are not a protectionist party. We know that tariffs hurt everyone and raise prices for everyone on both sides of the border. We don't want to take jobs away from Americans. We want to work together and share the experience we have acquired over years in the rail sector. We have the Bombardier Transport factory in La Pocatière, recently bought by Alstom, and also many suppliers like Prelco and Rivière-du-Loup, Technologie Lanka and Graphie 222 in La Pocatière, LG Cloutier in Lille, Les Usines Métallurgiques and Chabot Carrosserie in Montmagny. And each of these companies bring expertise and parts that have been perfected over years, as I know very well. This government has a duty to defend their free access to the American market, just as we want fellow workers in the sector in Maine or other American states to have free access to the Canadian market, especially for products that we need, for example, vaccines, as we've heard a lot about lately. Now, many Canadians were happy to see Joe Biden elected in the States, along with Kamala Harris, who spent time in Montreal in her youth, after all. After 4 years of America First, with the former president constantly calling into question trade agreements, we were hoping for calm and predictability. But once again, this prime minister has failed to step up because in no time at all, President Biden imposed new Buy America orders, seeming not to care at all about the special relationship that we are supposed to have as neighbors and allies for decades. These types of failures are imperiling Canada's economic future, and we need to act quickly to defend our interests. Now, several colleagues are going to discuss the resource and energy sector, but I would like to underscore the importance of that sector in French. Keystone XL is essential to maintain and grow Canadian revenues for a resource that is going to remain essential for at least 50 years, whatever people may say. It's unacceptable that Canada is letting tens of billions of dollars flow out of the country every year when we need that money to fund health, old age pensions, and all the other services that members of the other parties are constantly saying we need, while at the same time opposing any development that would let us pay for these services. The future of Michigan's Enbridge Line 5 should also concern Canadians, because this is not only a way to export our oil and gas to the States, but also enables us to supply the south of Ontario and even going to Montreal. Without this safe and efficient way of supplying our refineries, we might end up with even more tankers on the St. Lawrence River, and that would be catastrophic. We would end up treading water when it comes to energy autonomy. In fact, we would even be going backwards, and that's without even touching on the environmental risks. This special committee to study the relationship between Canada and the United States would enable us to look at the pressing issues of international trade. And this motion seeks to have this committee meet soon, starting on the 23rd of February, because this is urgent. Madam Speaker, I would like to add, in light of what my colleague for Kelowna Lake Country said earlier, we heard a question from the member for Edmonton. Well, what I would answer to that is that all parliamentary committees are late right now because they've had so much work to do. There is a great deal of delay, and that's why we need a special committee to touch on this specific subject to ensure that there is good governance of this relationship over the years to come. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague touched repeatedly on the forestry industry, and so I have a couple of questions for him, including the question that was not answered earlier. He spoke about businesses in the softwood lumber industry in his writing. Would he agree that we need a liquidity program for the sector? That's one question. And then the other one is that we've been studying the forestry sector at the Natural Resources Committee for 6 sittings of the committee, and we see that ultimately we're looking to create a cluster of bioproducts, but that doesn't seem to be something that interests the Conservatives. They keep talking about the clean fuel standard. That seems to be the only thing they care about. Doesn't my Conservative colleague think that he needs to raise awareness among his colleagues about the forestry industry? The Honourable Member for Montagny-Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, Madam Speaker. Now, when it comes to liquidity in the forestry sector, I agree with my colleague. We definitely need to look at that. We need to look at the situation within Canada to support the industry, and not just that, we also need to look at the relationship with the United States, because the penalties and tariffs that the United States have brought on in the last few years have caused the sector to suffer. Now, things have improved a little bit because the price of wood has skyrocketed, and because of these better prices for lumber, things are better, but we still need to address the problem.
Secretary of the Government House Leader. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader, can you put his mic on?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting. Canada and the United States actually enjoys one of the most unique relationships in the world. In fact, as has been pointed out, $2 billion a day in cross-border trade. Our two countries enjoy the largest trading relationship likely in the world. So I can understand and I can appreciate the need to monitor and to be very careful as we move forward with that very important relationship. My question to the member is, looking in terms of the trade agreement in which the Conservative Party supported, does he believe there's any shortcomings that he would like to highlight at this time out of that particular trade agreement?
The
Honourable Member for Montagny-Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Yes, now, when it comes to the agricultural sector, with the latest agreement with the U.S., some areas are still very difficult to manage when it comes, for example, to the dairy producer sector. Those are the kinds of issues that need to be settled quickly, or at least we need to set the stage for a possible future renegotiation with the U.S. One more brief question. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, he raised the fact that in the U.S. there is the Buy America Act. What does my colleague think of the possibility of a Buy Canadian Act, for example, when it comes to public transportation projects or in the aerospace sector? Very often, the percentage of work that is done in Quebec or Canada is much lower than what is required in other countries. What does my colleague think of the possibility of doing that here in Canada as well? The Honourable Member for Montagny-Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. A brief answer, please. Well, that's an excellent question. But the reality is that Canada is a small country, a small supplier internationally. Potential clients, for potential clients in transportation, for example. Now, we need to ensure that we can be a real partner with the U.S. and other countries in the world. We've suffered from the Buy America Act for at least 15 years, and things have gotten worse in the last few years. I don't think that necessarily imitating the Buy America Act in Canada would improve things, and I don't think it would really change our trade relationships internationally.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the motion today.
Canada and the United States have long enjoyed one of the most productive, collaborative, and mutually beneficial bilateral relationships in the world. It is a partnership of neighbors, forged by geography, ennobled by shared values, enriched by common interests, maintained through deep people-to-people connections, and reflected in powerful economic and security ties. Our two countries enjoy the largest trading relationship in the world. We defend and protect North America. We are stewards of our shared environment. We stand on the world stage to respond to pressing global challenges together. This has been true over the course of history. It is true today, and it will be true in the days and years to come. Mr. Speaker, these are not merely words or abstractions. This deep relationship between our two countries is reflected in the relationship between our leaders. Just 2 weeks ago, President Biden made Canada his choice as his first call to a foreign leader. Together, the Prime Minister and the President reaffirmed our shared values and interests both at home and on the global stage. And just this past Monday, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke with Vice President Kamala Harris, also her first call to a foreign leader. As many members of this chamber know, the Vice President has a special relationship with Canada. She recalled her years spent in my hometown of Montreal with fondness. In fact, she went to school in my riding. I myself spoke to my counterpart, Secretary Blinken, almost immediately after his appointment, where we reaffirmed the special relationship our countries share and committed to working together on our shared priorities. This personal connection is something I share, Mr. Speaker. I spent many memorable years living in the United States, where I trained alongside American astronauts and where my children were born. Si je peux commencer, Monsieur.
I'd like to start, Mr. Speaker, with COVID-19, which is the main priority we share with the United States. The priority is to put an end to the global pandemic. The spread of COVID-19 has created many upsets both in Canada and the U.S., and we have taken unprecedented measures to fight against the pandemic, support Canadians, and stabilize both economies. This pandemic has highlighted the importance of our bilateral relationship and its unique nature and in the way that we have managed our cooperation in these uncertain times. Last March, Canada and the U.S. reached an important agreement to limit non-essential cross-border travel. We have decided together to extend this agreement on a number of occasions. We cannot underestimate the scope of that decision. Our land borders has one of the highest numbers of crossings in the world, with approximately 400,000 people who cross daily under normal times. The free flow of individuals and goods across the border is essential for the economies and communities on both sides. Given such important issues, our two countries have cooperated and quickly came to an agreement to limit the spread of the virus. This agreement has reduced by 90% the number of travelers crossing the border, while maintaining the flow of goods and essential travel. This cooperation has set the tone for future collaboration, that is, to bring Canadians home, to guarantee the integrity of our supply chains, or to provide mutual assistance in the production and supply of medical equipment and other essential goods. An eloquent example has been our cooperation for the acquisition of personal protective equipment, or PPE. Like in many other areas, trade between Canada and the U.S. when it comes to PPE is bilateral and reciprocal. This cooperation has enabled the flow of PPE across the border and into the hands of healthcare workers in both countries. Canadian and American partners are also working together and investing in research to fight the virus and cooperating on 15 projects with regard to diagnostics and the vaccines.
trading relationship with the United States. In 2019, bilateral trade of goods and services totaled $997 billion. That is more than $2.7 billion in trade every single day. Our level of economic integration is unique. Approximately 77% of Canadian exports to the U.S. are inputs used to make goods in the U.S. And in addition, what we sell to the U.S. contains, on average, roughly 21% American content. We make things together and add value together. Canada is the #1 market for most U.S. states, 32 in fact in 2019, and over 74% of Canada's goods exports go to the U.S. The U.S. is the single greatest investor in Canada. In 2019, U.S. stock investment in Canada was $455 billion, representing nearly half of all investment in Canada. The enduring trade relationship that has helped build this remarkable regional economic engine, starting with the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement in 1989 and continuing with the NAFTA agreement in 1994, has been a model of success for the world. Over generations, Canada, the United States, and Mexico have built the biggest economic region in the world, encompassing a $32.2 trillion regional economic market representing more than 492 million consumers. We renewed our commitment to the trilateral commercial relationship with the entry into force of the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, or CUSMA. This new NAFTA addresses modern trade challenges, reduces red tape at the border, and provides enhanced predictability and stability for workers and businesses across the integrated North American market. Crucially, the new agreement preserves virtually duty-free trade in North America and ensures the continued, predictable, and secure market access for Canadian exporters to the United States. These outcomes reinforce integrated North American supply chains and help enhance our competitiveness globally. Bien entendu,
Of course, Mr. Speaker, the government also recognizes the essential role that energy plays in our trade relationship. Jobs, economic security, and competitiveness on both sides of the border depend on our bilateral energy trade. In fact, Canada and the U.S. have a unique energy relationship. We know that the U.S. is the biggest energy market for Canada, and that Canada is in turn the biggest and safest source of energy for the United States. This includes crude oil, natural gas, hydroelectricity, and uranium. In 2019, 91% of Canadian energy exports went to the United States for a total value of nearly $125 billion. The opposite is also true. Canada is the second biggest market when it comes to U.S. energy exports, and these exports play a major role in ensuring that Canada has a reliable and secure supply of energy. The truth is that Canada and the U.S. have a highly integrated energy infrastructure which allows us to improve our global competitiveness. This benefits both the United States and Canada. We know also that the energy sector provides thousands of well-paying jobs to the middle class on both sides of the border.
Element of this energy system is cross-border energy infrastructure, including pipelines. As the Prime Minister said directly to President Biden during their call 2 weeks ago, we are disappointed, but acknowledge the President's decision to fulfill his election campaign promise and rescind the President's permit for the Keystone XL pipeline. This said, Canadian oil industry moves through over 70 pipelines, creating one of the most integrated energy systems between two countries. We will continue to make the case that to continue to deliver and enhance the benefits of Canadian oil and gas to the U.S., we need to build and maintain the necessary infrastructure to get products where they are needed. I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I did not also mention our ongoing legal challenges related to Line 5. Our government has been clear. This pipeline, including the tunnel project under the Strait of Mackinac, is crucial to economic and energy security on both sides of the border. There is no question of Line 5's importance. It supports thousands of jobs in Ontario, Quebec, and Western Canada. It is essential for keeping the lights and heat on for thousands of Canadians and Americans, and it provides a critically important fuel source for farmers and industry. Line 5 has been operating safely for 68 years and is a comprehensive 9-month review concluded that it would not affect protected public uses of Michigan's water resources. Even Michigan State's own environmental body has said the project is safe. These are the arguments our government has been raising with American officials, and we are using every tool at our disposal to see to it that Line 5 continues its operation. We continue to promote our other sources of energy as well. Our electricity, exports of Canadian hydroelectricity provide clean, renewable, firm, 24/7 baseload to many U.S. states. Electricity crosses the U.S.-Canada border along more than 30 major transmission lines, unrestricted by physical or tariff barriers as part of an effective, efficient, and highly integrated North American energy grid. This highly integrated system benefits both Canada and the United States. Operators consistently take advantage of spare energy capacity in neighboring jurisdictions to optimize their own systems. Ratepayers benefit from a more reliable and resilient electrical system that spans the international border.
Canadian hydroelectric power also contributes to energy security in the United States, and it helps the states to achieve their greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets and to achieve a low-carbon economy. Canada is a leader when it comes to nuclear power. With regard to uranium, Canada provides the United States with 33% of the fuel used in its reactors. These reactors, in turn, produce 1/5 of American electric power. Industry and governments in both our countries are cooperating to develop advanced nuclear technologies, namely small modular reactors. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that in the current context of the global pandemic, it is more important now than ever that we work together closely to ensure a secure, reliable, and sustainable supply and energy resources for North America and the world. Of course, energy security is just one of the factors when it comes to the global safety and security of our region. Canada and the United States are working together closely when it comes to defense, both domestically and internationally. Canada and the U.S. have depended on each other for decades, from the Halifax explosion to the beaches in northern France during the Second World War, as in the hours and days that followed the September 11th attacks, to the fires that devastated California and Oregon last fall. Canadians and Americans have stood side by side to face the major challenges facing the continent and the world. Today, hundreds of Canadian Forces members continue to serve alongside their American allies throughout America and the world. Protecting North America continues under the watchful eye of aviators, seamen, soldiers, police officers, and Canadian firemen, as well as Americans.
Shared natural environment. For example, Canada and the U.S. share many waterways that mark or cross our shared border, from the Great Lakes to rivers such as the mighty St. Lawrence. The shores of these lakes and rivers are home to tens of millions of Americans and Canadians, and decisions made within the basins of one country have consequences for the other. Hence, their joint stewardship is a cornerstone of Canada-U.S. relations. Finally, despite so much progress together, we must acknowledge that our societies face similar difficulties and shameful legacies. Canadians continue to grieve alongside our American friends at the countless victims of police violence around the world. These are not isolated incidents or elsewhere problems. Prejudice, discrimination, and violence are a lived reality for too many people in Canada, just as they are elsewhere. In the face of these injustices, we must be clear. We condemn anti-Black racism and systemic discrimination in all its forms. That's what thousands of principled Americans and Canadians have been doing throughout our two countries, and we continue to admire and honor their work. We hear the same calls for a more inclusive and just society here in Canada, where systemic racism is a problem every single day. Canada is not a bystander. As neighbors, this is a burden that our two societies share, and we must do better together. Indeed, when the Prime Minister spoke with the Vice President this past Monday, he underscored the need to promote diversity and inclusion and mental health, as well as the importance of addressing online hate, firearm trafficking, and gender-based violence. Just yesterday, we listed the white supremacist group, the Proud Boys, and others as a terrorist organization. Our fight against the forces of intolerance and racism is unequivocal. It's clear the Canada-U.S. relationship can withstand and even grow in the context of extraordinary challenges. After all, our relationship is a model for the world. The
Prime Minister and President Biden have agreed to meet to continue the important work of renewing the deep and lasting friendship between Canada and the United States. Canada is pleased with this meeting and with our future collaboration.
To find partners that you can trust and who will stand by you, even amid the world's relentless challenges. For Canada and the U.S., those partners are each other. We will remain, Mr. Speaker, partners, friends, allies, and neighbors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his comments. My question for the Minister is if he can update the House on the progress of negotiations with the U.S. administration on Buy America provisions. First of all, are those discussions ongoing? And has it been made clear to the United States administration that we are looking for an exemption for Canada under the Buy America provisions? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question. As with the negotiation, the very successful negotiations of CUSMA that were done under the previous administration, Canada has always forcefully put forward its position with respect to the highly integrated supply chain architecture that exists between our two countries, and I gave some examples in my presentation. We will continue to do that. We believe that open, transparent trade between the two countries is in both of our interests, and we will continue to carry that message not only to the federal administration, but to governors and other American politicians to ensure that protectionism does not creep into the relationship that exists between the two countries. And that process has begun, of course, with the new administration. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his speech. He mentioned a number of things. I'd like to come back to the decree. The President of Manufacturers and Exporters in Quebec has suggested the government in its supply policies is requiring an American company to have domicile here to participate in the tender. Is the government going to move in that direction? The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question. Like in any major relationship between two countries, we will work together in order to address the issues that are important for Canada and uphold our interests. When we talk about trade, it's especially important that the U.S. recognize that we have supply chains that are highly integrated. Yes, in some cases, we each have things that are important for us, like supply management. The Americans have also, of course, some areas that they would like to protect, but generally it's in the interest of both countries to have open business.
Comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable, the honourable member.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's my first opportunity to speak to the new Minister of Global Affairs since his naming to that portfolio of leaving transportation. I want to congratulate him. My question really relates to Line 5. I haven't had a chance to speak to that issue. It's obviously not a climate issue that the government of Michigan is concerned about Line 5. It's a water quality issue, the Strait of Mackinac, and of course, Canada shares responsibility for water quality in the Great Lakes, and the local concerns are that the pipeline is quite old, could break and contaminate the Great Lakes. It is not a pipeline that carries bitumen for export. It is a pipeline that essentially uses crossing the United States to reach refineries in Canada. Has the Government of Canada been working with Enbridge at all to assist in finding an alternative to the underwater pipeline in the Great Lakes such that it would address the water quality concerns? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much to the member, and thank you for her initial comments about my new appointment. And of course, as she knows, this pipeline has been in place for 68 years. It is regularly examined to ensure that it is safe, particularly the 7 kilometers below the Mackinac Strait. And even the Michigan Environmental Assessment has deemed it to be safe. Having said that, Enbridge has undertaken to build a tunnel to make sure that an additional layer of safety is added to the portion of the pipeline that goes under the Mackinac Strait. And we feel that this pipeline, which is so important for both Canada and the United States, should continue to operate.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey Newton. The honourable member's mic is not on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to congratulate the Honourable Minister on his new role as a Global Affairs Minister, and I'm sure he will face many bullies around the globe, but being a fellow engineer, astronaut, and a strong member of the Prime Minister team will be able to stand up tall to face those bullies. But we are very lucky to have the administration on the south now, which will be very cordial. Minister, when in the previous parliament, on the 42nd parliament, we were able to work together as a team, like a member from the Conservatives, Prince Albert, Tracy Ramsey. So we worked together as a team to advocate for Canadians. How will this committee help Canadians? Because I come from a border town.
The Honourable Minister.
Very much for the question and your initial comments as well. Yes, you're right. In our dealings with our neighbor, our closest neighbor, we have...
Honourable Minister to address his questions and comments to the chair and not to the honourable member.
I apologize, Madam Speaker. I would like to say that we have traditionally, in our dealings with the United States, taken an approach that involves not only a coordinated set of messages and approaches within the federal government itself and its ministries, but also with the provinces. And we believe that this is very important, and we will continue to do that and to advocate for our interests as a country together in our dealings with the United States. We think this has worked very well in the past, and we will continue to use that approach in dealing with the United States.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his detailed speech. The one thing I was trying to sense in his speech is whether he supports the motion or today's motion that's presented by our party and our leader. So the question to the Minister, does he support today's motion?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question. It is a good question from my honourable colleague. As you know, we have a very efficient system of committees, standing parliamentary committees that cover a number of areas such as foreign relations, foreign affairs, international trade, natural resources. So there are existing committees. Having said that, the relationship between Canada and the United States is the most important relationship between our two countries. And of course, we welcome further areas where we can bodies where we can continue the discussion about that important relationship.
Questions and comments?
For Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his speech and for the candor that he displayed in that speech and in his responses. And like him, I recognize too that we are a country that enjoys a very close relationship with the United States. They're our closest friend, our closest ally, our closest trading partner. We do almost $2 billion of cross-border exchanges every single day. And so my question is very simple. I'll give the Minister another opportunity to answer. Does he support the motion today?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Colleague's question, as I mentioned in my previous answer, we already have a number of standing committees. However, there's a very special relationship here between Canada and the United States. It is the most important relationship between Canada and another country, and the creation of the committee, as being proposed today, will add another forum for discussion on the matters that concern us as Canadians in our dealings with the United States, and we are certainly open to that.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just very briefly, the Minister made comment in regards to international trade between Canada and the United States and just how important it is to both countries that we continue to have that positive dialogue on international trade. If you can just provide his further thoughts on that issue.
And I would ask the member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to maybe put the mic just a little bit away from his mouth the next time. It's just popping a lot. Brief answer from the Minister, please.
Well, thank you very much. And my colleague has said it all. We need to continue to maintain a very, very close and continuous dialogue with our counterparts in the United States. It is what we did during the negotiation of CUSMA, and it worked out to our benefit. It is something we will continue to do to advance Canada's interests in the future. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to mention that I share my time with my esteemed colleague from Beauport-Limoilou. So it's my pleasure to rise today to speak as a Bloc's critic for international trade. I would like to state from the onset that the Bloc is in favour of this proposal of creating a special committee to observe and study the economic relationship between Canada and the United States. The wording of the motion of the official opposition does put forth certain themes that will be analyzed by this committee, but it also says that it won't be limited to these subjects, and that's really good because there are many topics that could be discussed, and the government will have to account for many fiascos. This government, in its negotiations with the U.S., used supply management as a bargaining chip, and it turned its back on our aluminum industry, which is the cleanest in the world, and it didn't do anything to solve the softwood lumber file either. This government will also have to explain its interventions with the U.S. administration with respect to COVID-19 vaccines, because vaccines were bought without delivery guarantees, and people have the right to be concerned. On several occasions, delays were announced, and Quebec had to suspend its operations because supplies ran out. And we know that at committees, Liberals like to ask questions, and the government has turned a blind eye to the Bloc's demands to strike a special committee to study COVID spending. And it will also look at the recent protectionist positions of the U.S. administration, which have had a chilling effect. There are no more unicorns or rainbows. We've had to face the sad truth that people didn't want to hear. Donald Trump did not invent protectionism or trade wars. These existed before him, and they will exist after him. The latest positions remind us that no country, even if it's a political ally, will give handouts to its neighbors out of the goodness of its heart. Gentle trade is a myth. Markets aren't only a place where sellers and buyers meet, like we used to say in the past. This is an old romantic notion. Markets mean competition, where anything goes. And since the Neolithic period, we've had an economic war, and let's call it what it is. So yes, people say there are international organizations that are there to solve issues, but let's not be naive. We have to acknowledge the power struggle. Let's take the example of the World Bank. Your decision power depends on how much capital you have. It works like a shareholders meeting, where countries are represented by a governing council. And like a shareholders meeting, the weighting of every country is based on its economic importance, and the United States is, of course, the main stakeholder of the World Bank. The United States unabashedly delved into economic nationalism with its Buy America Act. And in theory, we realize it is legitimate. And like the U.S., that wants to favor its domestic production, Quebec is also interested in breaking its dependence on foreign markets for procurement of the goods it needs. Economic nationalism is a foreign concept in Canada, except when it comes to banks, oil, and automobiles. However, it is part of Quebec's DNA that has many state-run organizations which are strategic, such as Hydro-Québec, the Caisse de dépôt, and the Société Générale du Financement. For us, it's natural. And we understand that the Americans want to favor their own companies at a time where buy local is even more important. Every country has to defend its own interests, and we're here to defend Quebec's interests. And the U.S. is our key trading partner. We've always succeeded by gaining access to its markets. There are 20,000 Quebec companies doing so. And I'd like to bring your attention to one particular aspect, a very important aspect of U.S. hyper-protectionism. It's the fact that the U.S. often uses its power with legal implications. And Washington has established a very efficient legal system which reflects the extraterritorial nature of U.S. law. If the U.S. Congress thinks that if a law is voted in the United States, it applies to the whole planet. And such laws have extraordinary reach. The fight against corruption, for example, started in the United States with the Watergate scandal. And we learned through the media that many companies relied on foreign corruption and bribes to have access to new markets. And then the administration said they're going to require these companies to declare their bribes on their books. And it started with the 1997 Foreign Corruption Act. And yes, the fight against corruption is positive. However, we have to recognize that the United States did not ratify the Rome Statute, a treaty which created the International Tribunal. So this means that their agencies can obtain the information they want, and it also brings to mind the Bank Secrecy Act. It includes U.S. agencies that have foreign banks, and For example, we're talking about violation of embargoes. The United States thinks that there are certain rogue states with it shouldn't do business. In 1996, the Helms-Burton Act was to try to overthrow Fidel Castro's Cuba, and we know that the Amato-Kennedy Act was adopted a few months later between Iran and Libya. So sometimes it sets a maximum amount of sales that you have to make to be able to do business with that country, and trade with these countries are not at all condemned, for example, by the United Nations or the World Trade Organizations. And it is thanks to violations of U.S. sanctions against Iran that Canada was arrested Meng Wanzhou because of U.S. sanctions. So U.S. legal implications are very important. And in 1997, there was an Extraterritorial Measures Act that tried to resist this U.S. offensive. But Americans were shocked and tried to obtain exemptions for their companies. And 2002, the United States used a very important tool to fight terrorism, sanctions. And it presented its own economic interests. They were able to proceed and were able to have access to markets. And then law firms entered the scene with their investigators, and these companies weren't able to delete their data or messages and internal communications from their servers. And they were able to have access to sensitive information from foreign companies. And this led to agreements with the Department of Justice, and foreign companies are often involved. And Warren Christopher said at the Congress that to fight economic competition, they had to have the same means that the U.S. had during the Cold War to fight the Soviet Union. So sometimes the United States finds certain practices that are unacceptable, which serves its own interests. For example, with Russia, China, Japan, Germany. There's fierce competition, but we can't just accept anything. The United States is a powerful partner, and we really have to understand the nature of this power and not get trapped in some type of idealistic thought process and look at the situation clearly. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanis, Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his passionate speech.
Your video at this point? I'm just wondering if your video is on or if it's a problem at our end. There we go. Okay.
Non, ça va. Pardon. Merci beaucoup.
Sorry, thank you very much. Quebec and Canada are losing good jobs, and have been since the neoliberal agenda has been pushed by the U.S. in terms of free trade. Unfortunately, we've seen that the Canadian government continues to support such an agenda, is not protecting good jobs across the country. Does the member believe that we should push for a trade vision that puts a priority on Quebec and Canadian workers? The honourable member. Yes. My short answer, well, first I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, but my short answer is yes. Neoliberalism is a poison, and it is not efficient. We have to dismantle such a system, I agree. And free trade in itself has benefits for Quebec. We had to stop being dependent on the Canadian market, but we shouldn't confuse trade with agreements that allow multinationals to fight democracy. If such agreements will hurt the environment, workers, or social justice, it will also harm our ability to legislate. So yes, we have to put workers at the heart of our considerations. Thank you very much.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear members of the Bloc consistently talk about supply management. Supply management is something in which Liberals actually introduced many, many years ago. And when we do talk about trade, the member, I'm sure, is aware that it's a two-way street. The member tried to imply that it's as if the Liberals wanted to be able to come up with a compromise on the supply management. My question to the member is it the Bloc's position that if you should not have a trade agreement if in any way it affects and impacts supply management?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Our position, and I think my colleague is familiar with it, given that he is almost always participating in this House's debates, but I can repeat it anyway. Our position is that we can't further trade in the position of our supply managed sector. The compensation that's been offered has been a minimum, and it can't replace the gaps in a system that is working and that we need to promote. So in my opinion, we need to take it off the table and not have it in the negotiations.
A member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his remarks. My question to him is with respect to two very important issues that we're presented with right now with respect to our relationship with the United States. One is with Line 9, and the other is with the Buy American provision. So just looking to see if the member will confirm that he recognizes the importance of preserving that critical infrastructure, as well as making sure that our country enjoys an exemption from the potential Buy American provisions.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member. We agree with the idea of a committee to look into all of this, to look into it closely and analyze. Now, what the best strategy is, well, we can look into that, and that's the whole point of having committees, to look into these kinds of issues. Now, our position on oil and gas infrastructure is not the same as the views of the official opposition, and we know that that is something that has a lot to do with emotion. We haven't failed to observe what this motion is really about, but we are interested in debating the issue without having to necessarily support a particular position. We are not against having committees that force the government to be accountable and that enable us to closely review the situation. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The motion that we're looking at today is about what Canadians need. Canadians and Quebecers need answers and a vision of the future that gives them hope, not just photo ops and pretty advertising. Now, you may ask how economic relationships between the U.S. and Canada can bring hope. Well, the U.S. is our main trade partner, and nearly 70% of Quebec exports go to the U.S. market. For Canada, exports to the U.S. represent $650 billion, but that's in normal times, and this is not a normal time. Today, I will be discussing questions that have gone unanswered, the importance of learning from the past, how to do better, and how to prepare the recovery. Almost exactly a week ago, I rose to make a speech in this House. In that speech, I asked several questions. which reflect the concerns of people in Beauport, Limoilou, Quebec, and elsewhere in Canada. These questions reflect the suffering of the population. People don't know what to think, what to believe, who to believe. Will the vaccines arrive on time? Will people be vaccinated in 2021 or in 2022? There are no answers. Yes, there are targets, but a target is not a plan. I'll come back to that. Why are the vaccine contracts and agreements kept private in Canada, but not in the US? How much are the vaccines costing us? How about their transportation and storage? Why aren't we getting more vaccines and equipment from our closest neighbor and biggest partner? What will the consequences for Canada be of the Buy American Act? What are the diplomatic and local solutions to these possible repercussions? How can we implement these solutions? What are our goals and how will we reach these goals? And over what time period will we be meeting those objectives? What is the plan, in sum? I don't think that it is okay to have so many unanswered questions as an elected official, and now imagine how people in general feel. And it is not normal that Canada is now 33rd in the world rankings for vaccination efforts, while we are getting barely any responses to our questions. It is not normal that a G7 country is on the COVAX list, a list that was supposed to help more vulnerable countries to access vaccines. Did I miss something? Since when is Canada part of developing countries? What is happening? The committee would enable us to study these questions and together to find solutions. I will touch on the subject of equipment and vaccines. Now, the past doesn't necessarily indicate what the future holds, but that is only true if we learn from the mistakes of the past. As I was saying last week, we had some warnings before the pandemic. We had the SARS crisis in 2003 and the H1N1 crisis in 2009-2010. And there were written reports, for example, one in the International Studies Journal after these crises. This showed that pharmaceutical companies filled their pockets and that resources were wasted between these two crises. We need to talk to each other, analyze what was done, what we need to do next time, and to ensure that we're not going to make those same mistakes again. Because we're talking about wasting taxpayers' money. We should never waste taxpayers' money. Now, it's not too late to correct these mistakes that have been made in the past, and that is our duty. After these past two crises, steps were taken. That doesn't mean there weren't mistakes, but there was a noble target, a noble goal to help the population, and we should be doing the same thing now. And now, if we don't look at the issues without partisanship and clearly, we may once again waste precious resources. We need to closely review our economic relationship with the US in order to not repeat the mistakes of the past. What will our relationship with the US do to our supply capacities? Are we true partners or not? And if so, so much the better. We can still improve things. And if not, then why? Is someone being taken advantage of? Is it us? Is it the US? Or is it one or the other, depending on the subject? It is our duty to study the real consequences of this significant partnership. Now, I discussed some crises that have happened in the past, but we also need to discuss what was done right after these moments. The cuts in university research by the Conservative Party, the fact that the Liberals did not reinvest in academic research. It's never fun to be reminded of our mistakes and to have to admit them. I know that, but that is the accountable and lucid thing to do. And the right thing to do is to work hard to not repeat one's mistakes and to correct them. Now, some more questions. The last American administration nearly destroyed our efforts to fight COVID, for example, by its restrictions on 3M equipment. Perhaps we should be negotiating to ensure that that equipment arrives without restrictions. And how much did it cost us to have that decision reversed? As I've said several times, there is a Pfizer factory in Michigan. Why are we not getting the vaccine from there? We have free trade agreements with the US, and they're the ones that dominate the current situation. And we need to find out how we can benefit both partners. We need to do better, both now and for the future. We have plenty of targets. 6 million vaccines by March, 80 million by December. We have plenty of targets, but the methods are not there. We don't have a strict timeline. Everyone is asking for solutions. With a committee, we would be able to study all this and ensure that recovery is properly planned for Quebecers and Canadians, along with our biggest partner. And I hope that the U.S. will be a trustworthy partner. Thank you.
Peace River Westlock. Oh, did I not get it right? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't hear you there at all. So thanks for recognizing me today. It's good morning out here in Alberta. Just wanted to ask my honorable colleague if she's aware of the Line 5 pipeline that goes through Michigan right now and how that will affect Quebec and Ontario, bringing jet fuel and propane to her part of the country. And what does she think the Prime Minister should do to maintain that relationship that we have with the United States? Thank you, Madam Chair.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou. La canalisation 5.
The honourable member. Well, Line 5 is an example of the various methods we could use to tackle the current situation. It seems that this is an important situation. Why does Michigan want to close down Line 5? Perhaps there are already solutions on the table. We need to listen to each other. That's what partnership means.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her comments. They were very insightful, and I enjoyed listening to her intervention. She spoke about an issue that's very, very close to my heart, and that is the vaccine availability around the world. She spoke of our recent news that Canada has accessed the COVAX vaccines. You know, we know that this is aside from being a terrible global economic decision, that there will be increased morbidity of approximately 30% if the vaccine is not rolled out equitably around the world. It is an ethical and moral failure of this government, from my opinion. Could she speak a little bit more about Canada accessing the COVAX vaccine and maybe a little bit about Canada's own diminished ability to create our own vaccine and our diminished ability to respond to future pandemics?
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou. Merci à ma...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my colleague for her important question. Canada shouldn't be on the list of countries receiving the vaccine. It should be on the list of donors. It should be one of the countries that contributes to a better situation here and abroad because we have the knowledge that's necessary. Unfortunately, there has been a decrease in investment over the years, legislation that have had impacts on our companies and our production capacities. We need to turn things around. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable that we are taking the vaccines that were supposed to go to the most vulnerable.
Spanish Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Beauport Limoilou. My question is, why now this motion in this House? There have been issues with the former Donald Trump administration who decided to forbid exports of masks, and he ended up putting tariffs on important industries. Why, in my colleague's opinion, do we now have this conservative motion against the Biden administration's plans, whereas there was not such a motion when it comes to the previous administration? The honorable member for Beauport Limoilou. That's a great question. In fact, this could practically have been a standing committee because we always need to make sure that we have a real partnership with the U.S. That's always important. Why wasn't this motion brought forward under the previous administration? That's a great question. Really good question, but it should be asked of the official opposition. Now, why now? Well, better late than never. Better now than too late. We need to study the issues together and find solutions together. Instead of saying later, well, we should have done this earlier. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak to this motion today. A motion that highlights the importance of the relationship between Canada and the United States, something that I think all Canadians know very well, and particularly Canadians in business know very well, and many workers who either cross the border every day or who work in industries who have goods crossing the border every day. And so, I just want to start with that recognition of the importance of this relationship to the economic well-being of the country and beyond that as well, because those economic ties also create social and political ties that are important to keeping a kind of productive peace and partnership within the North American context. And certainly we saw over the last 4 years just how difficult life can get for Canadians when the administration in the United States is not of a view to respect and support and cultivate that longstanding relationship. We saw a number of problems come up, I think particularly of workers in the softwood lumber industry who, it wasn't a new problem under the U.S. administration, but I think it certainly put its stamp in the way that president was wont to do on the relationship and caused a lot of hardship for Canadian companies and workers here in Canada who really ought to be able to sell their products according to the terms and conditions that so many other goods are sold into the United States. And we continue to look for a resolution to that issue. We've had a number of governments of different stripes now who have turned some attention to that issue and come up short. I think of the Harper government who abandoned successful suits through various trade agreements just on the cusp of victory, I think was the feeling of many people in Canada at the time. And then we saw a whole new comprehensive trade agreement negotiated with the United States in this last parliament, and an equal lack of success when it came to resolving some of the longstanding issues in the softwood lumber trade. So certainly focusing some attention of Parliament on this issue again in an attempt to come up with some real and constructive ways forward that aren't just about the politics of the issue, but are about how we can support Canadian workers in good jobs to be able to continue what they're doing, I think is always welcome. I think about workers in the steel and aluminum industry who, notwithstanding progress towards a trade deal that was supposed to cover these things, nevertheless had their industry seriously upset, a lot of anxiety and damage caused by tariffs that never should have been imposed in the first place, and that were imposed under the most specious of reasons. You know, the claim by the previous administration that Canada was somehow a national security threat was just ridiculous to anybody who knew anything about the issue and didn't have a political agenda in the United States. And so, yes, certainly there are a lot of issues. It's an important relationship. It's something that we absolutely ought to be looking at. I do think, and I take note of the fact that we have a special committee right now on Canada-China. I think it bears mentioning, Madam Speaker, as many people in the House will know, that this has been an extraordinary time for Parliament, that has taxed the resources of Parliament. Folks who have been around for a while and are used to sitting on committees that sometimes will meet after hours or in the evenings will know that hasn't been possible, in part because the House resources are quite extended, providing service to our normal committees, to the House itself, and already to a special committee of the House. And we know that that's not just about bandwidth, but it's also about the very real people who support that work. And in this case, I'm talking especially about our interpreters. We've heard a lot of reports about the rate of entry among interpreters. There's a high vacancy rate now with our normal contingent of interpreters. And there was a story just at the beginning of this year, and we're not far into the year, about how the kind of substitute roster for our interpreters is beginning to see attrition as interpreters are injured. And part of that has to do with the amount of time that they're spending on Zoom. So there are issues about the members using headsets and whatnot, but there are also issues about just the straight up amount of time that they're spending doing their job in this way with equipment that's not meant for it. So I do think that as members get excited about studying important issues, we ought to think a little bit about how we can use the existing time and resources of our standing committees. As the NDP's member of the Standing Committee on International Trade, I'd be very happy to take this up as a study through the normal committee process as well. So all that to say, I think it is important that we study the issue. I think you'll find New Democrats are very open to a discussion about how best to do that. And we recognize that House resources are also come into play, and that parliamentarians have a responsibility to think meaningfully about how we deploy our parliamentary resources to best effect. So as I say, I just want to reiterate again our openness to looking at different ways that we can ensure that we pursue the subject matter of the motion, but do it in a way that makes the most sense given the amount of resources that are available. I would say also when it comes to the motion particularly that it singles out a couple topics for an interim report. And I note that when we had the debate on the special committee for Canada-China relations, the House was not as prescriptive. It didn't single out particular issues. Now, I was saying earlier, and I think debate in the House previous to this will reflect the fact that the Canada-U.S. relationship has many dimensions. Even if you're just looking at the economic relationship, there are a lot of different dimensions, and many of them are important to Canadians who work in all sorts of different kinds of industries. So while I certainly do appreciate the extent to which certain issues have come to the fore politically with the change in administration, I do wonder at the wisdom of being so prescriptive. I think one of the virtues of establishing the study is to have parliamentarians get a handle on what some of those major issues are after the benefit of hearing some testimony from players in that economic relationship, and then giving them the latitude to be able to decide when they think an interim report would be timely and on what issues they think an interim report would be timely. One of the things I failed to mention earlier in my remarks, but that I just want to come to now, Madam Speaker, is, in terms of just the study itself, whether it happens at the standing committee or whether it happens in some special forum, obviously the change in administration. So we saw how things can really take a turn with a more hostile administration in the last parliament. I think we're all looking forward to a more constructive relationship with a new U.S. administration, and that presents certain risks and opportunities. And so it is definitely a great moment to be looking at Canada's relationship with the United States, because there are a lot of opportunities right now. And while there are members who will want to focus on the negative side of some of those opportunities, particularly when it comes to the energy sector, and make hay out of the fact that a U.S. president followed through on an election commitment that also reflects a longstanding policy of his party. The fact of the matter is there are other opportunities opening up, and particularly when it comes to clean energy. The U.S. administration has announced a real desire to focus on the problem of climate change, and for many Canadians, that's a welcome emphasis. And I think a lot of Canadians would like to see their elected representatives giving some serious thought to the kind of economic opportunities that is going to open up. So happy about the hopefully positive environmental consequences of having a U.S. administration that's focused on the problem of climate change, but also to really now ask the question, what kind of economic opportunities does this open up over the next 4 years? And how does Canada position itself in order to take advantage of those economic opportunities to create meaningful employment for Canadians while we tackle the climate crisis here in Canada? Of course, talking about Buy America is very important at this time as well. That's, I think many of us feel that the new U.S. president's emphasis on Buy America, while not new, that's certainly something that America has often touted and has touted across different political lines. This new emphasis on that, I think, is rightly a worry to many Canadians who depend on access to the U.S. market in order to earn their livelihood. New Flyer Industries here in Winnipeg is a bus manufacturer. When we talk about automobiles, they sell the lion's share of their product into the United States. I think in their case, they've structured their business model already, knowing that there's always an emphasis on Buy America within the United States. And so, we're hopeful that their own kind of business planning will insulate them from that. But they're not the only company by far who's going to be affected by this. And so that's also why I think it's important. We want to talk about the opportunities that the new administration presents in terms of clean energy and transitioning away from fossil fuels, and how we ensure Canadians get employed in that. But we also want to talk about the effects of the Buy America policy and the various industries that it's going to impact, and particularly the auto industry, which we know, if there's public procurement for buses in the United States as part of that clean energy program, we want to make sure that Canadian manufacturers, just as one example, are getting access to those opportunities. It's something that we've provided access to American companies to when we talk about Canadian procurement through CUSMA, but one of the glaring omissions of the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement was that Canadian companies don't get reciprocal access to American projects. So definitely that's something that needs to be fixed. What I would say is that I think when we get into Buy America, what we really get into is a discussion. And when we talk about CUSMA and how we were willing to sign on to an agreement as a country anyway, that left that gap, as it were, between our access to American public procurement and their access here in Canada. Part of it is driven by what I would call a blind faith by both Liberals and Conservatives over the last 30 years in this kind of globalized trade agenda. Globalized trade can have advantages, that's for sure, but it's not the be all end all. And I think one of the things that we see here when we look at the United States and Buy America is a country that talks about the benefits of globalized trade when it suits their interests, but doesn't put all their eggs in that basket. They've clearly been willing to defend their own economy and their own vital interests. When we look at vaccine procurement, we see again with the European Union moving to protect its vaccine supply. Well, they produce vaccines in Europe. We don't produce them in Canada. We didn't get on the exempt list for the countries that won't have these new European Union measures apply to them. There are some other countries that didn't, the US, Australia, the UK. What sets them apart from Canada? They have domestic vaccine production, because only in Canada did we have two political parties that are so committed to the global free trade agreement that they didn't do the job when they were in government of having real industrial plans for Canada and asking the question, even in the context of free global trade, how do we ensure that the nuts and bolts are taken of here in Canada? So Canada privatized and sold off a lot of its domestic vaccine production capability. There is some here in the country, but tellingly, Canada has waited in order to be able to access that domestic vaccine production capacity, didn't make the investments early on in the pandemic, and it sounds like we're going to be waiting at least a year in order to be able to begin producing vaccines here at all. That's a result of a kind of blind faith in a globalized trading system that even our trading partners don't have. Madam Speaker, I think of our government and how, instead of thinking about how to have a domestic plan for vaccine manufacture, their first thought was to go to the drug companies themselves and say, how do we pay more? This was reported early this year in the Globe and Mail. How do we pay more for more vaccine doses and for faster access from companies that are manufacturing in Europe? That was their first thought. In fact, it's some of that kind of behavior that may have given rise to the measures that the European Union ultimately took in order to protect their own vaccine manufacturer. That's because we have a government that first thinks of going to big corporations instead of thinking about the duty of government to regulate in the public interest and to make investments here at home. We have an airline industry that's in serious distress. We've had no plan at all for the airline industry from this government. A total laissez-faire approach, let the market decide. And if our airline industry isn't going to make it, it seems to be the position of the government, so be it. I mean, they offered the Canadian wage subsidy. They didn't get upset when some airline companies took that wage subsidy and then laid off a bunch of workers anyway. They don't have a plan for the industry. We're just meeting with people from the airline industry who represent workers in the airline industry. Who are talking about the fact that there's really no plan. This is a strategic sector. So, while we have other countries that we trade with, and the U.S. is among them, who are interested in, liberalizing trade, if you'll permit the phrase, Madam Speaker, they don't do that at the expense of having a plan for key industries that are the backbone of their economy. They don't do that at the expense of being able to manufacture important things like vaccines. Canada has been the sucker for 30 years now when it comes to international trade, because Liberals and Conservatives alike have bought the line, hook, line, and sinker, instead of realizing that our trading partners are talking free trade when it suits their interests, but they actually have a domestic plan for how to deliver good jobs to their people and how to deliver on the public health needs of their population. So absolutely, Madam Speaker, let's talk about all of those things, but let's give the committee the real breadth that it needs in order to be able to decide those priorities as it hears from witnesses. So with all of that in mind, including a willingness to talk about where the study takes place, but also some of the ways that we think that the study might be improved by putting some emphasis on new opportunities presented, not just the risks presented by the new administration in the United States. I would like to propose the following amendment to the motion, Madam Speaker. So I move that the motion be amended. A, in subparagraph 2, by replacing the words softwood lumber exports and related jobs with the words clean energy, softwood lumber exports and related jobs within a context of the global climate crisis. B, in subparagraph 3, by adding after the word policies, the words and their impact on the Canadian economy, including the automobile industry. And C, by deleting paragraphs K and L.
The honourable member has a seconder?
I do, Madam Speaker. I believe it's seconded by the member for Burnaby.
New Westminster Burnaby, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Pardon me for the omission.
We all make that mistake, apparently. It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country if she consents to this amendment being moved. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the honourable member. I do want to thank him for all of his work on the International Trade Committee. And, you know, there are numerous committees which could take on those suggestions for study. This special committee would be very focused. So therefore, I respectfully do not support the motion for the amendment. Thank you.
Since there is no consent, therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I was pleased to hear him refer to our former Harper government, because as a member representing a beef exporting province, and although it was a bit before his time, I'm sure he fondly recollects our successful World Trade Organization challenge against the Obama administration over the issue of country of origin labeling. And I wonder if my colleague believes that the proposed committee would be the ideal spot to consider the remarks just yesterday from the new U.S. Agriculture Secretary, who is the same Agriculture Secretary who imposed the cool ruling against Canada, Buy America, who has said that he is open to again imposing country of origin labeling against countries like Canada.
Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, and thank you very much for that question. I certainly appreciate why Canadian producers would be concerned about that, and I think it does make sense to have their parliament investigate those issues and try and come up with constructive solutions. I would say that I think that is an excellent point, and it's another reason why it makes sense not to constrain the committee to provide interim reports with deadlines on particular issues now, because I think there are issues like that as the committee begins to investigate the entirety of the economic relationship between Canada and the United States, we'll find do become priority items. I mean, we're still within the first 100 days of the administration in the United States. They've said that, you know, although they've acted on some things already, they're going to be acting on many more things in the days to come. And so I think it makes sense to keep the mandate for this committee as open as possible, so that as the administration announces new initiatives like the one the member just announced, that the committee is free to be able to take up those issues as they arise and to issue interim reports as it sees fit.
Have to allow others to ask questions. The honourable member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to, the member made a good point, but there's other exciting opportunities with the new administration. I just want to mention three that I don't know that anyone else will mention or I'll have time to speak today. although I know the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, I'm sure she'd support. But we have management agreements with the United States on porcupine caribou, on polar bears, and on migratory birds. And in particularly, related to the porcupine caribou is protecting the 1002 lands of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge and the calving ground of the porcupine caribou herd, the Canada-U.S. porcupine caribou herd that's so essential for the Gwich'in people. So hopefully the member would think these are also important Canada-U.S. exciting potential positive opportunities for the new Biden administration, who actually did an executive order the first day they came in related to protecting the ANWR. Thank you.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you to the member, and I think it was exactly in that spirit that we proposed our amendment, which was to say let's not just focus on the risks that come with a new administration, because there are always risks with any new administration, but let's also try and talk about some of the positive opportunities that are there. And particularly in respect of the environment, I think this change in administration offers some really great opportunities, whether they're in the energy, whether it's about energy or about other issues. There are things that we need to be thinking about in terms of having an administration that's more environmentally friendly and focused on climate change. And I think it would be good for this committee to ensure that an important part of its work isn't just concentrating on the risks, but also on the opportunities.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for his presentation. He seems to consider quite a bit the health and safety of the interpreters, to his credit. Does he think the best way is to go through a committee that would look at these issues? Or perhaps it's not as important to all Canadians and Quebecers who are asking lots of questions about the pandemic itself. Thank you.
Transcona.
Je pense que les enjeux soulevés par la motion sont.
I think the issues raised by this motion are very important. It's a question of having a conversation about how we can study these issues in the best possible way. So it's just to underscore that we do have different options, and there are consequences, administratively and even human costs, in terms of the decisions we make. And we're open to different solutions, but I think it's important to remember these challenges and the consequences of the decisions that in normal times wouldn't be as negative, but in the current situation, there's a need to work virtually, and this does have additional consequences.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He talked about opportunities, and as a former energy worker, I know that the building trades have indicated that the clean energy industry in the United States is going to quadruple over the next decade. And with the Biden administration, of course, there is a whole host of opportunities for clean energy, Canadian clean energy exports. So I'm a bit perplexed why the Conservatives would shove that aside and not want to hear, want to have the committee investigate that important new export industry for clean energy. I wanted to know the thoughts of my colleague from Elmwood Transcona on what the building trades has said will be an incredible boon to the Canadian economy if we take advantage of it.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Sure. I mean, I think for those members who are interested to look, there's been a number of reports and studies that have emphasized the potential for job creation when we make serious investments in fighting climate change. So sometimes that's in renewable energy construction. So that can be wind turbines, that can be solar farms. But it's not just that. And nobody's saying that it's just that. It's also the massive potential that you can unlock when you get serious about retrofitting our existing buildings that contribute a significant share of our greenhouse gas emissions. So when you get serious about doing residential and commercial retrofits, you're talking about taking all the you're not waiting on some technology of the future. You're talking about using the existing jobs of real tradespeople that are already trained to go and to make our buildings more efficient. Every dollar invested in that is a dollar invested in creating jobs right here at home. Now, how does that work with respect to the United States? I think that's a great question for study. And I think because there will be competing demands for the materials in order to affect all those retrofits if the United States is going that way as well, and Canada should be.
Have to give one more member the opportunity to ask questions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I thank my honourable colleague from Elwood Strathcona. I certainly would have supported the amendments that he put forward. It occurs to me that it's passing strange that the arrival of new President Joe Biden seems to have cast a pall over our parliament, that almost every comment is negative. I totally agree with my friend from the Yukon. Thank heavens Biden signed an executive order to protect the shared porcupine caribou herd and its shared habitat. Why are we not celebrating that there's a president in the White House who actually is concerned about the climate crisis? That we could only have similar resolve from our own government, because the climate crisis threatens our economy and our very survival. Thank you to my honourable colleague for any comment.
For Elmwood Transcona, 10 seconds.
Well, thank you for that question. I think you sum it up by a lack of imagination. I think there's a lot of people in this country that can't fathom the enormous economic potential of making the investments we need to make in fighting climate change. And for those of us who do appreciate that economic potential, it's mind-boggling that we haven't gone further down that road a lot faster, because we can create a lot of jobs.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member for Prince Albert. For some 75 years, since the end of the Second World War, Canada and the United States have shared a strong relationship. As President John F. Kennedy famously said, quote, "Geography has made us neighbors, history has made us friends, economics has made us partners, and necessity has made us allies," end quote. But 75 years after the pivot away from the end of one empire toward a new empire, it is clear that America has changed. The rise of conspiracy theories like QAnon and white supremacism, the rise in extremism and polarizations, the events of January 6th last month are all evidence of that. And
U.S. administrations have also changed. The administration under Donald Trump was unlike any other in the history of modern America. We renegotiated our free trade agreement based on 0.4% of our economic production, as analyzed by the C.D. Howe Institute.
Has made it clear that it's going to continue with many of the policies of the previous administration, policies such as Buy American and increasing protectionism. In short, the Washington consensus that began with the end of the Cold War has evolved into the America First consensus. This trend of America First didn't start with the previous Trump administration. It began well before that. For example, under President Obama, the United States began a policy of withdrawing from global leadership, albeit in a more subtle style. Under President Obama, the United States decided its role in Libya would be, quote, leading from behind, end quote, while encouraging allies to intervene. In 2013, President Obama
pulled back from his threat to strike Syria after it used chemical weapons, an action he said would cross a red line. Both President Obama and President Trump called on Canada to spend much more, double what we currently spend on our military. In fact, I remember sitting in this very House of Commons in June of 2016 when President Obama called on us to double Canada's defense spending, something both sides of the aisle rose vigorously to applaud. So we as Canadians need to be realistic and clear-eyed about these changes to our largest trading partner and ally. While many Canadians breathed a sigh of relief for the inauguration of President Biden and Vice President Harris, we should not fool ourselves and believe that all will return to the way it once was. Even with a new U.S. president who is a decent man with good intentions. The facts are right in front of us. On the very first day of the new Biden administration, they made a decision that damaged our economic recovery and threatens the very unity of this country by canceling Keystone XL, a project that would have created some 15,000 direct and indirect jobs in Canada. They moved quickly to disadvantage Canadian companies and Canadian workers when President Biden signed an executive order mandating a Buy American policy. The co-chair of the president's inauguration, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, is threatening to shut down Line 5, which since 1953 has safely transported oil and gas products to Sarnia, Ontario. This pipeline transports some 300,000 barrels a day of energy products, providing jet fuel for Pearson Airport, gasoline for millions of people who live in the Quebec City-Windsor corridor, and propane for many people living in Ontario. If this pipeline shuts down, it would not only threaten the environment by increasing transport by truck, train, and boat over our Great Lakes, it also threatens to cut off much-needed home propane for heating in Ontario and increase the chance of gasoline and jet fuel shortages in Southern Ontario. There is no doubt that outside of the bilateral issues of trade and investment, the new administration in Canada will find much in common. We as Conservatives are hopeful that Canada and the United States can work together on a joint alliance to counter China's threats and to seek the release of Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spaver. We are also hopeful that both of our countries can work together to engage and strengthen and reform multilateral organizations like the World Health Organization and the World Trade Organization. We are hopeful that Canada and the United States can work together during this pandemic to secure PPE, medical devices, medical supplies, and vaccines. However, arguably the most important element of the bilateral relationship is trade and investment. And on that, it is clear that America has changed, and her actions are threatening Canadian jobs and livelihoods here at home, affecting millions of Canadians. As I mentioned earlier, the previous administration's actions on trade have cut Canadian economic growth by 0.5%. The current administration's actions will no doubt contribute to declining Canadian economic growth and prosperity. Our trade relationship with the United States has always been an asymmetrical one. We have always produced more beef, wheat, corn, cars, steel, and aluminum, and so many other products than we can consume. And so we have always needed to export these products to the United States. The United States is our largest export market, and by a country mile. Our second largest export market, China, is less than 1/20th the size of the U.S. marketplace for Canadians. In fact, 1 out of 5 things we produce in this country is for export to the United States. That's 1 out of 5 jobs, 1 out of $5 in economic output. However, the relationship is not symmetrical. We are not the largest U.S. export market. In fact, we buy the equivalent of less than 2% of America's economic output every year. In other words, they buy about 20% of our economic output, and we buy less than 2% of their economic output. In that context, the onus is on us to get their attention and to defend our interests, to defend our jobs, and to defend Canadian workers. As former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney said, quote, "An open door to the Oval Office opens many other doors for Canada," end quote. We need to understand that America has changed and that we need to change how we approach Canada-US relations and response. Madam Speaker, budgets don't balance themselves, vaccines won't deliver themselves, and our economy won't rebuild itself. The time to plan to secure our future is now. C'est pour cette raison.
And this is why that I support this motion today. It will allow us to create a special committee that will be based on one of the most important pillars of our society, namely the economic relationship between Canada and the United States. At a time when our two countries will have to focus on a return to work and on the recovery of our lifestyle after COVID-19, this committee will obtain answers for Canadians and will fight to ensure our future.
Canadians need to get back to work. We need a plan to create jobs in every sector in every region of this country. We cannot afford another failure to plan. We must begin to plan to reopen and rebuild our economy and to get Canadians back to work. This motion, if adopted, would create a committee that would help provide ideas to the government on how that can be done. We must work together to secure our economic future. We must start now to secure our future post-COVID-19. And that's why I encourage all members of this House to support this motion. Thank you.
The honourable member for West Vancouver's Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I think we all agree that, and we all know that this is our most important international relationship and our biggest trading partner. With the new administration here, it has also, there'll be both challenges and some opportunities. And one of the big commitments of the new Biden administration is on having much stronger action on climate change. And I think this also presupposes some opportunities and challenges for us, as now both the Canada and the U.S. are seeking to achieve net zero in emissions by 2050. But the U.S. administration has also proposed having Carter border adjustment fee on imports. And so my question to the member opposite is, how important do you think it is right now for Canada to take continued and stronger action on climate change, and what type of opportunities could that provide for our country in the U.S. market?
For Wellington, Halton Hills.
Well, thank you to my colleague for the question. I think there are huge opportunities for us to participate in the recovery from the pandemic. And I think in particular, there will be huge opportunities with initiatives both in the private and public sectors with respect to climate change. I think the challenge is that we may very well be shut out of a lot of these opportunities because of the president's executive order concerning Buy American policies. So my hope is that this committee would provide ideas for the government on how to make our case for an exemption to these Buy American policies. The previous government spent a year carving out an exemption to the Buy American policies that have been implemented under the previous Obama administration. That agreement was executed in February of 2009 and allowed us to participate in exports to the United States. So
I have to give other members the opportunity to ask questions. L'honorable député Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I have a long memory. Perhaps it's a flaw, but I don't harbor resentment, but in 2013, with the Obama Buy American Act, there was a company in my riding, Novalis, it was called Novalis at the time, that was moved to New York, an aluminum company. I was on the recovery committee, and we were trying to get answers from the conservative government at the time. And they told us, well, you need to understand that that's what competitiveness means.
n'ont peut-être jamais eu de sensibilité vis-à-vis le secteur de l'aluminium, mais ça s'est concrétisé dans les négociations de l'ACEUM, puisque rapidement, même s'il y avait...
The conservatives took action, even though there was a major issue that didn't protect aluminum. I'd like to ask my colleague, is he aware of the 2013 decision where aluminum processors in the secondary region were told, well, you have to live with it, that's competition?
Merci pour la question. Je pense que...
Thank you for the question. As I said in my speech, our relationship with the U.S. is an asymmetrical one. It's very difficult for Canada in this context. We have a lot more aluminum here in Canada, and we need to work with the Americans to ensure that our Quebec exports are secure in that regard. That's why we need to strike this committee in order to deal with the situation of aluminum exports and other Canadian exports to the U.S.
Very short question from the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for nailing the riding name there in the end. And thanks to the member for Wellington, Halton Hills for the question. Very straightforward. Just looking to hear what kind of advocacy the member would look for from the government and from the special committee with respect to the energy needs of our country, and specifically with respect to Line 5 and its importance in terms of protecting the environment in the area where it operates.
Very short answer from the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Well, thank the member for the question. I think this is an urgent issue, Line 5. I think the government needs to do a better job of securing our energy needs in Canada. I remember a year ago, we were 7 days away from running out of home heating propane for hundreds of thousands of residents in Southern Ontario, and we are at risk of something similar happening with this again as we head toward the May 12th shutdown of the Line 5.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just think this is such a great debate following the fact that we've just finished the CUSMA deal. And there's lots of things that we could learn in regards to our negotiations and our handling all through that process. You know, I think back to the times when we first heard from the Trump administration that they wanted to renegotiate NAFTA, and the fear that was in the Liberals' eyes and eyes of Canadian businesses and everybody else. And I remember the first few times we went down to the U.S. and we talked to people in the Congress and the Senate about the relationship with Canada, and how we talked about how important Canadian businesses were in each of their districts. We talked about things that were important to the U.S. and how Canada impacts on those things. And I also remember, you know, after having those meetings, sitting down with the member from Melpec or former member Mark Eiking or the members of the trade committee saying, you know, this is such a relationship that we take for granted. It just happens. You know, roughly $2 billion a day crosses that border. During normal times, 300,000 people cross that border every day. And it just happens. And it's so simple. And when you see a threat, you start to realize, have we done the right things to nurture that relationship? Have we always been involved, working closely with our American friends the way we should be, making sure we understand each other's understand the importance we are to each other? And that's what I've seen when we went down to Washington during the CUSMA negotiations. We'd have a gaffe from the Prime Minister. He'd make a comment. It would blow up in the media. We'd go down there and we'd talk to members of the Republican Party and Democratic Party and set the record straight and keep reminding them over and over again about what we do together and how we're better together than we are apart. And that was also one of the frustrations of the CUSMA agreement. It was an agreement of not looking at where we could have gained strengths from all three different countries. It was an agreement that looked to protect what we had or what we could get from each other, which goes against the spirit of North America and the original NAFTA agreement. And that's why I think this committee could be really good. I think it has some opportunities to identify a lot of things that will work good for Canada, Canadian workers, and take advantage of the strengths that the U.S. has, and also work well and good for the U.S. Look for those synergies. There's things that we can do together in a variety of ways, and not only in trade, but in foreign affairs, in military affairs, that would make us stronger together. And I think Canada has a lot to contribute to that relationship. And I'll use a few examples. Let's talk about regulations. We've always talked about we should have the same regulations. And I always find it interesting when we travel to the U.S., we'll find something that's safe to eat in the U.S., but we come back to Canada and, we can't eat it here. And I'll use the agriculture sector. We look at things like Ivermectin at one time, you couldn't get it in Canada, or it was really hard to get in Canada, yet you could go across to Montana and get it. So there was farmers that would actually hop in the van together, go down and buy their Ivermectin, come back. And you looked and say, well, that doesn't make sense. Like, why wouldn't that regulation be harmonized so it'd be consistent, whether it's in Montana or Saskatchewan, where basically that beef's moving across the border all the time? Why would we have different rules and regulations? I think you could really use this community to identify some of those things that are becoming barriers that make us non-competitive in the world market. I think you could use this committee to look at solutions for things that make us uncompetitive and actually remove those barriers while maintaining the safety of American and Canadian citizens, and actually setting the stage or the standard around the world, because we'd be such a dominant player in so many areas. And I think this is really important as we look at new technologies and clean technologies, which some of the other members have talked about today. When you think about clean technologies, as these new regulations are being developed, why wouldn't we do it in conjunction with the U.S.? Why wouldn't we do it in conjunction with them and use their strengths and our strengths together so that it forces the rest of the world to actually follow those regulations? It gives us a competitive advantage. It's the right way to do things. We know that we do it here at home in conjunction with the U.S., that it'll be done properly and safely, and the end user and consumer will be front and foremost. We have those skill sets. We just have to have the desire to work together to accomplish that. We've seen things on Buy America that have surfaced. We've seen the cancellation of Keystone. These are disturbing things, and it just reiterates the fact that we need to be down there constantly talking to our American colleagues and explaining to them how it's important to us and how it impacts us. And I know we were very successful, I think, in the CUSMA agreement, like I said before, on talking about the importance of that relationship and putting it in perspective of what it meant to the member in that district and what it meant to the Canadian economy here. And I sometimes wonder, in Canada, we need to do the same thing. If we need to start going across our provinces and start talking about how important it is to buy a truck from Ontario, and how important it is to get propane out of Alberta, and how important it is to get lobster out of Nova Scotia, and how important it is to get softwood lumber out of BC, and what it means to all of us to have access to all those great things that we make here in Canada, and show some pride in our country and brag about that. Sometimes I think we're so focused on doing everything outside of Canada that we forget and take for granted all the wonderful things that we have within our country. And I think there's some work that needs to be done there. And I think outside of this committee, that would be something else that our governments should get our heads together and move forward on. But back to this committee, with Buy America, we did secure a situation where we had preferential access into that market. We did that. We had some problems at the state level and municipal level. But since 2009, we've had 36 states, I believe it is the number right now, that have signed on to the WTO. Basically, that would remove that problem. Now, I look at the history of our prime minister, and I look at the history of his relationship with the new president, and I think that would be easier to do now than it would be under former Prime Minister Harper and Obama. While I think they worked very well together, we're not necessarily best of friends. But they looked at it from both countries' perspective and seen the advantage for both countries in doing that, and they managed to get it done. Now, it was tougher at the state level and the municipal level, and I think we still need more work that needs to be done there. But that work has to happen, and that has to happen through our trade commissioners. It has to happen through a variety of people that we have right across the U.S. that are promoting Canadian goods. And I trust that is happening today, because unfortunately, I can't travel to the U.S. Unfortunately, the member from Alpec can't travel to the U.S. Unfortunately, the Canada-U.S. Friendship Group can't do the things it was doing in the background under CUSMA as effectively as we could back then. So, Madam Speaker, you can see why this committee could be constructed. I look at it and I see so many ways this committee can focus on things that a trade committee or a natural resources committee just can't. We can actually give this the time it requires. We can give this relationship the effort it deserves, considering the importance it is to everybody in North America. And Madam Speaker, I would not be surprised that if we go down this path that our Americans look at and say, you know what, a great idea. You know, this is our big trading partner. This is North America. Why don't we do the same thing? Why don't we have that special committee? And you can start to see that growth and that understanding and talking back and forth. And the benefit to North America for both Canada and the U.S. would definitely be the result of it. So, Madam Speaker, there's many more things you could talk about in regards to this. But I think when I look at this committee, I just see opportunity. And I hope that's how all parties address this committee. Yeah, there's problems. There's obstacles. It's no different than a family relationship between brothers and sisters. You know, there's times when there's tough times. And I know the U.S. relationship can be compared sometimes as a family or sometimes an elephant and a mouse. You know what? Those are all true things. But it is something that has to be worked on and nurtured. And this committee can do that. This committee can have the ability and the wisdom to look at things in a different perspective and give it the time to talk to experts right across Canada and the U.S. on what's the best way to proceed. Case in point in Buy America, why wouldn't we bring in some Canadian people, our former ambassador, for example, Mr. McNaughton, who was down there during the tumultuous times of CUSMA, and listen to their wisdom and formulate a good policy moving forward? Why wouldn't we bring in former members like Rona Ambrose, even maybe former Stephen Harper or Ralph Goodale? I really, you know, the sky's the limit as far as the type of people you can bring into a committee like this and seek really good advice. And when you have good advice, you make good decisions that are, in my view, the benefit to all Canadians. You know, we talk a little bit about vaccinations here. You know, this should have been something we should have been talking about, 5-6 years ago when we first had SARS. About, in North America, if we were to see an outbreak, a pandemic, how would we operate? How would we function? Do we have PPEs in North America? Oh, we make this much in Canada, this much in the U.S. Yes, we're covered. Those types of things should have been talked about strategically. When we talk about border infrastructure, whether it's the Gordie Howe Bridge or things like that, those are strategic investments that we should be making and talking with our American cousins, our brothers and sisters, however you want to call them, about what that should be and how that should look like. When we look at competitiveness into Asia, we should be talking about that. When we look at the China influence in South America or China influence in Latin America or into Africa, we should be talking about that and what that means to us. When we talk about rare earth elements and mining and natural resources, those are the types of things we should be discussing amongst ourselves. And are we going to allow them to be purchased by other Chinese companies? Are we going to allow them to be foreignly owned? Are we going to allow them to leave our continent? Do we have the requirements we need for moving forward? Again, those are the things that we can do together as a committee and discuss and have a good policy that represents Canadians the best way. So, Madam Speaker, you can see I'm very excited about this committee because I see lots of positives. I see lots of things that can benefit all of Canada and North America and the U.S. all together. It actually will do something that...
To go for questions. The honourable member for Davenport.
You can see I'm so excited.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't expect to be able to ask a question, but I'm glad I do so. I want to thank the honourable member for, I think, a very thoughtful discussion about the motions that's before the House right now. My question is the following. I think that we will be changed. We will be very changed as we start coming out of this pandemic. And I wanted to sort of get his thoughts about what he might see as opportunities that might actually be coming out of this for both of our countries to better work together, because we will have been changed as a result of this pandemic. So would love to hear his thoughts on that.
Well,
the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Madam Speaker, I think that's a great question. And actually, there will be lots of changes. That's one thing we've been doing previously in the Trade Committee was we're talking to people all summer about post-COVID. What does that look like? What are the new alliances that are being formed? What are going to be reactions of other countries as they try to get their economy back and going? Will it be doing non-trade tariff barriers? Those types of things. I think this is where we need each other even more. I think this is where it's the importance to draw on each other's wisdom and strengths accordingly becomes more and more important. But I think it's up to us to identify the strengths that we bring to the table and the strengths that they bring to the table. And that's where this committee could really help do that.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say to my colleague that the Bloc Québécois agrees with the motion and will vote for it. but we would also like to add that the committee should study the effect of the anti-climate change struggle on the energy sector and look at the environmental and climate aspects in its analysis of the trade relationship between Canada, Quebec, and the United States. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that aspect of the study that the Bloc is suggesting.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
I'm not 100% sure how to comment on the Bloc's suggestion, other than I think of the great recommendations that came out of CUSMA or post-CUSMA as we did the analysis of the trade deal. And one of the things that came out of the member from Chicoutimi-Laforge was green aluminum. Aluminum that was made in Quebec, that was green, environmentally friendly, and had such a better impact on the environment than any other aluminum in the world, and how that should be given preferential treatment. It's ideas like that that can come into this committee that can help with the environment, because we've got lots of technologies, whether it's carbon capture here in Saskatchewan, whether you look at the oil and gas sector in Alberta and what they've done compared to other countries around the world. We could share that information with the U.S. and we can actually show them how we're being responsible and taking the environment seriously. And I wish some of our colleagues across Canada would understand that as well.
Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to my colleague actually stems in part by the poster behind him, and a tribute obviously to our former Prime Minister, John Diefenbaker, who I know, of course, was elected in this member's part of the country. While, of course, I would disagree with a number of positions that Diefenbaker took, many of us know that he was a Prime Minister that did prioritize Canadian jobs, and that's something that we've lost sight of. We know that the kind of approach to free trade that we've seen in recent years has seen the loss of good, unionized, family, community sustaining jobs in our communities. So yes, today we are talking about a committee, but does this member not agree that we as Canadians need an approach to trade that has as its priority the well-being of Canadian workers?
Member for Prince Albert.
Well, I think, Madam Speaker, when you look at the previous trade agreements and how they've evolved, when they were originally done, that's exactly what they were doing, is they were looking at the best macro situation for the country of Canada as a whole. And that always involves some economic transfers. Where we failed is when we've seen those economic transfers happen, when we've seen people left out, we didn't do anything to address that. And that was the big issue, I think, that came into the U.S. election when Donald Trump got elected in the Midwest and the Rust Belt states, is they were left out, and there was nothing there to assist them. That's the difference between new trade deals, and that's the difference between CUSMA. We actually addressed it through the conservative side, saying, okay, let's address aluminum, let's address softwood lumber, let's talk about the people who are left out. We identified them for this government, and now this government should take steps to help those people out. It doesn't do it, though, and that's the unfortunate part. We have to have a whole encompassing aspect to trade. And when you realize that certain sectors are being left out or disadvantaged, we have to figure out how to help those people. And that's one thing maybe we've learned over the last 5 years that's different than before.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to address the Chamber today on a very important issue. There's no doubt about that. I was trying to think in terms of what it is that the Conservatives might have, the first opposition day of the new year. It wouldn't have been my first choice. It might have been my second choice, but not my first choice. I still think that the biggest concern that Canadians have today is, in fact, the pandemic, the coronavirus, and they want to hear in terms of what it is, the government and what parliamentarians in general have to say about the coronavirus. But I can appreciate, we have a very solid plan with commitments that is going to provide assurances and provide hope for Canadians. And there's nothing wrong with having a different type of debate. As I say, it is an important debate today. So it's with pleasure that I add a few thoughts on the important bilateral relationship that we have with the United States. Let there be no doubt, it is the most important relationship, and it's been suggested in the past and is today one of the most important issues that any prime minister has, is to ensure that that relationship between the United States and Canada is healthy and moving forward. It's in our best interest that there is a good relationship. You know, I heard of some of the numbers earlier. I believe it was over $2 billion a day in cross-border trade. That is very, very impressive. No other country comes even close to that, Madam Speaker. You know, I think that if you take a look at the last 5 years, you know, we've had now a prime minister that has had 3 presidents. We had President Obama, and it was quite the treat. I remember when we had President Obama come to visit the House of Commons, actually spoke on the floor of the chamber, Madam Speaker, as you will recall. We've had a President Trump, and now we have President Biden. And I thought it was really interesting. You know, we've heard it. The Minister of Global Affairs made reference to it in his opening remarks, that the first international foreign leader that the current president of the United States talked to was, in fact, our prime minister. Or you could talk about the vice president, and the very first connection that she made internationally was here again in Canada. It underlines the importance. It recognizes that both, whether it's our current prime minister or administrations south of the border, the U.S., recognize just how special and unique this bilateral relationship is. Now, I listened to members talk a great deal about the issue of trade. And one of the things I thought I would talk about, because in the past, often when I talk about trade, I'll talk about Manitoba's pork industry, because I'm very proud of our pork industry. And I think it's very easy to explain it so that people will understand the benefits. Let me focus on another industry in Manitoba. It's our bus industry. And if you were to look it up as I just did, Madam Speaker, because I wanted to be able to cite New Flyer Industries. And you go to Wikipedia, and I think it summarizes it quite nicely.
The Honourable Member, we have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague, I'm sure he was just too excited to get talking about this topic. I think that he forgot to mention that he wanted to share his time with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. Just maybe give him an opportunity to clarify.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I prefer that he speaks the whole 20 minutes.
Would the Honourable Member have something to say on that?
Madam Speaker, I thought I did, but just in case I did not, I would love to share with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge, and maybe we could each have 20 minutes. No. But, Madam Speaker, let me continue on with my remarks. When we think of New Flyer Industries, it embodies what I believe, why it's so very important that people recognize the value of that relationship. New Flyer Industry is a manufacturer of transit buses and motor coaches based in Winnipeg. The company is the largest bus manufacturer in North America, with a 43% market share of all heavy-duty transit buses and a 45% market share of all motor coaches produced in 2018. The company employs 9,300 people across 50 facilities in the United States and Canada. Now, remember, it starts off by saying that the home base is in Winnipeg. We manufacture world-class buses second to no other. Now, I suspect you could go to every province, whether it's Quebec, Ontario, BC, Nova Scotia, up north in our territories. You will find that there is direct links to trade with the United States. As I said, $2 billion a day in cross-border trade. And a lot of that trade isn't just, here is a widget that goes up for sale. Our economies are melted together in many ways. Melted by saying that something that is manufactured in the United States might come to Canada, or vice versa, as a part, which ultimately then turns into a final product. And a good example of that is our automobile industry. Think in terms of how well our automotive industry is interconnected with the United States. steel going back and forth, parts going back and forth, final products coming off different assembly lines. These are things that are absolutes. We need this. And the government of Canada has recognized that right from the get-go. When the Prime Minister was elected Prime Minister 2015, it wasn't that much longer when we actually, as I say, had President Obama speaking to us on the floor of the House of Commons here in Canada. To that reference to our current president. We don't need to be lectured in any fashion, as I hope that we're not being lectured, because I believe that all parliamentarians have an understanding of that important relationship. You know, the CUSMA deal is something in which all of us should take some pride in. Canada has an incredible group of individuals that have been there to negotiate the agreements, those very important international agreements. Think about in the last 5 years how many countries we have signed off on in terms of trade agreements. We're talking about dozens of countries. There is not one prime minister that has actually signed off on more trade agreements than the current prime minister. And that includes, Madam Speaker, the United States and Mexico, our most important trading allies. So when we think in terms of the importance of trade agreements, we have recognized it right from the beginning. We understand and appreciate the true value of it, and we recognize why it is so important that we continue to have those professionals that are out there negotiating on our behalf, working with our different ministries. And it is important that we recognize the efforts that they put in for all Canadians, because we all benefit by it. One of the ways in which we build Canada's middle class is we get those strong jobs. And those jobs, in good part, are being created by international trade agreements. And I was very proud of the fact that we had ministers in the government and other members contributing to ultimately getting that CUSMA deal. You know, we have a parliamentary friendship group, which is fairly proactive. I only wish we would be able to be as equally proactive with our Philippine friendship group in terms of the number of connections and the amount of travel that occurred between the U.S. and Canada with the Canada-USA friendship group. There is such a strong relationship between our two nations. And I do believe that it is those personal contacts that often assist in negotiations. You know, and for many of those American states, and I think the Minister of Global Affairs said the number of 30, just above 30, might have been 32, that Canada is their number one trading. They are very much in need of Canadian consumers. Equally, we need to be able to have those American consumers consume our products. It's of mutual benefit, Madam Speaker. And I think that we can show the world, you know, we should be very proud of our democracy, proud of the fact that we're in America and the wonderful things that our democracy and our sense of capitalism can actually accomplish.
On those words, we'll open up for questions from other members. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap. Oh, he lowered his hand. Okay. Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliament Secretary for showing some passion. I did have the opportunity to tour flyer buses in Winnipeg, and what a great organization. But they've always had little problems dealing with the U.S., whether it's Buy America and American content rules. And this is where an example of this committee could actually deal with some of those problems and progressively or aggressively see solutions. So listening to his speech, it sounds like they're going to support this deal. What other things does he think this committee could do that would be positive for Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad that the member went out to visit New Flyers. You know, when the Prime Minister was leader of the third party, he came out to Winnipeg, asked in terms of some of the things he could do, and I said, let's go to New Flyer. And he too had the opportunity to go to New Flyer. So our Prime Minister has a good sense of the importance of that industry, in particular for my home city of Winnipeg. Having said that, I do think that we can look at the committee and hopefully depoliticize it to the degree in which it's not as partisan. It's not being used as a partisan tool to take nothing but shots at the government. I think the friendship group demonstrated very clearly how it is that it can reach out and contribute very positively. Obviously, there's going to be politics. There's going to be a certain element of politics. But I think in regards to this particular committee, it would be nice. And the member that posed the question, I know understands the importance of working party with party.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, approximately at the same time, the parliamentary secretary was talking about C18. He said the Bloc MPs complain all the time, we don't have this, we don't have that, in trade agreements, and they have to understand one thing. To reach an agreement, you have to compromise. Well, when I look at the relationship that we have with the United States, there are constant compromises, and who makes them? Well, Quebec Supply Management, aluminum, no protections. Who made that compromise? Quebec had to fight tooth and nail to get something. Forestry. The chief negotiator went to Natural Resources Committee to say the forestry industry, unfortunately, was not a priority. Aerospace, we never hear any talk about it. So when I hear the parliamentary secretary say to us, we have to be part of Team Canada, well, I think that often in Team Canada, the only person paying for the compromise is Quebec.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that whether it's when you talk about the aerospace industry, or the supply management industry, I have spoken on numerous occasions on both of those, as I know many of my colleagues have. We understand the importance of supply management. We have consistently made sure that we protect it. In fact, it was a Liberal administration that first brought in supply management. We are there to protect our industries. But the difference between us and the Bloc is that we recognize that when you sit down at a free trade or a trade agreement table, you have to be able to negotiate. You can't just say, no, 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 no. Everything has to be one way. You cannot. That's not realistic. I want and I will always fight for supply management. I will always fight for Canada's aerospace industry, whether it's in Quebec or in Manitoba. These are industries that are important to our country, and we will fight for them.
The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague. When we talk about a trade agreement sometimes, or trade, often sometimes it's trading partners, but sometimes it's also competitors. I'd like to talk about a sector that has been neglected by the government. It's aeronautics. There is a national aeronautics strategy elsewhere, but Canada doesn't. They support good jobs in aeronautics and aerospace industry in the U.S. We don't. They sign agreements that guaranteed the parts. We don't do that. When will the Liberal government support the tens of thousands of good jobs in the aeronautics sector in Canada, particularly in Quebec, with a real strategy for the aeronautics sector?
Secretary, 20 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member is factually incorrect. to try to imply to Canadians that this government does not or has not been supporting the aerospace industry is just wrong. We have pumped in tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of direct support going into the aerospace industry. And whether it's in British Columbia, Manitoba, or the province of Quebec and Ontario, this government has been there for our aerospace industry. We recognize the value.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and bonjour à tous.
Good day, everyone.
It's very, it's a pleasure to rise and speak on this opposition day, on this opposition motion from the member from Colonial Lake Country. I would wish to say thank you for bringing this forward. Trading in our relationship with the United States for me is a very important for my riding and my constituents. It's very important. It's very important. We are, yes, a trading nation. Canada is, and we have benefited greatly from our linkages both north-south and also with other continents, be it with CETA and the CPTPP. But in particular, our relationship with the United States is it's so important for myself. I have had the privilege of working in the global financial markets, both here in Canada, but also in New York City for several years. I have many relatives, as so many Canadians do, that live and have been in the United States for many years. And also to the fact that my riding, there are literally thousands of trade-dependent jobs here in the city of Vaughan, in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. The distribution facilities for Home Depot is located in my riding. The distribution facility for all of Eastern Canada, for Home Depot, for Costco is in my riding. The UPS distribution facility is here in the city of Vaughan. The Costco distribution facility, as I alluded to, the FedEx distribution logistics hub, the busiest intermodal facility for CP, Canadian Pacific, which is called their Chicago-Toronto line, their intermodal facility, is in the heart of my riding. The CN's McMillan Yard, the largest yard that the CN has in the country, is located here in the city of Vaughan. We are not only a trade-dependent country, my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge is a trade-dependent entity in terms of economics, in terms of creating good middle-class jobs. So, Madame la Présidente, I'm going to begin my formal remarks now, and let me just switch to the French translation and pull this up. Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This motion addresses a number of important issues, and I'm pleased to speak about them today. In the time that I have at my disposal, I would like to focus on two aspects of the motion: the importance of the Line 5 pipeline and energy trade between Canada and the United States. With regard to Line 5, our government has been extremely clear. It benefits from our unequivocal support. We are using all tools at our disposal to move this project forward. Line 5 is essential to the energy security of Canada and of North America as a whole. Our government takes this issue extremely seriously, and any suggestion to the contrary from the opposition is not only misleading, it is irresponsible and is a political game that this side of the House is not interested in playing. The importance of Line 5 is unequivocal and goes beyond petty politics. Line 5 supports thousands of jobs in Ontario, Quebec, and Western Canada. It's essential to ensure heating and electricity for thousands of Canadians. It represents a major source of fuel for farmers and industries, as well as for Pearson Airport, which is the busiest airport in Canada.
Running from Wisconsin through Michigan, across the Straits of the Mackinac to the Lower Peninsula, Line 5 supplies Michigan and Ohio refineries with oil and natural gas liquids from Alberta and Saskatchewan before entering Ontario at Sarnia. From there, it is refined into gasoline, diesel, home heating oil, aviation fuel, and propane, supplying southern Ontario and Quebec. What's more, Line 5 provides a safer way to transport oil than rail or road. It has operated safely for over 65 years, Madame la Présidente.
Enbridge is now proposing digging a tunnel to replace the two pipelines along the Mackinac Strait riverbed.
Enbridge is committed to making a safe line even safer through their tunnel project. They are committed to encasing the line in reinforced concrete to reduce the risk of an anchor strike and to enhance its safety. And Michigan, just a couple of days, yes, provided permits for this project. Le Département de
Michigan's Environment, Great Lakes and Energy Department approved this proposal on January 29th, just a few days ago. This follows a 9-month in-depth examination and review. This review included the participation of the State Historic Preservation Office, as well as a report from a specialized independent civil engineering company with expertise in complex tunnel projects. The conclusion that there would be a minimal impact on the quality of water in the Great Lakes and no incidents on protected public utilities in water resources in Michigan.
Let me quote what the director of EGLE's Water Resources Division had to say. Ms. Teresa Seidel said, and I quote, "During our review of this proposed project, our top priority has been protecting the Straits of the Mackinac and the surrounding wetlands, aquatic life, and other natural and cultural resources from adverse environmental impacts," end quote. So what would this impact be? According to EGLE, this project would result in minimal impact to wetlands. In fact, it would only affect an area roughly 1/10 the size of a football field. As a result, EGLE concluded that the proposed tunnel beneath the lakebed could be built in compliance with the state environmental laws. Permettez-moi de
And allow me to emphasize this, Madam Speaker, that the State of Michigan environmental agencies has declared the project to be completely safe. Enbridge does not agree, and that is not Canada's view. That's the conclusion of the Michigan Environmental Enforcement Agency, and that's the argument that our government has raised with U.S. officials. That is the answer to those who want to stop this project.
Madame la Présidente, what we've heard this week from the Leader of Opposition and others on the other side of this House is that we aren't doing anything. Nothing could be further from the truth. The government of Canada has supported Enbridge in this dispute for 3 years at both the diplomatic and political levels, and we will continue to do so. Ambassador Hillman is making the case. Consul General Comartin in Detroit is making the case. The Prime Minister raised the issue of North American energy security with Vice President Harris, and the Minister of Natural Resources will press this case with former Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm as soon as she's confirmed as the new U.S. Energy Secretary. I'll say it again, Madame la Présidente. This line is vital to Canada and to the United States. We will always defend it and protect Canada's energy and industrial infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, now allow me to turn to the broader context of the Canada-U.S. energy relationship. A relationship worth more than $100 billion in cross-border trade. In total, just over 70 pipelines and more than 30 transmission lines already cross the U.S.-Canada border, linking our energy sectors like no other country. And as a result, Canada accounts for about half of all the crude oil that the U.S. imports every year. Alberta alone sends more than 3 million barrels a day south of the border. In the Midwest and the Rocky Mountain regions of the U.S., Canadian crude accounts for about 70% of all the materials used in local refineries, raw materials, and in Michigan, half of the state's homes are heated with propane from Canada.
Other energy sources of Canada, Madame la Présidente. Canadian electricity powers close to 7 million American homes, and Canadian uranium generates 6% of America's electricity, enough to power 1 in every 17 American homes. All of this energy integration benefits both countries by strengthening our energy security, lowering energy and capital costs, and enhancing reliability of supply. It also creates good middle-class jobs on both sides of the border, including at the thousands of American companies that supply technology, machinery, and other services to Canada's energy industry. And let's be clear, any shutdown of Line 5 would have a significant economic impacts, not just in Ontario, Quebec, but in Michigan and neighboring states. 4 years ago in Houston.
And we have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my member colleague there from the East, I'm not surprised that Line 5, you are fighting for it, and you definitely will not shut it down because the economy depends on that. I'm just concerned about the fact that you weren't fighting as hard for Keystone XL or any of the other pipelines. But really my concern or my question comes to you is that why do we have to keep bringing up these committees to start dealing with international partners? And that's my concern, is how do you view that as a parliamentarian? We always have to keep coming back saying that the Liberal Party is not supporting the Canadian people.
Just a reminder to the Honourable Member that he speaks through the Speaker and I have no opinions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and thank you to the member from Yellowhead for that question. In my capacity as Vice Chair of the Canada Interparliamentary Association, in my capacity as a Member of Parliament, I know our government and I know all parliamentarians day in, day out want a stronger, more robust relationship with the United States. We want jobs to be created, and our government has been at the forefront in strengthening and improving our trading relationships, not only with our southern neighbor, but with all countries in the world. We know that trade-dependent jobs tend to pay more than the average, tend to provide greater benefits, and I'll always be at the forefront fighting for that. Yes, I was disappointed personally when Keystone XL was not, when the permit was revoked, absolutely, but we have many pipelines crossing our borders. We are supportive of Line 3, Line 5. We approved the Nova Gas transmission line, I believe, in the province of Alberta. Our government supports Canadian workers and will always help the middle class and those working hard to join the middle class. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Throughout this pandemic, the NDP have been fighting for protections for workers. And we feel a little bit that the Liberals have been incredibly opaque on this. You know, for example, in April, former Finance Minister Morneau stated in a press conference that no workers would be asked to return to unsafe work environments. The new Finance Minister Freeland has stated the same in May. I myself wrote to Minister Qualtrough requesting written confirmation on worker protections. And the new President of the United States has implemented these protections for
The Honourable Member not to use names of current members of the House.
I am very bad at that. I do apologize, ma'am. What I'm wondering, though, is if the new president can put in protections for workers who have quit an unsafe workplace during COVID-19 and they can still claim benefits, why won't this Liberal government make the right to refuse unsafe work a real right with real protections during this pandemic? If the member could speak to that, please.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Secretary.
Sorry. I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for that very important question. It is always our imperative to improve the working conditions of all Canadians. If you look at the pay equity legislation that we introduced, if you look at the changes in the Labour Code that the Minister of Labour has brought in, those are all very concrete measures. If you look at the 3 recovery benefits that we brought in, including the sick leave portion for 2 weeks, if you look at the caregiving benefit, if you look at the recovery benefit, we are there helping and ensuring Canadians go to work in safe conditions, free from harassment, and ensuring that if there is any impact of COVID, that they can spend the time at home and be safe from that environment. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and doing an excellent job.
The Honourable Member doesn't have your headset or your microphone down.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to bring up another point. We have lots of arrangements with the United States, has been said earlier, and I just want to bring another one that no one else will probably bring up, and that is the Alaska Highway goes from British Columbia through Yukon to Alaska, the only way the Americans can get to Alaska. So for decades, they funded the Shakwack project to rebuild that highway, which we take care of. But it's run out of money. So I hope the member and all members in the House would support me in trying to get the United States to refund the Shakwack project and their rebuilding of the Alaska Highway, which is important for Canadian tourists and is falling apart in some spots. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
20-second answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, my dear colleague from the Yukon. You've actually touched a soft spot. I grew up in northern British Columbia in Prince Rupert, the southern terminus of the Alaska ferry system, and the Alaska Highway just comes up north. And I'm very, very familiar with that area of the world. It is the most beautiful part, one of the most beautiful parts in North America. I'll be fully supportive of any initiatives my dear colleague and friend would like to take on that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity very much to speak to a very important motion. First off, I would like to split my time with the honourable member from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Before I start, Madam Speaker, I'm going to start with a story, and the reason I'm starting with a story is this is possibility thinking. This is possibility thinking 101, and what can be done when we bring all parties together. So, for about a month and a half right before Christmas, our office worked tirelessly for a couple that was separated. The gentleman was in Michigan, the woman lived here in my riding, and we worked very well with the minister's office, with the land border controls on both sides. And the end of the story goes like this. On Christmas Eve, our office was still working very diligently on this. And I actually spoke to a member of the minister's office. He himself was working on Christmas Eve as well. Madam Speaker, on Christmas Day at 2:37 in the afternoon, we received a text that the woman and man were united. Why do I bring that up? Because we are facing, quite frankly, to be so bold to say, World War III. And what got those people united and together, Madam Speaker, was the efforts of all. And I believe that this is absolutely vital that we keep that in the forefront and look at the possibilities as opposed to the negatives. And so to go on to my speech, Madam Speaker, as always, it is an honor to speak to the very importance of this motion to create a special committee to study the economic impact of the Canada-U.S. relations. My riding of Essex neighbors the busiest international border in North America. Thus, I am well aware of the importance of getting this right. In fact, a new international bridge is currently being built to support this infrastructure. As previously had the honor of being the Deputy Shadow Minister for Canada-U.S. relations, I understand the importance of being a strong partner in working with our close ally, friend, and neighbor, the United States of America. Further, as a former committee member of the International Trade Committee, and having been part of the passing of the CUSMA agreement, today's motion to create a committee is vital. Speaker, solid relationships only work when there is a strong communication and open, honest dialogue. So much is at stake, Speaker, and now more than ever is when we need to work shoulder to shoulder with our neighbor and get this right. Speaker, so much of what this House has been speaking about and will continue to speak about, studying in committee and looking to find solutions, can be tied directly back to Canada-U.S. relations. Vaccines, Line 5, XL Keystone Pipeline, steel and aluminum tariffs, softwood lumber agreements or lack thereof, and the list goes on. This committee will provide for a win-win for both countries. This is not a one side takes all. However, Madam Speaker, this committee will create a foundation, a plan for recovery for all Canadians in each province and territory from coast to coast to coast. The work of this committee will be an opportunity to not only save jobs, but also create jobs, good paying union jobs that sustain our economy and put food on the table of Canadian families. It has been stated, again, that we are in World War III. And although we can't physically see our enemy called COVID-19, we are nonetheless at war. Now is the time to work closely with our closest ally on every front. Having worked in the United States myself for a number of years, and having been part of an international company, I witnessed how integrated our economies are. Both economies rely heavily on each other. The automotive sector and the supply chains that go along with it are a solid example of this. However, Speaker, COVID-19 has brought many obstacles to this. One example would be our local mold makers. I've spoke with them on numerous occasions. And the issue that they're having now is that they're losing contracts to the United States. And the reason is because of COVID-19, they can't get their inspectors on their shop floors to see their product. These types of discussions at committee, we can find solutions for. But to lose contracts, millions and millions and millions of dollars for Canadians is not acceptable. We need to study this. My riding of Essex has been called a microcosm of not only Canada, but North America. Basically, if you can find it in Essex, you can probably find it in Canada. And just like our relationship with the United States is unique on the world stage, so too are our economies uniquely aligned. Essex, like Canada and the United States, has so much to offer. But bringing these opportunities are only possible when all parties work together. Canada can't afford to be a junior partner at the table. We have an economy dictated and have our economy dictated by the stroke of a pen. We can no longer sit idle without a solid, well-executed plan and be blindsided at the 11th hour once again. Creating this committee with members from all parties, collectively working for the common goal, a strong economy, secure jobs, a plan for recovery, and a strong Canada is what is needed most today. Studying the impacts of COVID-19 will give Canada the tools it needs to have a solid negotiations with our U.S. counterparts. We can no longer afford to do nothing. Madam Speaker, budgets don't balance themselves, vaccines won't deliver themselves, and our economy won't rebuild itself. The time to plan to secure our future is now. Has been stated on a number of occasions, $1.5 billion per day of trade between these two fantastic countries. What's possible? How much higher could that be? How much more stake could Canada have in the game? At a time when our countries need to be focused on getting people back to work and restoring our ways of life post-COVID-19, this committee will get answers for Canadians and fight to secure everyone's future. We must begin planning now, today, to reopen and rebuild our economy and get all Canadians back to work. This is about the future. This is about a plan. This is about bringing the greatest minds of all colors, all parties, together to ensure, once and for all, Canada is a strong partner with the United States of America and is the highest on the international stage. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I would leave you with this. I'm sure that no member in this House would disagree that the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations would be more important than a special committee on Canada-US relations. Canadians deserve nothing less. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kingston and the Isles.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for his intervention today. You know, the reality is that the relationship between Canada and the United States when it comes to trade is worth over $2 billion a day. Never have we had another partner in the world that we've relied on so much for trading. And, you know, I think that the Liberals and the Conservatives can see eye to eye on this particular, the need for this particular committee, notwithstanding the fact that some of the other committees that are out there can handle some of this work, but this is a unique relationship, so it needs this. But yet, you know, we're hearing from, you know, other, you know, members of other parties suggesting that the only way that we can successfully have trade is if we get everything that we want. Would this member agree that a successful trade agreement is one that comes to based on compromise of understanding that you know, that overall both sides experience more, but both sides will have to give some concessions in some places?
Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the honourable member, thank you very much for the question. A long time ago, it was said to me that it's only a good deal if it's a good deal on both sides. And that is kind of business 101. So, yes, would I agree that there needs to be concessions on both sides? Would I agree that that our countries need to be aligned at every step of the way? Absolutely. I totally agree with that. But it's also vital, Madam Speaker, that Canada gets its fair share and that Canada comes out as a leader at the end of COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention. Him and I have had lots of conversations together over the last several months, and I appreciate his interventions in this House. As he will know, and as is of great importance to me, is the protections of workers in Alberta. And we know that Albertans have really suffered disproportionate with job losses and are feeling incredible anxiety during the pandemic and as we come out of the pandemic. And we know that we want to get help to workers. We need to support them. We need to support their families. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is the subsidies, the money that goes to oil and gas companies that doesn't go towards jobs for workers, but rather towards supporting the CEOs or shareholders. And we know that the Biden administration has ordered all federal agencies to eliminate federal fossil fuel subsidies. I'm just wondering if the member would be in favor of making sure that there are no subsidies that are going to oil and gas companies in Canada, and that, in fact, those dollars are going to support jobs and workers for people in Alberta.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the honourable member. And yes, we have spoke at length at a certain amount of occasions, and I always appreciate the open dialogue. I guess to your point, with regard to supporting the workers, you know, another thing I didn't have enough time in my speech I was going to speak to specifically was through this committee. This turns the page on the negative, and the quicker we can do that, the quicker, hopefully, the lack of mental health will be affecting not only our families but our workers. It is absolutely vital that we get them back to work, we get food on the table of all Canadians, and ensure that we again turn the page on mental health. I'm always in support of workers on every level. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments. I'm a member of Parliament from British Columbia, and our softwood lumber industry has been really heavily impacted. Thousands of jobs have been lost. The mills have been closed everywhere, including a 100-year-old mill, which is actually high-tech in my riding of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. But really, there's been barely a whimper from the Liberal government. They talk about, well, we've had conversations. Well, I think conversations are good, but sometimes you got to fight. You got to fight for this country. And they boast about a wonderful job they've done, but the fact on the ground are quite quite different. We're seeing jobs lost in softwood lumber, the energy sector, in aluminum. My question is this to the member. Do you agree that this bipartisan committee could add some real value to our Canada-United States relations? Thank you.
Less than 10 seconds for an answer from the honourable member from Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to my honourable member, thank you for the question. The answer is very simply yes.
In debate, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and what a great opportunity to have to speak today on such an incredibly important motion. We're here today to talk about the creation of a special committee, House of Commons committee, to look at all aspects of the U.S.-Canada economic relationship. Now, why a special committee? Well, there's two key reasons. One, we need an integrated opportunity to look at all aspects of the economic relationship. Our House of Commons committees tend to be focused on a certain aspect. Our Finance Committee, our Trade Committee, our Foreign Affairs Committee. But in this instance, we need to be able to look at all of those things in one committee. And that's why we need this special relationship, economic relationship, House of Commons committee, because an economic relationship is a relationship and it includes all aspects. Second of all, parliamentarians absolutely have a role in this conversation. We have seen increasing challenges and increasing narrative from this government that says that the House of Commons committees don't have a role. And yet, in fact, it's House of Commons committees that work with Canadians to discuss and look at and research challenging issues so that we can make those recommendations to Canadians and make those recommendations to governments. So why now? Well, we find ourselves at a tipping point. We've witnessed a fundamental shift in the global economic balance of power. We're seeing where trade is now being used as a weapon for countries to be able to gain political, economic, and national strategic advantage. But at the same time, in the last 20 years, we've seen vast increases in consumer spending and GDP growth and stock prices. But what we haven't seen, both in the United States and Canada, is significant economic benefit for individual Canadians and Americans. And that was before COVID. And so now we need to act with a sense of urgency. This rising tide hasn't raised all boats. And so we need to understand why that is, and we need to be proactive to determine how we are going to secure the future health and prosperity of Canadians. And there's no question we won't be able to do that successfully without our most important trading partner and defense and security ally. In many cases, our greatest friend, the United States. We, of course, have $1.5 billion a day in trade. We have all kinds of people and goods going back and forth. We have integrated supply chains. But we need this committee to understand where both of our countries are economically, basically to understand the fundamental foundation from which we will be looking at what our economic relationship needs to be. The world is not the same as it was in the 1980s when we first put NAFTA in place. Both our economies have made substantial changes. From 1999 to 2015, the U.S. has lost over 5 million manufacturing jobs. Canada has lost over 600,000, over 25% of our country's industrial workforce. Barely 2 workers in 10 in Canada are employed in making goods. And in the last 18 years, there's not been a single net increase in jobs in the goods sectors. And in both of our economies, the middle class is drastically shrinking. In the United States, in 1980, 60% of national income was from the middle class. Unfortunately, today, that number is only 40%. And every 4 years, 1 in 5 people in the middle class fall down into the ranks of the working poor, and it is increasingly difficult to move up. Wages are stagnating, the gig economy is making work more precarious, prices continue to rise, and student debt is a greater burden than any generation previously. From 1990 to 2015, 80% of Canadians saw few, if any, income gains, and this is all before COVID. So we have seen a trend in the US that started long before President Trump and may well continue under the new administration. We need to understand what that is and start to actively plan and address it and to mitigate it and work mutually for a win-win situation between Canadians and the Americans. The narrative we have heard is that the global trading system is universally unfair to U.S. workers. There is a call in the United States to turn back the clock to a time when goods sold in the U.S. were made in the U.S. There's also a further push for globalization, which appears is neither inevitable nor desirable. And if actions speak louder than words, then we have a number of examples that highlight this trend. The renegotiated NAFTA, the Canadian-US-Mexico agreement, is not a free trade agreement, but a managed trade agreement with conditions that further restrict Canada's participation in the North American market. It gives American farmers increased access to Canada while also eliminating regulations slanting the playing field in favor of the U.S. And it also caps the growth of the Canadian auto sector and raises the cost of Canada's production, jeopardizing our competitiveness. It's also an agreement that has caused Canada to lose sovereignty, because it's not just a simple free trade agreement. It's an agreement that has clauses that put conditions around Canada's ability to enter into other trade agreements, as well as limiting our independence on monetary policy. Furthermore, in the U.S., we've seen massive tax reform, where U.S. corporate taxes have been slashed, and measures have been put in place to incentivize American companies to repatriate their manufacturing operations to the U.S. We've witnessed punishing steel and aluminum tariffs under the guise of national security, and we've seen that new protocols have been put in place to make it easier to put further tariffs on in the future. We're also witnessing non-tariff trade barriers from the United States, where the United States International Trade Commission is in the process of reviewing the safety and security of blueberries, strawberries, and red peppers that Canada is exporting to the U.S. These investigations, after 21 days, make it so that the U.S. can impose tariffs on them. That's a $750 million export market affecting over 8,300 Canadian farmers and families, and thousands of jobs as well. There's no question that economic relationships at their core are relationships. And like people, no aspect of a relationship can be viewed in isolation. Canada's relationship with the U.S. is a defense and security one. It's a values and ideas one. It's a worldview one, as well as an economic one. And it is one that is rapidly changing and evolving. And Canada cannot afford to be complacent or take it for granted or assume that the conditions that have been in place for the last 20 years will remain the same going forward. We must pivot. We must have the courage to look at ourselves and understand exactly what we need to do to position us and the United States for the future in a win-win situation. And that's why we need a special committee, House of Commons committee, to understand our own economic situation, our own rules, regulatory frameworks, and taxes and everything, so that we can then also look at the security and prosperity that we depend on in this most important relationship. Canada's security and prosperity depends on this relationship, and the benefits that we can achieve together with our friends and allies will be unparalleled. And I hope that my colleagues will join me in supporting this motion so that we can create that committee, get this work started as absolutely quickly, urgently as possible to position ourselves for a secure.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that the member talked a lot about the middle class and how there's a growing divide between the haves and the have-nots, and in particular how important it is to support the middle class. And I know that in December of 2015, she voted in favor of reducing taxes on the middle class in order to add tax to the 1%. I'm wondering if she can comment as to whether or not she still supports that decision to vote that way.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
I think when looking at the economic relationship with the United States, we absolutely need to have a clear-eyed perspective on the strength and opportunities of our tax system as it relates to the regulatory environment and structure of the U.S. taxes. And so I'm hoping that this committee will take the opportunity to look at those tax structures as much as they look at trade and other aspects that we need to consider.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me? I'd like to thank my colleague. I'd like to hear from my colleague regarding dairy producers and supply management. My colleague touched on the fact that when it comes to certain products like blueberries and peppers, they can be impacted by measures in international trade, bilateral trade, and I'd like to ask her what she thinks about dairy producers who have been really shaken by all of these changes in international trade. They are often left behind. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
C'est une très importante question.
That's an important question. We need to ensure that we take care of critical industries in our country. We need to ensure that they can continue.
That is that particularly as we've seen the challenges with COVID, where we've been unable to secure vaccines and we've been made vulnerable because we don't have the drugs and medical supplies, etc. We need to ask ourselves if our dairy and farmers are also critical to the safety, security, and prosperity of our country. And if they are, what are we doing to ensure that we have that critical self-sufficiency so that both in times of good and in emergency situations, we have those basic abilities to protect Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question will just build on the previous question. I'd like to hear my honourable colleagues' comments on the value of this committee in addressing important issues to our agriculture industry between us and the U.S., in particular the importance of Line 5 in providing essential propane to our farmers in Ontario and Quebec.
Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
There's no question that that is the critical value of this committee. It allows us to look at the oil and gas situation, to talk about Canada's energy security, as well as the ability to look at health considerations, to look at health security, as well as looking at finance and tax and trade conditions as well. Because none of these things can be looked at in isolation. Our relationship with the United States is broad and comprehensive, and therefore any plan that we put forward to ensure Canada's security, prosperity must take all of those things into consideration. And I thank my honourable colleague for such an important question.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague for such a speech that have touched on all aspects of this motion, and hope to form a committee. I believe that in the motion there's a lot of interest. I hope for all the political parties and all the regions of Canada having such a very important partner, and that is United States. The question to the member or the honourable member is this: why it's very critical at this specific time to have this study, to have this motion, and to have this committee?
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much. We saw the trends that were jeopardizing the relationship and putting Canadians in a slightly more disadvantaged economic position before COVID. And now, with the world and the United States facing significant challenges after COVID, there has to be a sense of urgency. We do not have the luxury of time. We are going to have to figure out what recovery looks like, and this committee will be critical to dealing with our most important relationship and ensuring that we get on with it as quickly as possible. So time is not a luxury we have, and that's why we need this committee now more than ever. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Davala, Chine LaSalle. Madam Speaker, February is the month we celebrate Black History Month by highlighting the resilience and the many successes and the rich history of Black Canadians. This is a month of celebration and learning, but it hasn't always been promoted in Canada. The fact that Black Canadians were reduced were enslaved within what would then become Canada is not something that everybody knows about. The fight against slavery that followed was one of the basis for what Canada later became. The current and past contributions of Black Canadians are priceless. Without their innovative and revolutionary inventions, our world would not have seen things like refrigerated trucks, automatic elevator doors, mailboxes, pacemakers, among others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity today to salute Canada's post-secondary students. I am the father of 2 students who completed their university studies during this pandemic, and I can see how our current times have affected studies, celebrations, mental health, careers, and life plans. Take heart. This is a pause in what will be a great future for your generation. Canada needs your leadership in an increasingly uncertain world. Let me also salute the student leaders who have soldiered through this unusual time. Leaders like Spirit River Striped Wolf at Mount Royal University. The past academic year was not as anyone could have imagined, but leading in difficult times and the adjustments you've made to advance the needs of your student body, you've been exemplary. More than you may know, the challenges you're overcoming at this time are building blocks for our country's future, and we are going to need you. The great opportunity in front of you is being the architects of what the new normal will be. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the first week of February each year, Canadian School Counselling Week recognizes the contributions of the school counselling profession to the mental health and well-being and the personal, social, educational, and career development of all students in Canada. This week is meant to increase awareness of the programs and services that characterize the school counselling profession. Cette semaine spéciale.
This special week highlights the role played by school counselors in ensuring student success. This role is more necessary than ever during these uncertain times of global pandemic. Distance education and telecounseling make school counselors essential in helping students transition despite a changing learning environment.
My colleagues and all parents with school-age children, I'd like to thank our school counselors for the support they provide to ensure our children's success.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Quebec paid tribute to the 100th birthday of Léo Major, one of the great Quebec and Canadian military heroes. In June 24th, 1944, he lost his left eye and refused to leave the field of battle. He continued to act as a scout and sharpshooter with legendary courage. On October 30th, during the Schoot battle in the Netherlands, Léo Major captured 93 German soldiers and single-handedly freed an entire village. Nothing stopped this man during the Second World War, nor the Korean War, where he again served along with my uncle Georges Desilets. His story is little known in Quebec and Canada, but we have the responsibility of keeping his memory alive, along with his acts of bravery, as the Netherlands in the town of Zwolle do every year on April 14th. Sergeant Major, thank you for your service. The Honourable Member for Alfred-Pelin. Mr. Speaker, with their palette of colors, artists reflect our community and our daily life. Today, I pay tribute to a great master, Umberto Bruni. He was born in Montreal in 1914. He was a painter, a panelist, a muralist, and a sculptor. He was universally known for his luminous works. He got his inspiration from the beauties he saw in our beautiful province. Umberto Bruni was awarded several distinctions for his excellent work. After 106 years, this incredible artist and this unforgettable master has laid down his brushes, leaving the arts world in mourning. Rest in peace, Signor Bruni. We will continue to benefit from the colors you have left behind you. You, I am sure, will find new inspirations where you are. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Signal Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we live in a crazy world today, but unfortunately, we're still in a democratic country. Now, we know the Prime Minister is an admirer of benevolent dictatorships, and if he had his way, I'm not sure Parliament would be in session today. He likes to govern from the tent outside of Rideau Cottage. But that's not what Canadians want. They want their government to be held accountable. And that is taking place today, thanks to the House of Commons IT fabulous team. Now, it's a little clunky at times, I must admit, like last night during our vote, when I'm a technological klutz, Mr. Speaker, but, you know, every time I've had an issue, I've had a technical issue, I've called our IT folks. The response has been swift, it's been cordial, and it gets resolved every time. And our IT team in the House of Commons has brought Parliament into the living rooms of every Canadian. And so today, I'd like a big shout out and a thank you to all of those folks who are in a back room somewhere, maybe even working from home. They're keeping democracy alive and well in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bilingualism is an extremely important aspect of Canadian identity and culture. For English-speaking MPs such as myself, this is a challenge, but it's also a golden opportunity to develop as Canadians. For the past year, I have been working hard with my French teacher, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all teachers today, as it is Quebec Teachers Week. I also want to thank the translators and interpreters who allow us to work in Canada's 2 official languages in this House and across the country. I also want to pay tribute to the excellent and significant contribution of Black Franco-Canadians during this Black History Month. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, as Sri Lanka marks its 73rd Independence Day, I rise to express my solidarity with those walking for justice from Puttaville to Polikondi. They are survivors and family members of the disappeared and are joined by civil society organizers and political leaders. Their purpose is to seek accountability for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide against the Tamil people by the Sri Lankan state. Impunity has prevailed on the island since its independence, and the rule of law has broken down. In the last few months alone, Sri Lanka has desecrated the Mullainwaykal Genocide Memorial at Jaffna University, pardoned war criminals, forced cremations on Muslim minorities, and the military has taken over many civilian-run bodies. Last week, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights concluded that Sri Lanka be referred to the International Criminal Court and cautioned that recurrence of past atrocities is likely if Sri Lanka goes unchecked. The world must therefore act with urgency to ensure that Tamils can live on the island with peace, justice, and self-determination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things we missed in 2020 was the excitement of taking our kids and grandkids to our local community fairs and enjoying the midway rides and carnival amusements visiting town. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic was left these traveling amusements and carnival businesses without revenue since 2019. My constituent, Jennifer Mills, wrote extensively to Liberal ministers asking them for help to keep her business alive and able to provide services post-pandemic to our fairs and festivals when they reopen. To put it bluntly, the minister's responses I have received about this industry have been pathetic at best and completely infuriating at worst. Some ministerial correspondents appear completely ignorant to the eligibility requirements of their own government programs. This Liberal government has abandoned our small businesses, especially our local fairs and carnival industry. Canadian entrepreneurs like Jennifer deserve so much better. Indeed, all of us deserve better.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, planting trees is a natural climate solution. For years, groups such as Trees for Woolwich here in Kitchener-Conestoga have taken up the cause to increase tree coverage locally. And to help such groups, our government announced a plan that will see 2 billion trees planted over the next 10 years. Today, I'm proud to share with Canadians from coast to coast to coast 1 million trees, a debut documentary by Kitchener-Conestoga constituent Mr. Everett Bubstead. The film follows veteran tree planters and is a timely, informative look at the culture of tree planting and the people who do this important work. So on behalf of Canadians, including our children and generations to come, thank you to Mr. Bumstead for highlighting this important work. And to all Canadians planting trees, thank you for your efforts that improve our quality of life and add to our Canadian culture and identity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, almost a year after the government began pumping out billions of dollars to properly support the pandemic unemployed and struggling businesses, many of the emergency funding programs remain inequitable, unfair. Many thousands of Canadians in need still denied access. For example, in May last year, the Prime Minister promised to make COVID support funding available to new businesses, legitimate startups stuck in limbo because of the lockdown. To date, nothing for worthy companies in Thornhill and across the country. Another of many examples, the thousands of pregnant women or new mothers laid off because of COVID closures, now stranded without support because where CERB protected women's insurable hours, the new CRB EI doesn't. Mr. Speaker, given that emergency support programs will be necessary for many more months because of the Liberals' vaccine shortfall, it's time this government fix the flawed programs to ensure all Canadians in need have equal access.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Mr. Speaker, while we've all heard of superheroes like Batman and Spider-Man, I want to bring attention to a superhero you might not have met or heard of. His name is Devin Olson. Devin works at the Portage Transport Truck Yard in Portage La Prairie in my riding. And while Devin might not wear a cape, mask, or a special suit of armor, his actions on October 22nd were nothing short of heroic. Because on that day, Devin found his co-worker, Warren Steppen, laying on the ground, lifeless and close to death. Devin did not have formal life-saving training, but he kept his cool. He followed a 911 operator's instructions over the phone and repeated chest compressions as he waited for paramedics to arrive. 3 days later, Warren woke up alive in the hospital. Devin's efforts saved Warren's life, and the two of them continue to be valued employees at Portage Transport. And while he doesn't like to be called a hero, Devin recently won the first ever 2020 Manitoba Trucking Association Bridgestone's Trucking Hero of the Year Award. Devin, on behalf of the people of Portage Lisgar, congratulations for winning this award, but most of all, thank you for saving a life. You are a true hero.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
We are now 1 year into the worst medical catastrophe in our nation's history. And this past week, the Prime Minister announced Canada would finally be ready to start producing vaccines, hopefully for the beginning of next year. In the meantime, many more people will die and countless businesses will go under. So how did it come to this point that Canada does not have the capacity to keep its own people safe? Over a century ago, we established the Connaught Labs to be vaccine self-sufficient, and we were a world leader. Then Brian Mulroney sold it off. It was Canadian public research that created the Ebola vaccine, and Stephen Harper gave it away to the Americans. And this Prime Minister has spent this last year trusting that the market and other countries will keep us safe. Where was the sense of urgency? That's the lesson we need to learn from this, to mobilize manufacturing to be ready, to bring the best Canadian minds to the table, and to ensure that Canada will never, ever again be left hoping that some foreign corporation or country will look after us when we have the skill to do it here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neige-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, you know that I'm a die-hard fan of the Rimouski Oceanics Hockey Club. Normally, I talk about the resounding successes of these NHL stars that our club has produced, but today I want to warmly congratulate Michel Germain, a proud Lower St. Laurent and living legend. He announced live on the radio his 2000s junior major Quebec hockey team match. He has been a die-hard fan of our club from the very beginning, and he brings hockey to life, talking about the successes of our Knicks on the ice. Without him, hockey would be nothing on the radio. He's the voice of an entire region. He makes the matches come alive. He has known great stars like Le Cavalier, Richards, Crosby, and Lafrenière. His memory and great talent are guarantees of wonderful matches. Long live the Oceanics team. Congratulations, Michel. Go Knicks, go.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadian union workers and their jobs depend upon the strong economic relationship that exists between Canada and the United States. As such, we need to make sure our two countries continue working together on the many shared interests we hold on matters such as energy, trade, industry, travel and tourism, and the environment. When we do, both nations benefit. For much of our recent history, our Canada-U.S. economic relationship has been strong, not weak. In fact, it only began to unravel since this current Prime Minister and this Liberal government came to power in 2015. After 5 years of this Prime Minister on the job, Canadian workers have watched their jobs flee, their economic opportunities diminish, their industries crash, and their prosperity decline as our country's important economic relationship with the United States falters. Canadian workers need this government to do better. While this Liberal government fails to defend union workers, Conservatives are focused on securing union jobs and securing the future for Canadian workers.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, February 12th is the first day of the year of the ox. This year, because of the pandemic, It won't be possible to celebrate it like people usually do, but in the spirit of adaptation and creativity that marked the Year of the Rat, I'm convinced that we will find wonderful, inclusive ways to celebrate this important date.
Difficult and challenging years the world has lived through since 1945, I would especially like to wish you all a healthy and safe new year. The year of the ox will hopefully provide us all with positivity, good health, and the hard work we all need after the hardships the pandemic has meant to all of us. Une très bonne nouvelle année à toutes.
Happy New Year to everybody, and thank you for having been a model of resilience and solidarity, compassion throughout the year that has ended. From the bottom of my heart, Gong Chi Fat Chai, Koi Hai Chat Fat.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to get back to work. We need to see jobs in every region and in every sector in this country. We know the United States is our closest ally and friend, and trade between us exceeds $1.5 billion per day. However, several U.S. policies are hurting our economy, and the Prime Minister is doing nothing to address it. The Conservative motion today will create a special committee to ensure our ongoing cooperation with the U.S. with a goal to find solutions. Will the government support this motion?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Our government knows how to defend Canada, as we showed in our successful NAFTA negotiations and in the 232 tariff fight. By contrast, when the going got tough, the Conservatives lost their nerve. The future leader of the official opposition actually said, "I believe that many of the Canadian retaliatory tariffs should be dropped, as they are not worth their symbolic nature." Conservatives wanted to wave the white flag, but Canadians can trust our government to fight for them.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, does the Deputy Prime Minister not realize that Canadians have already suffered tens of thousands of job losses because of the pandemic? And now with Biden's canceling of Keystone, the threat to Line 5, and his Buy American policy, tens of thousands of more jobs are at risk. Canada's unemployment is already the third highest in the G7. Up to 30,000 jobs alone are at risk if Line 5 is cancelled. Do the Liberals not realize the seriousness of this situation? These are good paying jobs, many of them unionized. So again, when will the Prime Minister do his job and protect Canadian jobs now and in the future?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely appreciates the importance of the Canada-U.S. trading relationship, and we have shown that we are able to work in a Team Canada approach to maintain that relationship. And when the going gets tough, Mr. Speaker, we are willing to stand and fight to defend the national interest. When it comes to jobs, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that Canada has already had a robust recovery from the depths of the COVID recession, much stronger than the one we're seeing in the United States.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, if the Liberals believe in a Team Canada approach, they will support our motion and support establishing this special committee. But, Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that there will be no economic recovery until Canadians can start to open up their businesses and their lives and get back to and that they can get back to work. But that, Mr. Speaker, will not happen until we get vaccines. The Prime Minister has failed miserably to deliver vaccines or even be clear and honest on how his September deadline will happen. We are now 34th in the world in the vaccination of our population. Let that sink in, Mr. Speaker. 34th and dropping.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely appreciates the urgency of getting vaccines to Canada. That's why Canada has secured 10 doses of vaccine per Canadian. We have the most comprehensive and the most diverse vaccine portfolio in the world. We've already received more than 1.1 million doses. We will receive 6 million doses by the end of the first quarter, and every Canadian who wants to be vaccinated will be by the end of September.
The
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, We're all Canadians. We are all proud of our country. But this morning, I feel bad for my country because the government has not properly secured its vaccine agreements, and the result is that Canada is knocking on the door of the COVAX fund. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only G7 country to be using the COVAX fund. It's humiliating. How could the Canadian government let things get this far out of hand? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government will never apologize for having done everything in its power to vaccinate Canadians as quickly as possible. The COVAX fund was always part of our supply strategy, and it is working. We were clear from the beginning. No one will be safe until everyone is. We are endeavoring to vaccinate all Canadians. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we all want the economy to come roaring back after COVID, but this involves vaccination. And the government keeps saying we have a plan, we have a lot of expectations, and the result, Mr. Speaker, is that we're going to use an organization that is there to help the poorest countries of the country. And then on the other hand, the government says, oh, things are coming. But Mr. Speaker, this is dishonorable. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that he'll never apologize. But can he apologize to Canadians for not keeping the promise he made to them in terms of regular access to vaccines? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with all the members of this House that the questions of vaccines is urgent. And that is why we obtained 10 doses of vaccines per Canadian, which is the most complete and diverse portfolio of vaccines in the world. Canada will receive more than 6 doses by the end of the first quarter, and all Canadians who wish to be vaccinated will be able to do so by the end of the month of September. COVAX is part of our plan, and that was the plan from the beginning. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, bad news is piling up about the vaccine supply. 70% fewer doses from Pfizer, 20% less from Moderna, and it's going down again. And it's so bad that Canada is having to dip into the COVAX program for poorer countries. We're the only G7 country to do this, and it's very embarrassing. The Prime Minister has clearly not shown that he deserves our blind trust. On the contrary, more than ever, he has to be transparent. Will he make the contracts and the vaccine supply schedule public? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, with respect to COVAX, our government will never apologize for having done everything in its power to vaccinate Canadians as quickly as possible. COVAX was always part of our strategy, and other partners, such as New Zealand, is also part of it. And this mechanism is working. We're on the right track to have at least 2 million doses of the vaccine delivered worldwide by the end of 2021. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, everyone wants to be vaccinated by September, and there are experts saying that this won't happen before summer of 2022. And I trust more these foreign experts because it's not in their interest to lie. Of course, these are forecasts because the government is still hiding this information. All we know is that there's bad news nonstop. We're now ranked 33rd in terms of vaccination worldwide, and this number keeps on dropping. When will the Prime Minister tell us his plan? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure the Bloc member, for whom I have great respect, that our government shares this urgency with respect to vaccination. And this is why the General Major Danny Fortin is sharing information with the provinces and territories and with all Canadians. I would also like to stress once again that all Canadians who wish to be vaccinated will be able to do so by the end of September. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember the vaccine announcements. People were encouraged. It was a bit of hope during these tough times, but delays announced means that people will fall ill and people will lose their lives. And now we don't know how many vaccines from Moderna we'll get next week or the week after. Why? Why did the government let people down? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, Canada obtained 10 doses of vaccine per Canadian, which represents the most complete and diverse portfolio in the world. Health Canada approved Pfizer's and Moderna's vaccines, and our regulators are also looking at 3 vaccine candidates and reviewing them: AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, and Novavax. This will allow us to vaccinate all Canadians who wish to do so by the end of the month of September.
South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember when the COVID-19 vaccines were announced, how people were encouraged. It was a little bit of hope in a difficult time. But then the delays were announced by this government, which means that more people will get sick and more people will lose their lives. On top of the delays, we're also learning that Canada is the only country in the G7 that is going to access COVAX, which is vaccine supply meant for developing countries. How did the Liberal government let things get so bad?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government will never apologize for doing everything in our power to get Canadians vaccinated as quickly as possible. COVAX has always been part of Canada's procurement strategy, and the COVAX mechanism is working precisely as designed. We've been clear from the start. No one will be safe until everyone is. We're focused on getting Canadians vaccinated while making sure the rest of the world is vaccinated too.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The Deputy Prime Minister just said that the Liberals did everything in their power to get Canadians vaccines, but this morning the Minister said that the Liberals failed to secure the right to produce Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca vaccines in Canada because they didn't have the capacity to produce them here. Now, the UK was in the same boat that we were 10 months ago, but they've managed to secure domestic production capacity. So if the Liberals did everything in their power to secure Canadians vaccines, why didn't they do what the UK did, instead leaving us entirely dependent on other countries to produce vaccine for us?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada pursued a strategy of pursuing the earliest possible vaccines that we could secure from among all of the vaccine candidates in the world. That is why we've reached agreements with 7 vaccine manufacturers, 5 of whom we've, of course, received encouraging clinical data from, 2 of which have already been approved and are being deployed on Canadian soil. And every Canadian who wishes to receive a vaccine from among those 2 approved vaccines will have access to one by the end of September.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, the member just said that they pursued a strategy to get us the earliest vaccine possible behind every other country in the world? Early as possible? We don't have any right now. So again, I think about the United States. They turned a convention center into a hospital in a week. China built an entirely new hospital in 12 days. The United Kingdom built their vaccine capacity in 10 months. The Liberals were sitting around talking with CanSino at a time when they should have been building our capacity out. And they admitted that this affected our right to produce these vaccines at home. Why the fail?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while other countries were acting, Canada was also acting, securing PPE for our frontline medical workers and our provinces, working carefully on securing vaccine agreements with 7 leading manufacturers around the world, working indeed on building up our domestic ability to produce long-term vaccines, and working, of course, to get those vaccines into Canada and into Canadian arms at the earliest possible date. That means that every Canadian that wishes to receive a vaccine will have access to one by the end of September.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Economist Intelligence Unit reports that the federal government is talking about an unrealistic timetable when it says that all Canadians who want to be vaccinated by end of September will be able to. It probably won't be able to deliver on that promise until 2022. Also, we learned yesterday that Canada is the only G7 country that will be taking from the COVAX fund. When will this Prime Minister stop being dishonest with Canadians and tell them the unvarnished truth? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada obviously acted quickly to secure sufficient doses to vaccinate all Canadians. It did this on many occasions. We already have enough vaccines approved by the end of September so that all Canadians who wish to be vaccinated can do so by then. In terms of the COVAX, Canada is proud in its participation in this program, which it plans to provide vaccines to developing countries, and that's the very object of COVAX, so that Canadians can obtain vaccines through this program, and that's what makes it work. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm not proud to have to dip into the COVAX fund to bail Canada out. Pfizer and Moderna do have vaccines that are approved, but we will receive fewer doses than expected, and that's why we're dipping into COVAX. That's not normal. And the Prime Minister has to really tell people the truth. And if there's a vaccine issue, we don't want to find out in 6 months. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the COVAX Foundation is intended for everyone to have access to vaccines. Richer countries can buy them, and poor countries can receive donations. Canada was one of the first countries to make a donation to the COVAX program, and we can be proud of what we've done and what we are doing to ensure that everyone will get vaccines.
For Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the government is seeking an exemption agreement to protect Canadian jobs from the Biden administration's Buy American policy. As the government pointed out the other day, Canada is the #1 customer of 32 American states. Has the government reached out to any of these 32 state governors to seek their support to oppose these Buy American policies? Has the government asked Canada's premiers to reach out to their gubernatorial counterparts?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for that question. We are taking a Team Canada approach as we have done over the last 5 years. The Prime Minister has spoken to the President and has also spoken to the Vice President. Our terrific ambassador in the U.S. is having discussions at all levels. I am looking forward to speaking to my counterpart once that confirmation process takes place. But please be assured that absolutely this is a Team Canada approach as we work with businesses, with exporters, with officials, and with colleagues.
Hello? The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Oh, good. Okay, all right. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, in 2009, when faced with the Buy American policies of the Obama administration, the previous government worked with the 10 provincial premiers to present a united front to secure an exemption agreement. Is this government going to do the same thing? Is it going to convene a First Minister's meeting on this issue?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to work with my provincial and territorial colleagues. It was just very recently that we had a very good meeting at the provincial, territorial, and federal level to talk about trade and to talk about that road to recovery, and indeed how we work together with provinces and territories on this road to recovery to ensure that Canadian businesses and our workers have the full support of all of us working as Team Canada.
Before continuing, I just want to make sure that it's clear that all the members who are joining us virtually, please think of almost as a paranoid way of looking at things, that your microphone is always on. So if you're going to speak, whether it's to the microphone or someone else, just check to see if the mute signal is on, and it'll be much better for everyone involved. Alors, on va continuer.
So we're going to move on with oral questions. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, even though the bad news is piling up, this government keeps on saying that we will receive 6 million vaccine doses by the end of March. I hope so, but it must reveal all the information that allows it to say that. Because right now, halfway through, we've just received over 1 million doses. And we know that Moderna is going to announce a new drop in deliveries for the week of February 22nd. So the shortage will last at least until the end of the month. To reach 6 million doses by the end of March, the Prime Minister will have to find 1 million doses a week, at least. Can he unveil his detailed plan? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada has 7 supply agreements for vaccines with 5 different vaccine candidates, which is encouraging news. 2 of these vaccines are approved and will receive 6 million of those doses by the end of March, like the member has just said. And Canada, obviously, will continue to get more supplies of vaccines so that every Canadian who wishes to be vaccinated will have one by the end of September. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, people must be able to trust the government, but it's hard because on the one hand, the government is not being transparent, and on the other hand, everything we're learning is worrisome. Canadians aren't reassured to see the government digging into the COVAX program, and it's not reassuring to see that Canada has to dip into the vaccine supply for developing countries in order to hope to catch up. People deserve to know the real state of affairs. When will the government announce its contracts and vaccine supply schedule? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will disclose the amounts of the vaccines that we're expecting on a regular basis. We are obviously experiencing temporary delays for the 2 approved vaccines, but we will receive 6 million doses by the end of Q1. In terms of COVAX, that's the very object of that program. Other developed countries also will receive vaccine supplies, and then during the first half of the program, and the second half of the program will provide vaccines to developing countries, and Canada can be proud of its participation. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. We're the only G7 country to do that. And then we're going to give to the poor after. We're going to take from this fund. We're the only country to do so. The Prime Minister said we're going to get ahead of vaccines, but we're really late. We're at the very bottom of the ranking of countries. The Prime Minister hasn't proven that we can trust him, even though we hope we can. When will he put his entire procurement plan on the table? Not just the targets, the plan. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're providing our provincial and territorial partners with regular updates on the amounts of vaccines they can expect. We are publishing the vaccine doses that we expect to receive in the coming quarters. Canada has, as a vaccine supply, a system that is very advanced, and Canadians can be reassured that all Canadians who wish to be vaccinated will be able to do so by the end of September.
Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces has launched an investigation into the serious allegations of sexual misconduct by former Chief of Defence Staff General Vance. We know from news reports the Defence Minister was made aware of these allegations back in 2018 by the Defence Ombudsman and then referred it to the Privy Council office. When did the Defence Minister first brief the Prime Minister? When he first learned of these allegations, or just this week when the story broke?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have no tolerance for any form of sexual misconduct. This is something I take very seriously. I also want to acknowledge the courage of the survivors who have come forward. I have always ensured that any allegations that are brought to my attention have been reported to the appropriate authorities to begin an investigation regardless of rank or position. I've always followed all appropriate processes in pursuing issues related to workplace harassment whenever allegations have arisen. We will ensure a full, thorough, independent investigation is conducted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, these are serious complaints against General Vance. They were brought directly to the Defence Minister's attention by the Defence Ombudsman, and he had a responsibility to follow up after what he just said in reporting it up. Now, the Minister has a duty to every serving member in uniform. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said all investigations are taken seriously, regardless of rank or position. Now, did the Defence Minister ensure the Privy Council office and the Prime Minister's office were aware of these allegations in May 2019 before they gave General Vance a salary increase?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, I have always ensured that any allegations that are brought to my attention have been reported to the appropriate authorities to begin an investigation regardless of rank or position, and that I have followed all appropriate processes in pursuing issues related to workplace harassment whenever allegations have arisen. We will always take a no-tolerance policy when it comes to sexual misconduct, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Far too many members in uniform have experienced sexual harassment or misconduct, trapped in a culture where their voices aren't heard. This government promised change, with all investigations to be taken seriously. Yet, Canada's former top general is being accused of the very behaviour he was responsible for eliminating. The Minister of Defence knew this and did nothing for 3 years. This minister broke the sacred trust of the military to protect it from harm. How will the Prime Minister regain it? The Honourable Minister.
Earlier, we have no tolerance for any form of sexual misconduct. This is something that I take very seriously. I have always ensured that any allegations that are brought to my attention have been reported to the appropriate authorities to begin an investigation, regardless of rank or position, and that have always followed all appropriate processes in pursuing issues related to workplace harassment whenever allegations have arisen. And in this case here, we will ensure a very thorough, full, independent investigation is conducted. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, what is going on at Veterans Affairs? The Union of Veterans Affairs Employees recently found that 1 in 3 staff had experienced harassment in the workplace. Harassment and discrimination have no place at work, especially not in a government department. No wonder staff turnover is so high and backlogs are continuing to grow. Veterans are tired of excuses. Will this minister finally stand up for workers and for veterans and create a safer work environment so our veterans get the help they deserve?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we take reports of workplace harassment very seriously. And we have made it absolutely clear that everybody deserves to work in a safe and healthy environment. My department has received the survey from the union and has met with them to discuss it. We will continue to work closely with the union to address these issues. Employees at Veterans Affairs Canada do exceptional work on behalf of veterans every single day, and they deserve a safe workplace just like everyone else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rose.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals seem to think they can do better than the U.S. on climate change, but actually it's the opposite. The Biden administration has ended the Keystone XL pipeline project, but the Liberal government here has bought the pipeline for billions of dollars. The Biden administration has shown leadership by ending subsidies to fossil fuel producers, whereas the Liberal government is sending hundreds of millions of dollars to oil companies. And yet, the Liberals are saying that they are great defenders of the environment. That's real hypocrisy, and it's lasted long enough. Can the Prime Minister say today that he will end subsidies to fossil fuel producers, yes or no? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just speak quickly to the relationship, the single biggest relationship that we have, the single largest customer for Canadian crude, for instance, which is our biggest export. And it's not just an issue for Alberta or Saskatchewan, it's an issue for all of Canada. Cross-border energy trade between Canada and the U.S. is over $100 billion each year. You won't find two countries in the world that have their energy sectors linked as closely as we do. Over 70 pipelines and 36 transmission lines are crossing our border. Mr. Speaker, we will cooperate with the new U.S. administration on areas of common interest, improving continental energy security and protecting our workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre. I just want to remind the Honourable Member she's on mute. No, she's still on mute. Check the mute on your headset. There's a switch on the headset. Maybe that's what's off.
Oh, can you hear me now, Mr. Speaker?
There we go. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My microphone has been giving me trouble all morning, actually. Mr. Speaker, BC is the maritime province with strong links to Asia Pacific. We also have a unique, diverse, and vibrant economy. So I welcome our government's proposal to create the specific BC Regional Development Agency. Could the Minister of Economic Development in official languages tell the House more about our plan to implement this new BC Regional Development Agency?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank, of course, the member of Vancouver Centre for her question and strong advocacy. Our government understands that British Columbia has specific needs. And that is why, for the first time in history, we will be creating a BC Economic Development Agency to create and protect jobs in the beautiful province of British Columbia. My colleagues and I have been connecting with entrepreneurs and workers all across the province, and we look forward on establishing this new BC Economic Development Agency for BC people by BC people.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Enbridge is spending $8 billion modernizing Line 3, Canada's main oil transportation link to the United States, since it was approved by President Obama in 2016. The final section to be upgraded is being challenged by the same activists that moved the new U.S. president to cancel Keystone XL. The Prime Minister recently spoke with the U.S. administration about energy security without any specifics. Before more environmentally destructive policies are decided in a void of real information, will the Prime Minister commit to getting specific on pipelines with the U.S. administration?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we approved the Line 3 replacement project, and we did that in order to create good middle-class jobs. Line 3, it's a mixed service line. It carries heavy, sweet, light, and high sour blends of crude from Hardisty in Alberta to Superior, Wisconsin. Construction on the project is complete. It's operational on the Canadian side. Ambassador Hillman has underscored the importance of this line to both state and federal level officials in the U.S. We support our oil and gas workers, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to advocate for projects that support North American energy security. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, these are verbal assurances, and verbal assurances leading to no results are not worth the salaries of the storytellers hired to write them. What Canada needs is action, not stories. Canadian energy workers are receiving an ongoing legacy of failure from this government. Northern Gateway, Energy East, Trans Mountain, Tech Frontier, Keystone XL, and now Enbridge Line 3 and Line 5. When will this government stand up for the people it claims to represent and take action to protect their jobs?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me go through another list, one based on facts. TMX, we approved it. We're building it. More than 7,000 jobs created so far. Line 3, we approved it. Another 7,000 jobs created. NGTL 2021, we approved it. Thousands of jobs to be created. LNG Canada, we're building it. Thousands of jobs. Orphan and inactive wells, $1.7 billion, thousands of jobs created. And the wage subsidy, more than 500,000 workers kept in their jobs in a pandemic in Alberta alone. That is our record, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps sidestepping the question about what he will personally do to support Line 5. We know of efforts by others in the government to keep Line 5 open, but we need the Prime Minister to show direct leadership here. Does he not understand the impact this will have to jobs in Sarnia-Lambton, Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta? When will the Prime Minister pick up the phone and call his American counterparts about Line 5?
Honourable Minister.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we take this issue very seriously. Line 5 is vital to our energy security. It's a line that is a critical economic and energy security link between Canada and the United States, and it has safely operated for over 65 years. It provides good-paying, middle-class jobs for thousands of workers at refineries and in the members' riding in Sarnia, also in Montreal and Lévis, Quebec. I can assure this House we are looking at all our options. Line 5 is a vital pipeline for Canada's energy security. We will continue to advocate for it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Natural Resource Minister supports Line 5, but the Prime Minister is abdicating his responsibility here. He isn't answering questions. He isn't taking personal accountability. When will he pick up the phone and ask President Biden to intervene to keep Line 5 open?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are working every day on this issue. Line 5, as I said, it is vital for Canada's energy security. Ambassador Hillman is making the case in Washington. Consul General Comer is making the case in Detroit and in Lansing. The Minister of Transport raised it with his counterpart, Transport Secretary Buttigieg, yesterday. The Prime Minister raised the importance of North American energy security with Vice President Harris. I will be raising this issue with the incoming U.S. Energy Secretary as soon as she is confirmed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Avignon-Lamitis-Matane.
The honourable member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the only real way to stop COVID variants from spreading, is to vaccinate. But we can't vaccinate because the government has failed in supplying itself with doses. That means that it's more important than ever that the Canadian border be protected. And yet still today, people who want to travel during spring break can still leave as long as they buy their tickets from an American company rather than a Canadian one. Not only can they do that, but they can even get a great deal on it. How can it be that things have been delayed so long before forbidding non-essential travel? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleague to join me in calling on all Canadians to avoid vacation travel or non-essential travel. We've called on Canadians since last year to do so. We've added quarantine measures. We've enhanced those measures by asking all travelers to be tested before arriving. And now we've added extra measure. So, Mr. Speaker, let there be no confusion. Any Canadian who is traveling on non-essential trip will have the strictest measures in the world, and we're doing so because we want to protect the health of Canadians. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Pierre.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher-les-Patriotes-Verchères. Mr. Speaker, this government keeps telling us how strict it is, but if the federal government were really that strict, then we wouldn't still be able to book trips abroad a month and a half after the holidays. If the federal government were really that severe, air companies would have to refund clients instead of giving them discounted flights. If the federal government were really that strict, Quebec wouldn't have had to ask for a delegation of authority to manage quarantine instead. This government has created many loopholes. When is it going to deal with them? The Honourable Minister. My colleague from the Bloc Québécois refuses to admit that our measures are among the strictest in the world. We know that Canadian air companies are not offering flights to the south, and we're in discussion with other companies as well. And in addition, if people do travel, when they return, there are some of the strictest measures in the world. They have to get a test before coming back. They have to quarantine in an approved location for 3 days and then continue to quarantine at home. Ultimately, we're talking about very strict measures, and my colleagues should have the decency to recognize that.
For West Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In a few weeks, a year will have passed since Canada's worst mass murder occurred in Portapique, Nova Scotia. After severe public pressure from family and opposition intervention, this government finally did the right thing and called for a public inquiry. However, the families of the victims are still in the dark and still battling with this Liberal government for answers. Federal institutions must respect the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, which includes the right to information. When will the minister provide families with the information that they have been calling for?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd remind the member that in direct response to concerns raised by the victims and their families and the people of Nova Scotia, we initiated a public inquiry. We have stood up 3 commissioners who are now engaged in the important work of getting the answers that people need. Now, the independence and the integrity of that public inquiry needs to be honored and recognized. They have an important job to do, and I'm very confident that upon completion of their important work, they will be able to provide those victims' families and all Nova Scotians with the answers they most certainly need and deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many residents in my riding are frustrated and fed up. Many medicinal marijuana growers are growing much more than they're permitted to with their licenses, much more than the few plants, and it's causing big problems within our neighborhoods. All this is happening without any proper supervision and enforcement from Health Canada. When residents have asked for help, they've had a revolving door. The RCMP says it's Health Canada's responsibility, and Health Canada does nothing. This practice might help the minister deflect responsibility, but it's doing absolutely nothing for my constituents and Canadians. When will this Liberal government clean up this mess?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind the member that when we introduced legislation to strictly regulate the production, distribution, and consumption of cannabis, we left in place strong criminal sanctions against those who grow and distribute marijuana outside of the regulated regime. We are aware of concerns, and we've listened to Canadians and concerns with those who would abuse the provisions of the medical marijuana scheme that is in place. But when people do grow that marijuana and sell it outside of the medical authorizations, they're committing a crime. It is the responsibility of the police of jurisdiction to investigate those crimes and to bring charges where appropriate. Strong penalties exist for those activities, Mr. Speaker, and the tools are available to law enforcement to control those behaviors.
L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was high time that the Prime Minister closed the borders. It should have been done far earlier, but once again he has created confusion. Which hotels are authorized and when? Will people who have gotten both of their vaccine doses be exempted? And he's once again interfering in provincial areas. We need to ensure that Canadian citizens abroad can plan and decide on their options for their return. When will we get a clear plan with clear dates and guidelines?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is my colleague who is confusing Canadians. We have been clear from the beginning. Canadians abroad will have to follow these rules. They will have to reserve, pay $2,000, carry out a test before they leave, and then after getting off the plane, have another test, and then go into quarantine for 3 days, Mr. Speaker. I don't see what's so confusing about that. And if my colleague spent 10% of the time he spends criticizing us, telling his fellow citizens not to travel, that would really help us out. The Honourable Member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the week, the Secretary-General of the United Nations expressed serious concerns about the Tigray region in Ethiopia. The UN states that around 3.2 million people, more than half of the population in the region, urgently require humanitarian assistance. The UN High Commission for Refugees has also stated that if nothing is done, things will only get worse. Can the Minister of Global Affairs tell us about Canada's perspective on the situation and what we're doing to face the humanitarian crisis. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Canada is extremely concerned about reports of sexual violence and serious human rights violations in Tigray. We would ask all parties to assure civilians' protection, work to de-escalate the situation, and permit immediate unhindered humanitarian assistance. Canada will be granting $3 million in assistance to humanitarian operations in Ethiopia and Sudan.
Member for Regina Louvain.
On Tuesday, the Prime Minister made the outrageous claim that his government has, and I quote, demonstrated their ability to stand up for Canadian steel and aluminum workers. This comment is so out of touch with the reality of steel workers across our country, especially here in Regina, where my friends like Rod, Mike, and Cortland, plus 600 others, are now out of work. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister apologize to the thousands of Canadian steel workers he and his government has failed to support over the past 5 years? And the Natural Resources Minister's speaking notes won't help these people get jobs.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind the honourable member that our government has stood up for steel and aluminum workers across the country. When the illegal 232 tariffs were imposed, our government imposed dollar for dollar retaliatory tariffs. And thanks to that strong response, we had those tariffs lifted. And Mr. Speaker, if anyone owes steel and aluminum workers an apology, it is the leader of the official opposition who called on us to lift those tariffs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cross-border Peace Arch Park in my riding is a U.S.-Canada border loophole.
I'll let the Honourable Member start over and maybe bring the arm down on her microphone so we can hear clearly. Perfect.
We'll restart
the clock.
My apologies. I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, cross-border Peace Arch Park in my riding is a U.S.-Canada border loophole. For Mark Charlene and their neighbors who live next to the park, this is intolerable. Since Washington State reopened its side in May, visitors from across Canada and the U.S. are constantly meeting in the park and returning home. No tracing, no quarantines. We saw many picnics and counted 60 pitched tents last Sunday. Does the minister not see this as a public health issue?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, well, we have, as has been explained several times, implemented some of the strongest measures in the world. And last March, we have essentially closed the border between Canada and the United States for all non-essential travel. And we have continued to maintain those provisions while allowing for the movement of essential workers and essential goods across that border. The measures that we put in place do require all people returning from the U.S. to enter into quarantine. Those measures are enforceable with significant fines and consequences for those who break them. We'll continue to do all of the things, Mr. Speaker, that are necessary to help keep Canadians safe.
Member for Lethbridge. I believe you're on mute. Try the mute on the actual headset. Maybe no, that's not it either. Okay, what we'll do is we'll go to the next question, then come back if you don't mind. The Honourable Member doesn't mind checking with IT and go from there.
I'll just do it without it.
Oh, perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Line 5 is an essential part of Canada's energy supply chain, providing half the oil needs of Ontario and Quebec. It is currently under threat of being cancelled, but the Prime Minister, he hasn't even lifted a finger. Canadians, they need to fill up their gas tanks, they need to heat their homes, and they need to cook their food. Energy is, after all, the fuel of life. Wait a second. Is that why the Prime Minister has promised to plant 2 billion trees? Are we going back to wood-burning stoves?
Oh, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, Line 5 has operated safely for over 65 years. Enbridge continues to monitor its operations around the clock. They're undertaking checks with remotely operated vehicles. They've got human divers at regular intervals. The tunnel project, which Michigan recently issued permits for, will make a safe line even safer. Over the past 10 years, Enbridge has transported more than 27 billion barrels of crude with a safety delivery record of 99.99%. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are working hard to support our oil and gas workers and to protect Canada's energy and industrial infrastructure. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, as vaccines continue to arrive in Canada, we know how important it is for all Canadians to get vaccinated when the time comes. I know that while our researchers are working hard to ensure that any vaccine is safe for Canadians, some may still have hesitation to get vaccinated. Can the Minister of Health please update us on the work being done to make sure all Canadians have confidence in the COVID vaccines?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and for her hard work on the Health Committee. We know that we need to do more to ensure that all Canadians have access to reliable, accurate, and timely information about vaccines and the importance of vaccination. And that's why we've announced the Immunization Partnership Fund, which will provide over $30 million for community organizations and leaders to develop tailored and targeted tools and resources that can increase vaccine confidence, address barriers to access and acceptance within their communities. So I encourage all organizations to apply and for every Canadian to get vaccinated when their time comes.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Last week, President Biden announced a freeze on U.S. arms sales to Saudi Arabia. Here in Canada, the Liberals continue to fuel the very war they condemn by exporting arms to a country with one of the worst human rights records in the world. This is not right. If the U.S. can do it, so can we. We must protect Canadian workers and uphold human rights. When will the Liberals stop selling deadly weapons to Saudi Arabia, fueling one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to a stronger and more rigorous arms export system. That is why we acceded to the Arms Trade Treaty, and human rights considerations are now at the center of our export regime. I, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, will deny any permit application where there is a risk of human rights violation.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday in question period, the Prime Minister said he was, quote, pleased to see the United States follow our lead in banning fossil fuel subsidies. Liberals promised in 2015 to end fossil fuel subsidies and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. On the contrary, though, between 2014 and 18, both went up. Greenhouse gas emissions up, fossil fuel subsidies up, even before adding the $17 billion for Trans Mountain. So my question to my Liberal friends is, how is the vertigo that you're now experiencing from no longer being able to discern up from down?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In November, our government introduced a climate plan that demonstrates how Canada will exceed its Paris Agreement targets and will create jobs and economic prosperity for the future. As part of this, our government is committed to phasing out inefficient subsidies, fossil fuel subsidies, by 2025, and we are on track to do so. We were pleased to see the Americans follow our lead in committing to phase out fossil fuel subsidies. Canada has already eliminated 8 tax measures in that sector, and we are working with Argentina on a peer review of fossil fuel subsidies. Our government will continue working with Canadians to cut pollution and to grow our economy.
Very good, and that's all the time we have for today. Before we go to the point of orders, I just want to remind the honourable members that there are headsets that are supplied by the House, and I think it's important that in order to have staff be able to help if something goes wrong, if you don't mind, maybe making sure that you have one of those headsets at home or in your office when you're speaking in the House. It just makes it that much easier for the IT ambassador to help out. The other thing is getting better. Let's not forget to keep the boom down on the mic so that it is about half an inch either above or below the mouth so that you don't get that popping sound, and we don't want to injure our translators, our interpreters, and make sure that they remain healthy. They are very important to make sure that we do receive service in the languages, or in both languages. Merci. Yes, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And point of order arising a question period. Earlier, the Deputy Prime Minister was crowing about how much better the Canadian job market was doing in recovery compared to our colleagues in the U.S. With the House's permission, I'd like to table an OECD report that actually shows the U.S. has recovered 33% better.
Okay. We're getting into debate, but the honourable member does want to present a paper or table a paper. Do we have all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. Unfortunately, we don't have unanimous consent. The honourable member for Burlington North has a point of order. Oh, no, she's not on. The honourable member for Pontiac.
Your hand's up.
We've got hands going up. Okay, I don't think we have any hands then. Very good. The honourable opposition House Leader has a question.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's Thursday, and so we have to do an update on our parliamentary work. As you know, next week we will all be in our ridings, which is great because I look forward to going to my barbershop on Valcartier Boulevard because I have great need for a haircut.
I would like to know what we're doing when the House will resume on February the 15th, and I hope that the government will table the famous bill to cancel the famous $1,000 to those who travel without necessity.
The parliamentary secretary the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je remercie mon...
I would like to thank my colleague for this Thursday question because it allows me to dialogue with him, which is rarer and rarer these days, to answer directly. Tomorrow we will continue second reading of Bill C-10, an act on broadcasting, and after our riding week we will come back on Tuesday rather than Monday, and on that Tuesday we will continue the study of Bill C-14, which is an essential bill, and we must adopt it rapidly. Wednesday, we will continue a second reading study of Bill C-15, which has to do with the UNDRIP that we often refer to.
18 shall be an allotted day. On Friday, we will start second reading debate of Bill C-13 concerning single sports betting, as well as Bill C-19, which provides for temporary rules to ensure the safe administration of an election in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Et je souhaite à tous.
And to all my colleagues, I wish an excellent riding week.
Very good. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, business of supply. Resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Mrs. Gray regarding the special committee on the economic statement and the economic relationship between Canada and the United States.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business.
Merci beaucoup, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with my colleague for Don Valley West.
Very honored to rise virtually in this House to debate this motion from the Conservative opposition. I am always very pleased to discuss Canada's most important trading partner. As Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade, our relationship with our neighbours to the south is obviously of the utmost importance to me. So let's start with the numbers. And make no mistake, these numbers tell a very compelling story. We do over $2 billion in daily cross-border trade. Canada is the #1 export market for the majority of the American states. In 2019, in fact, Canada was the #1 customer for 32 different U.S. states. Over 74% of Canada's goods exports are sold to the United States. The US is the single greatest investor in Canada. In 2019, US stock investment in Canada was $455 billion, representing nearly half of all our foreign investment. But you see, when it comes to describing the importance of the relationship between Canada and the US, a purely economic analysis doesn't give you the full picture. Let me take you back, Mr. Speaker, to a day 20 years ago. Let me take you back to September 11th, 2001, to the day that 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Center and another hit the Pentagon. At that time, as you can imagine, many, many other planes were in flight during the terrible attack, planes en route to the United States, families returning from vacation, businessmen and women, students, Americans going home. But the Federal Aviation Administration closed U.S. airspace. In a phone call, Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta ordered, "Get those goddamn planes down." And so these planes and their passengers bound for the United States needed a place to go. They came to Canada, Mr. Speaker. On September 11th, 2001, 6,595 passengers and crew from 38 flights landed in the small town of Gander, Newfoundland. The story of the people of Gander opening their hearts and their homes to Americans is well known. It even spawned a highly successful Broadway musical, Come From Away. It is, for me, the story of the Canada-US relationship. When Americans Clark and Roxanne Lopper and their young adopted child were wandering through the local Lions Club, which was housing airline passengers, a Gander resident they had never met before asked if the couple needed a shower and a place to sleep. "But there are no showers at the Lions Club," the Americans said. No, you can come over to my house and shower," said the Canadian. When Lisa Zale and her American business associate Sarah Wood went to Canadian Tire for supplies and got to the cash to pay, the cashier asked if they were from one of the planes. When they nodded, the Canadian Tire employee said that anything that stranded passengers needed, they could take. The store was happy to provide it for free. Local pharmacists supplied medicine to passengers who needed it. Canadian teenagers saw the many young children confused and scared and organized a large party complete with games and cakes and costumes just to make them feel welcome and safe. I could go on and on, Mr. Speaker. It is the story of Gander, Newfoundland. It is one of the many Canadian stories of 9/11. And for me, it is the story of the Canada-US relationship. Before I go any further, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris on their historic victory. This is certainly a new chapter in our relationship, an exciting one, full of promise and of hope. Vice President Harris spent her teenage years just on the other side of this mountain, on the other side of the border from my riding here in Montreal. I met President Biden when he came to Ottawa for a state dinner as then Vice President in the Obama administration. Alors, je ne vais pas vous cacher.
And so I won't hide, Mr. Speaker, the optimism that I have at this very moment. Let's be honest, the 4 past years haven't always been tranquil. Illegal and unjustified tariffs, international institutions being left behind, the shrinkage of environmental protection, and a constant lack of predictability. Our unique relation between our 2 countries was very much put to the test, but the strength of our ties, the strength of our relations between Canadians and Americans, and the diligent work of our government in order to preserve and protect this relation have all garnered results. We are still standing. We stood up for our workers. We stuck up for the aluminium and steel industry against protectionism and for multilateralism.
Time when the opposition was urging us to make compromises and to make sure that nobody would get too upset. The current leader of the official opposition even suggested in 2008 that Canada should abandon its countermeasures in response to U.S. tariffs because, and I quote, They are not worth the symbolic nature. There was nothing symbolic about our determination, Mr. Speaker, and the U.S. lifting their tariffs proved it. The motion before us today proposes the creation of a special committee tasked with studying all aspects of the economic relationship between Canada and the United States. While I'm not personally convinced that a new committee is necessarily required to achieve that goal, I do welcome any opportunity for parliamentarians to further examine this important relationship. I've already had the privilege to study the importance of our trading relationship with the U.S. at our International Trade Committee when we examined the new NAFTA, or the CUSMA agreement. We spent over 35 hours of intense study and heard testimony from witnesses during committee from an innumerable number of industries and sectors, and they each explained to us how closely our two economies were bound together. Nous avons entendu des fabricants.
We heard from car manufacturers, dairy producers, unions, representatives of First Nations, canola producers, representatives of the chemical industry, chambers of commerce, and so many more. We were able to see directly the impact of our relationship with the United States on every sector and every region of our country. I'm thinking of the Mayor of Windsor, Drew Dilkins, who, in his testimony before the committee, talked about the 8,000 people in his city who go to the United States every day to work. He explained that car pieces manufactured in Canada cross the border about 7 times, an average of 7 times before coming out of the production chain. That's an excellent example of the integrated nature of our economies. This is a victory for our aluminum industry, with the removal of all tariffs and a new guarantee that 70% of aluminum will be used in American car manufacturing compared to 0% before. This is a victory for our cultural industries, which represents about $50 billion a year with the preservation of the cultural exemption. 75,000 jobs are protected in Quebec alone. This includes a new chapter on the environment, which monitors air quality and fights pollution.
Canada and the United States enjoy one of the most productive, collaborative, and mutually beneficial bilateral relationships in the world. It is not only our business community that feels this way, but all Canadians. From Gander, Newfoundland, where so many literally open their homes, to here in Montreal and the eastern townships in Quebec, where so many Americans vacation, to Windsor, Ontario, where our respective auto industries intersect, right across to Calgary, Alberta, and Vancouver, British Columbia, where so many of our exports to the United States flow from. We are stronger together, Mr. Speaker, and our two countries share so much more than the most deeply integrated economies. We share a set of values, a common shared set of values of democracy, of freedom, of human rights, and a deep and strong North American culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Just a second here. Just 1 second. It's been a little while since I've called this member, so the honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the parliamentary secretary for her speech. Recently, Conservative governments negotiated over 40, almost 50 free trade agreements with countries, including the U.S. But the current Prime Minister was a no-show with the initial Trans-Pacific Partnership, resulting in the U.S. dropping out of that agreement and eventually resulting in additional concessions being made to our supply management sectors. Dairy farmers in my riding of North Okanagan Shuswap have continuously paid the price of this, the poor negotiations of the Liberal government. But this committee, I believe, could look into these issues and hopefully provide better guidance to the future. So I'm hoping that the parliamentary secretary would support this committee being formed. Does the parliamentary secretary support this motion to create this committee?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I have had the privilege of speaking to dairy farmers very recently. In fact, when we were studying at the International Trade Committee the impact of a potential United Kingdom-Canada transitional trade agreement, and I can tell him that I have the utmost respect for our dairy farmers, and I know how important our trade agreements are to them. They were actually asking us to ensure continued access to the UK market and to many other markets, and they are very pleased that Canada is the only country in the G7 to have trade agreements with each and every one of its G7 counterparts. I think that this committee that is being proposed by the Conservatives is certainly an interesting idea, and I am always prepared to study the Canada-US relationship, whether it's in our International Trade Committee or in another committee. I certainly believe that is a good idea.
The commentaire, l'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very interesting to be able to explore avenues to improve and consolidate Quebec and Canada's positions when it comes to our economic relationship with the United States. During the pandemic, we've seen many consequences. For example, a reflex towards protectionism, and we've observed it in the last months. A few times during the House, during a few comments, I've raised the issue of free trade, and I've raised the issue of raising the national security clause when there are difficult economic situations in certain sectors. There are some states that invoke these types of clauses. Would the minister be interested in exploring this avenue, which does not seem to be in the nature of our institutions in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I think that this certainly deserves in-depth discussion, and I will be pleased to do so. I just want to say that it's very important, as I was formerly a lawyer in international business law, it's important for all of us to carefully follow our agreements, including bilateral and multilateral agreements, and those that are part of the WTO. Canada is a leader, and the voice of Canada has been very important during the pandemic to ensure that we maintain our supply chains open, that we keep international trade intact, that we don't try to get into a kind of culture or encouragement to turn inwards. Protectionism does not have a place in Canada, and certainly not amongst our allies either. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would appreciate if people looked my way when I give the signals to make sure that I understand who wants to participate when they are asking questions. Otherwise, I will cut them off.
Debate, the reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Speaker, and it's a great honour to follow my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade and Small Business. Today we have a good opportunity to discuss the very important relationship that Canada shares with the United States and the United States shares with Canada. Canada and the U.S. have long enjoyed one of the most productive, collaborative, and mutually beneficial bilateral relationships in the world. And no two nations depend more on each other for their prosperity and their security than we do with the United States. To start personally, I grew up on the border. I grew up in Sault Ste. Marie in Northern Ontario on the border with Michigan. And I grew up with the rather false understanding and notion that Canada was much bigger than the United States, because Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario was 3 or 4 times the size of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. So I always had the sense as a small child that we were the larger and more important country in the world. We may be bigger in land space, and we may be significant at the world stage for our many attributes that we have carried into the world. But I have since come to realize that the economic differences between our two countries are profound, and that all through our history, Canada has had to seek ways to ensure that we are heard, we are seen, and that we have a mutually beneficial economic and cultural and social relationship. And I think very much we have done that. It's a partnership of neighbors. We're forged by that shared geography, similar values and common interests, deep family and personal connections, and powerful multi-layered economic and security ties. Much later, after growing up in Sault Ste. Marie as an adult, I did a doctorate on the campus of the University of Chicago, and I was able to spend a considerable amount of time in the Windy City and understand some of the huge both challenges in American society, but also the tremendous richness of that society. And so we continue to deepen those connections as we engage with the United States in so many aspects of our economic, cultural, and social lives. Our two countries enjoy the largest trading relationship in the world. We defend and protect North America together. We're stewards of a shared environment, and we stand on the world stage to respond together to pressing global challenges. And this is especially true in times of crises. Madam Speaker, these are not merely words. They're noting the extensive ties between our two countries that's reflected between our leaders. Just 2 weeks ago, the first foreign leader, the newly inaugurated President Biden, called was our Prime Minister. That was no coincidence. It speaks to the long-standing mutual respect and friendship that has been felt on both sides of this border. During the call, the Prime Minister and the President reaffirmed our strong commitment to shared values and interests, both at home and on the global stage. Together, our leaders discussed the fundamental priorities of both our countries, from ending the global COVID-19 pandemic to economic cooperation and free trade, from our security and defense partnerships to our shared commitment to diversity and inclusion. These are also many of the same priorities in the relationship I'd like to address today, Madam Speaker. Just this past Monday, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke with Vice President Kamala Harris, congratulating her on her historic election. And as we all know in this chamber, the Vice President has a special relationship with our country, with Canada. And during that call, she fondly recalled her formative high school years spent in Montreal. Just one way in which this relationship is unique and interesting and important. It's one way in which our relationship is rich and demands both of us to be both respectful, but also to enjoy each other as people with common interests and common values. We'll continue to talk and work things through, even when we don't agree. There are things that Canadians and Americans don't agree on. And no matter who is in charge in Ottawa or in Washington, there are often times when we have to engage. We have to struggle, and we have to come out the other side for what is mutually beneficial to both our peoples. It doesn't mean, as I said, that we're always on the same page. The Keystone XL pipeline is a vivid reminder of that, and the Prime Minister spoke frankly to President Biden about our disappointment on that decision. We worked even harder on our bilateral relationship over the last 4 years than ever before in history. Let's be honest, it has not been an easy 4 years. However, we worked at it, and we have been successful in ensuring that Canada's interests have been well heard. Madam Speaker, the fact that Canadians and Americans are able to speak frankly, to be honest with each other is at the core of our relationship, and that is why, in spite of our differences, we've been able to accomplish many great things by working together. I think, obviously, as we look back over the last few years, The largest and most important example is our renewed commitment to the trilateral commercial relationship, which has come into force as the Canada-US-Mexico Agreement, or CUSMA, or the new NAFTA. The new NAFTA addresses modern trade challenges, reduces red tape at the border, provides enhanced predictability and stability for workers and businesses across the integrated North American market. I think we do still need to give kudos to our now Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister who shepherded that very difficult negotiation, but also to our current Foreign Minister who in his role as the Chair of the Cabinet Committee on Canada-US Relations has been integral in forming that relationship and keeping it strong. I also want to nod my hat to my predecessor in this position and the former member for Orleans, Andrew Leslie, who as Parliamentary Secretary made countless trips to the United States to defend Canadian interests with a depth of understanding about the way our two countries work. In that way, this government was successful in ensuring that Canadian businesses, Canadian workers, Canadian consumers were protected, and not only protected, but we came out the other side of that deal with an enhanced trade agreement. It supports inclusive trade. It has outcomes that advance interests of gender equality and Indigenous peoples and the environment. These outcomes will strengthen our commercial relationship, promote new opportunities for Canadians and Canadian businesses, and support our collective economic prosperity. Will also provide the bedrock on which we will build back our economies after this pandemic. Madam Speaker, in many ways, the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of our relationship and the uniqueness of that relationship with the United States. We know the spread of COVID-19 has caused upheaval in both Canada and the US, and we've had to take unprecedented action to combat the pandemic, to support our citizens and stabilize our economies. Last March, Canada and the United States arrived at a far-reaching agreement to limit discretionary and recreational travel across the border, an understanding that has been extended by mutual agreement every month since then to try to keep both Americans and Canadians healthier and safer. The magnitude of this decision cannot be overstated. Ours is one of the busiest land borders in the world, with approximately 400,000 people crossing it every day. And the stakes are high. We want to defeat this virus so we can return to normal back and forth trade agreements and recognition of the way we have done business so well over many, many decades. We depend on upon each other, whether it's right after the Halifax explosion, on the beaches of northern France, or after the World Trade Center and the 9/11 attacks, as my previous speaker mentioned. The Come From Away has memorialized that tremendous relationship. Devastated forest fires in California and Oregon. Canada is there when the United States needs us, and Americans know that. Time after time, when I have those conversations with my American friends, they remind me how important it is. It's about protecting ourselves, protecting our world, and ensuring that all of us are able to move into a world that is safer and freer, more democratic, more respectful of human rights, more honoring of civil rights, and better for men and women in both our countries and around the world. Our societies have faced difficulties. We have difficult legacies as well. We've come together to talk about an inclusive society, to combat racism, to ensure that Indigenous peoples have their rightful place in both our countries, and we'll continue to do that. We will do it together. When it comes to this committee, if the Parliament decides that we indeed should have or need to have such a committee, of course we'll support it as an opportunity to further the relationship. Should Parliament decide otherwise, we will continue to work with Americans for the best of Canadians' interests in whatever way we can at every opportunity, and to do that with the way that Canadians have always done everything, with courage, with respect, and with fortitude. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for the speech and the display of the importance of Canada-U.S. relations. In light of the discussions, of course, oil and gas industry comes to mind a lot for Alberta and for the rest of Canada. Today, there's a report on Democrat Senator Manchin saying that he's split with President Biden on the XL pipeline decision. And he states, quote, that he would rather buy Canadian oil than Venezuelan oil. So the question to the honourable member, have our government and the Prime Minister emphasized on the same point that our responsibly ethical oil from Alberta and from Canada should be no dispute over whatsoever when it comes to shipping it and to United States, and the pipelines is very important for both countries. Have they emphasized this point, yes or no? And I hope we get an answer on that.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning, for his question and his comments. And I did not hear that news account of Senator Manchin's comments. However, I would say I agree. I agree that I would sooner be buying Canadian natural resources, Canadian oil and gas, over any other country's oil and gas or natural resources. I would also want to be exporting our oil and gas. And it's not only because I have a sister who lives in Edmonton, and she reminds me regularly of the importance of the oil and gas industry to Alberta. That industry isn't only important to Alberta, it's important to all Canadians. Every Canadian values the importance of our energy sector. We may have disagreements in some parts of the country about how that will work out with environmental considerations, but we all share the value that Alberta's economy is important, and we will continue to do that. We need to find—
Allow for other questions. The honourable member for Courtenay-Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. Madam Speaker, we keep hearing about young people, especially and students that are struggling right now, and there's a new campaign that's called Knock Out the Interest, and it's led by 39 student unions from across the country, representing 725,000 students. Madam Speaker, they cite that charging interest on student loans forces those who need student loans to pay more for their education than someone who could afford to pay tuition up front. And clearly, this is essentially a tax on lower middle income students and their families. Now, Madam Speaker, President Biden issued an executive order on his first day extending a student loan repayment freeze for 8 months. Will this Liberal government do the right thing and eliminate charging all interest on student loan debt moving forward? This would be the right thing to do in terms of a recovery plan for those students that are struggling right now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was waiting for the honourable member to make that right-hand turn to bring it into the discussion of American-Canadian relations. We can learn things from the Americans. They can learn things from us. Let me state very clearly that student debt is something that concerns me personally, and I know it concerns the government. I think that we should be looking for every way, particularly, but not only during this pandemic, to ensure that students have the best way to move forward in their life. I have been on that file since I was a university student, and I will continue to push for that, to find ways that we can ensure that post-secondary education is accessible and is available to every Canadian. As a former leader of mine said, if you've got the grades, you should get to go to school. And so there should be no financial impediments to post-secondary education. I'll continue to work on that, and I'll continue to listen to advice from people like President Biden, who often has very, very good things to tell us. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. At the beginning of the debate today, I want to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Brandon Souris, and I will look forward to his comments as well. But I look at our Canada-U.S. relationship in relation to the current motion we have on the table today, and it's important for us, I think, to look at what's happened along the way that's led us to where we are today. And I go back to a time years ago when we first structured the initial Canada-US free trade agreement. And it was an historic agreement at that point in time, but it took some significant doing to get over the line. That was back in 1988 and initially instituted at the beginning of 1989. There were two leaders of two countries working in goodwill at that point in time, Prime Minister Brian Mulroney and US President Ronald Reagan, recognizing that here in North America we had joint issues that would move forward better together than if we were apart. Trade was one of those issues. There were other issues as well, including continental defense, that were all part of the mix that we needed to address in that whole arrangement. But I actually want to bring members of this House to a point before FTA, Free Trade Agreement, 1988, and look at what happened, what Eastern Ontario looked like at that point in time. And I remember being in Ottawa, because I did work in Ottawa at that point in time, a previous point in my life. And I remember, if anybody can picture this, if you think about the Lord Elgin Hotel, which is a majestic hotel on Elgin Street, was actually shuttered, was actually shut down and ready to be demolished. There were several buildings around Ottawa that were half torn down. There was an economic demise that this country had undergone after the years of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, where economic sense had left this country and we'd damaged relationships with our most important trading partner, where our economy had suffered so badly, our dollar was plunging, we were in severe deficits and an accumulating debt that was mounting that we could not get out of. That's where free trade came to be so important. Now, I remember the election that happened in that year as well, 1988, and I remember the contest, the virtual signaling from the other side saying, this is the end of Canada as we know it. This is the complete demise of the nation that we built over the last 120 years at that point in time. And in fact, it was refreshing to see, after the success that the free trade agreement enjoyed, to watch the other opposition parties say, that was a great period for our country and one of the best moves forward we've ever had. But that's the start of it. Canadians decided in that election, because it became an election issue. So Canadians got to vote on really the election issue, whether we should have free trade with the United States or whether we should continue to have separate arrangements on lots of tariffs between our two countries, and a branch plant economy in Canada, which wasn't serving us well. And Canadians decided to look ahead and move forward on our trade relationship. I would say that that led to much of the prosperity this nation has enjoyed ever since. And not just Canada has enjoyed it, but all our trading partners in the United States have enjoyed that as well. Companies have enjoyed that. Individuals have enjoyed that. Think about our lifestyle here in Canada versus what it was pre-1988. It is the single defining event that moved us forward as a country and actually led to what was, for a long time, a world-leading prosperity up in the G7 nations. And now we've come down significantly, but we need to get back there. And this relationship, of course, is the most important part of that. One of the important parts of that free trade agreement, it's little known, was a portion called the Energy Sharing Agreement, where if there was any disruption in the flow of energy between the two countries, we had to jointly share the reductions that were happening. And that would be for both countries, because we actually do produce a lot of resources in Canada. We ship them to the United States, and we flow them back across the border as finished products. So any shortage would affect our consumers on each side of the border, depending where that shortage was or how it happened. And that was because we were facing world security issues at that point in time. That was an important part of this arrangement. For the U.S., it was the linchpin of why they needed Canada in this agreement and why they wanted to do this deal. It surprised me in this last round of Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement when I saw the Minister of International Trade describe that as something she was happy to get off the page, because that was our main card in 1988. And that apparently was not deemed to be so by this administration. And I'm bewildered by that, but I'm certain there must be some reasoning behind it, but I'd like to explore that further. There's another agreement called the Transit Pipelines Agreement, and that was signed in 1977 by Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And that ensured that the pipeline transit between our country, our borders, and particularly through the Great Lakes, would continue no matter what. There was a treaty between us, and now we see the interruption of that from a state governor saying, well, we want to interrupt this pipeline because we think it might be environmentally unfriendly. It's never had an accident. It's just pure politics at this point in time, and we need the U.S. government to step in. We need our Prime Minister to actually step forth and enforce that transit pipeline treaty with the U.S. President, because there is some seniority with the federal government here, and that is going to be our main relation. But the irony of the whole situation is if we get that pipeline interrupted, Imperial Oil's already said they're going to have to put their oil at Superior, Wisconsin, onto tankers to get it to market. Same water body and a pipeline that's never had an accident, and more CO2 in tankers than there is in pipelines. So looking at what happens on these strains in relationship between our country, it's been through administrations. And I would say that the Chrétien-Clinton administration, there was some strain. There was more strain under Chrétien, pardon me, Madam Speaker, Prime Minister Chrétien, President Bush Jr., and it leveled out for a decade. President Obama strained it some more under 2 Canadian prime ministers, including the cancellation of the initial Keystone XL, which was brought forward under a subsequent president and now reversed by the current president. So this is an ongoing friction between our countries that has been getting more and more. It's not one event, it's been a series of events as we go through history. The main point here is this relationship that we have between our countries is often exemplified by a relationship between our 2 leaders. And not just a relationship to have dinner together, but a relationship where we actually show up and solve common issues together with the facts on the table. And that's not happening anymore, Madam Speaker. What we need is some serious people to sit down and get this job done. I'm going to move to energy here. I know a lot of what I said is energy so far, but we have great energy trade between our 2 countries. We ship a lot of product, a lot of raw natural resource from Western Canada into the United States, and a lot of it is processed in the United States. Some of it is used in the United States, but a good portion of that energy comes back into Canadian markets. That's our free trading relationship between our 2 countries, and that's the way we built it. That's the way we prospered. But to actually suggest that Canada by itself is energy secure in petroleum products is not looking at the entire situation. Because if we actually had a cutoff of our hydrocarbon resource supply from the United States in Eastern Canada, we would suffer. We are an energy-rich country that suffers at some of the ends of the country. We need to integrate that and make sure that we continue to prosper together with the United States and make sure that no parts of our country get cut off. Let's look at our energy trade growth, because you think about how much energy we export from Canada. Oil alone, we export 4 million barrels a day out of a production of about 5 million barrels a day in round numbers. So 80% of our oil is exported primarily to the United States. And that is something we built a nation, a lot of prosperity upon. But it's our balance of trade. It represents $100 billion per year of trade. And that matters to us as a country here as far as our economics and how we enjoy our lifestyle. But the U.S. grew too. The U.S. grew its energy production from 5 million barrels a day at the beginning of President Obama's administration to 13 million barrels per day. So predominantly progressive for both countries as far as the energy supply. Why? Because it is actually a very good resource for the country. I know I'm being signaled here that I've taken too long already. I'd love to talk about the environment more and how we need to move forward together on an environmental arrangement between our 2 countries, and how our current environmental arrangements are not doing that well. But effectively, we're looking at values between our 2 countries here. Democracy, respect for human rights, support for universal education, healthcare, respect for the environment. These are things we share, and free markets is the root of all of this. We need to see the issues that divide us abate, and the values joining us succeed. I'm looking forward to this committee's work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, in a lot of these discussions that have been taking place over the last week, I've heard a number of members go on and on about the Conservative Party back in the day and the free trade and everything that they stood for back then. Well, yes, the Progressive Conservative Party of Brian Mulroney brought in free trade. And I don't know what they want us to say. I was 11 years old at the time. Did the former Liberals from decades ago perhaps have it wrong? Sure. Do they want us to admit that? I'd be the first to say that maybe they didn't have it right, but I certainly can't accept responsibility, Madam Speaker, given that, we're talking 3 or 4 decades ago. So I guess my question to the member would be, does he not at least recognize, given the number of deals that this government has signed for free trade, that the Liberal Party of today is a supporter of free trade?
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really thank my colleague for that intervention. It was informative, and I agree that we have progressed. 11 years old when the free trade agreement was signed, and the university you went through was paid for by the prosperity brought by free trade. The health care that you've enjoyed to this point in time was purchased by the prosperity of free trade. So these are linchpin moments in a country, and I really appreciate that your party now embraces what we had to bring forward, and I would look forward to you actually embracing some of the economic policies we're bringing forward now and make sure that we actually advance further on the environmental front and on the economic front between our two countries. Thank you.
As well to address his questions and comments through the chair. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am sorry. I was awaiting his speech, and I appreciated his speech a great deal. Unfortunately, he was cut off just as he was getting ready to talk about the economy or rather energy trade and the relationship between that and the environment. I'd like to hear what he has to say about that and how he can actually bring those two together to have energy trade, and also talk about C-15 that we tried to get passed this week, and his colleagues voted against it. Yes, I will give him 1 minute because there's another question waiting.
Je remercie mon collègue.
I would like to thank my colleague for the question. He's said that I was about to talk about the environment, and yes, the environment
in our two countries are going to actually lead to what's called carbon leakage if we proceed in a direction that is actually going to be pressing environmental issues where we have one standard and the U.S. has another standard. We are going to just bleed jobs to the United States. One of the things we need to do in our relationship with the United States is come to a common environmental standard about how we reduce emissions jointly. We are in North America, and we have a common energy environment here, pipelines, supply, and energy that the world envies. And we're not Europe. We don't have conflicts with our neighbors. We actually will enjoy some prosperity together and some reduction in the environmental effects together without conflict if we pursue that jointly. And that should be one of the main things this government brings forward, and I'm hoping as part of this committee here is that we come to a common environmental understanding with our major trading partner. Je vous remercie encore.
I would like to thank my colleague once again.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. President Biden's decision recognizes that subsidizing big oil and gas companies will not, in fact, save workers' jobs. An energy transition plan with a focus on job protection is what workers need. By maintaining subsidies to big business does not do the job. So does the member believe that he's helping shareholders rather than protecting jobs if we keep on with subsidies to big oil?
Brief response from the member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really thank my colleague for the ability to answer that question. Take a look at what people call subsidies these days is anything you come up with at the end of the day. Because if you look at the oil and gas industry, the industry alone, not the employees, have contributed $600 billion over the last 18 years towards Canadian taxes. That's not a subsidy. If they whittle down, okay, here's an incentive to actually drill in these areas versus another, they're still contributing a significant base to Canadian taxes, the most of any industry in Canada. So this is not subsidizing an industry. This is actually motivating an industry to give more Canadian jobs and actually provide more prosperity to Canada. So I hope that correction of what is spelled out as a subsidy is clear to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure to be honored to be able to speak to our opposition leader's member from Durham's Opposition Day motion that has been put forward today. And I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Centre for his excellent presentation and for sharing his time with me here today as well. You know, out of the nations Canada trades with, there's nothing more important than the relationship we have with the United States. As with all relationships, though, we cannot take this one for granted either. And as a farm leader and as an MLA and now as a member of Parliament, I've had the front row seat in witnessing the ups and downs of some of the politics that of that trade relationship. Throughout the years that I've attended many Midwestern legislative conferences in the U.S., some of those in Manitoba when I was there as well, which provide an opportunity for elected Canadian representatives across the prairies to meet with their American counterparts from many of the Great Plain and Midwest industrial states. At those conferences, you know, you get to meet countless people and you quickly learn that they are facing many of the same challenges we do. I mentioned the Midwestern Legislators Forums. I've attended them in Michigan, in Kansas, and in Des Moines, Iowa, and actually one in the Pacific Northwest out in Whitefish, Montana as well, Madam Speaker. And at these conferences, you learn a lot about the interchange of the relationship that we have with our American counterparts. And as I said earlier, many of the issues are very common. We, particularly in the trade side, it was when the U.S. put its first farm bill in place in 1986. I was in Kansas when that took place. But you know, either it to be logistical or regulatory barriers to plain old politics, you get a better understanding of what is at the root of some of the trade disputes that still linger to this day. And we don't have to look far for those examples. Some of them are softwood lumber to country of origin labeling that we had for beef, Madam Speaker. Trade disruptions over the years have negatively impacted numerous Canadian exports. And more recently, NAFTA was renegotiated, and we witnessed the former U.S. administration impose a 25% tariff on imports of Canadian steel and a 10% tariff on imports of Canadian aluminum. So regardless of who occupies the White House or controls Congress, we must always be cognizant that with a stroke of a pen, many of our industries and people's jobs could be severely impacted. And so I applaud our leader, as I said, of the official opposition for taking the proactive step of putting forward this motion to create this new special committee. And when I was first elected to the House of Commons in 2013, the now member of the official opposition was the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of International Trade. And at that time, the Canada-Europe trade agreement was still being negotiated, and the member from Durham visited my constituency to meet with agricultural and business leaders about this new opportunity. And that it was. Trade is at the heart of our region's economy. Western Manitoba's exports are primarily based on agriculture, livestock, natural resources, alongside manufacturers such as Balin Industries, major employers in our region. To put a number on it, the latest data from the Manitoba government on agricultural exports stated that the American domestic market is worth $2.6 billion, over that, Madam Speaker, per year for the province of Manitoba. And let us never forget, there's almost as many people living in the National Capital Region as in the entire province of Manitoba. By far, the Americans are Manitoba's largest foreign customer, with the second largest being Japan, which amounts to roughly $896 million a year. Canada's canola exports to the United States alone are worth over half, or Manitoba's canola exports, pardon me, not Canada's. Manitoba's canola exports to the United States alone are worth over $500 million, followed by processed potatoes, seed oil cake, hogs, and cattle. The economic prosperity of almost every community in my region is directly tied to the success of exporting many of these agricultural products. Because of the importance of this trade relationship, coupled with the new U.S. administration, it is imperative we have an ability to work on this issue in conjunction with whatever our committees decide to study. As with many issues, there's a lot of crossover with various parliamentary committees and stakeholders. So from agriculture, industry, natural resources, and transport, each of those sectors want to be heard, and they will want to know the government strategy moving forward. So just this week in Congress, Tom Vilsack, who was nominated by President Biden to be his agricultural secretary, received a unanimous vote from the Senate Agriculture Committee and is expected to be confirmed by the overall Senate in the days ahead. Secretary Vilsack even joked that it felt like Groundhog Day during his Senate confirmation hearing, as he was President Obama's agriculture secretary during his entire 8 years in office. The United States and Canada enjoy the world's largest bilateral agricultural trade relationship, with almost $120 million worth of food and farm products crossing the border every day. In the last couple of years, the United States Department of Agriculture has created an undersecretary of trade within the Department of Agriculture itself, as to solely work on trade policies directly related to agriculture, just to emphasize the importance of that trade arrangement. And as is to be expected, they're on the offense. They're looking for expanding their markets opportunities, not only just here in Canada, but anywhere around the world. And while Americans might be our friends and allies, I've always stated they are also our competition. In the spirit of collaboration, I truly do hope we can pass this motion and immediately get this new committee up and running, because I think the Liberal government could benefit from the insight and experience of many of our Conservative caucus members. And while I'm not lamenting this, there isn't a Liberal MP from Winnipeg until you reach the greater Vancouver area. So between those 2 points, there's there's thousands of farmers and agri-food industries. And as a member who represents a lot of farmers, I have grave concerns about this government's track record on agriculture. We saw how long it took this government to respond to the Chinese government blocking Canadian canola shipments, as an example. In fact, we had to call emergency committee meetings to even discuss the issue. And I remember the procedural maneuvers that the government took to ensure we couldn't even request an emergency debate in the House. My point is not to rehash these issues, Madam Speaker, but rather to learn from them. We must be proactive on potential trade disruptions. I believe that with this new special committee, it'll provide an appropriate avenue to do so. In the coming months, we know there are going to be issues such as with pipelines, as have been mentioned by many of my colleagues today, and with the Buy America procurement rules. Our Canadian economy cannot afford any more trade disruptions. We need to get all our sectors back up and running, and we cannot afford to be caught asleep at the wheel. Our constituents are counting on us to get this right. So as a believer in free trade and free markets, I want to create the right conditions for entrepreneurs, business people, and farmers to flourish. It's part of the reason I brought Bill C-208 forward yesterday in the House. And I thank my colleagues for the support on that. But Canada must be a place where no ambition is too big and where no federal government will stand in the way of people working hard to get ahead. A dynamic economy where businesses are forming and hiring is what's needed. A free market economy is a social institution that harnesses human creativity and ingenuity for everyone's benefit. And there's not enough money in all the government coffers in Ottawa to replicate what entrepreneurs and risk takers do every single day. So, Madam Speaker, let's work together to make sure our farmers, businesses, and manufacturers have a stable and predictable American market that they can sell into. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always nice to hear from my colleague from Manitoba. We've served both in the Manitoba legislature, and now today we serve in the House of Commons representing some wonderful people. The member made reference to taking a proactive approach when it comes to trade. And I think that one of the things that we do need to recognize is that we have, over the years, had some excellent people negotiating on government's behalf to make sure that we could get the trade agreements that are necessary in order to advance Canada in a very proactive way over the last number of years into trade. And one of the examples I would cite would be one in the member's own riding, Maple Leaf, where they produce, I'm not too sure, maybe the member actually might know the number, 10,000 hogs a day, I think it is. But if he could just provide that tangible example as to why trade is so important.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North for that recognition of our time together in the Manitoba legislature. It's where we learned to have him make such, allow him the debating opportunity to make the wonderful speeches that he does in the House today, on and on and on. Thanks for that question. It is true that we export a lot of products, as I mentioned in my comments, out of not just to the United States, but large hog population, and the processing there goes to China and Japan, mainly into Japan and some of their major cuts. And so it is just tremendously important, as I said, for the hundreds of thousands of jobs that are created, not just in Manitoba, but across the whole country. And those exports are, being the nation we are, we depend on exports.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Often when I hear debates between Liberals and Conservatives, I tell myself that sometimes it's a question of intensity. They debate intensely, but they don't really go to the heart of things. Liberals and Conservatives, well, I wouldn't call it a debate of liberation, but in any case, there's a question of economic nationalism, which is part of our DNA here in Quebec. We fight for economic nationalism. So, how does the honourable member see having a public tendering? What does he think of having a public tendering process that gives an advantage to Canadian companies? Please ask the question through the speaker, not to the member himself.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that question, Madam Speaker. Certainly, we've got a situation today where our enterprises, as I pointed out, in the free trade and the open markets that we have, do an excellent job of finding those markets. That's not the issue. We have a tendering process through government for construction jobs, that sort of thing, that are on an international basis, with priorities to Canadians if they companies that can apply for those as well. And so I just want to say that the trade agreement that was put in place in 1988, my colleague from Calgary Centre pointed out how that significantly changed and improved the standard of living here in Canada. And so I wouldn't, if we could get to that state again right now, that position in the world, I believe we would be able to improve the bottom line of every Canadian and thereby improve their lives to every Canadian here in Canada as well.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's an honor to serve with my honourable colleague on the Health Committee, and I appreciate his wise words of that committee. I guess quickly, he and I have heard the same evidence, which shows that Canada was caught really without a domestic ability to produce essential medical equipment and supplies like PPEs. We were reliant on countries like China and the United States. So I'm wondering, given his interest in the Buy America part, does he agree, though, that Canada and other countries should have the ability to at least produce essential supplies and services in their country to at least make sure our own populations are not left hanging in a time of emergency? And how would he square those two concepts?
A brief answer from the member for Brandon Souris.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague on the Health Committee for his question and his concern to Canadians, that I have the same concern that he does. Any time that we can develop something that we can use here in our own country, in this time, in this particular case, vaccines, we should have that opportunity to do so. But what we've got right now is a situation where we have no idea what the contracts were from the present government, and so therefore we are in a limbo state, I would say, in regards to being able to move forward in that area right now.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Sudbury today. And just before I get going, Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to just thank once again the incredible staff and people that have made Parliament work in the last 10 months. A year ago, if you had told me that we were going to be in this situation where there would only be a small handful of us in the House and the vast majority would be participating virtually, I would never have believed it. But the way that they've incorporated and made this seamlessly work so that everybody can participate while staying safe is truly remarkable. And I just want to thank them for the incredible work that they've done to make this a reality. And I'm actually glad that this was the Opposition Day motion that was brought forward today, Madam Speaker. We're discussing a very important topic. I always get annoyed by those Opposition Day motions that tend to, just attack a person or an individual character attacks that we've seen in the past. But this is one that has really brought forward an important issue to discuss, and it's that relationship between Canada and the United States and our trading relationship. And I personally don't have any issue with this committee being formed because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I think that this committee and the work that it would do by interviewing various witnesses and bringing various different people forward to examine that relationship will probably paint a very, very good picture of what has transpired over the last couple of years in terms of that relationship. We got to remember where we were after Donald Trump had been elected and basically had this interventionist kind of approach on how the country of the United States would work and our relationship with their relationship with other countries and in particular Canada. I think everybody was quite worried about what that meant. I know that back then I went and I picked 20 businesses in my riding that I knew had relationships, economic close tying relationships with the U.S. And I went and talked to them to understand what their anxieties and their fears were about what a new deal with the United States could look like. And what we saw as we went through the time of the negotiations and the teams were discussing back and forth, and we had the tariffs that were put in place by the U.S. and then the retaliatory tariffs that were brought in by Canada in a reactive measure. What we saw, in my opinion, is that Canada actually has a very, very good leverage point when it comes to dealing with the United States, when it comes to talking trade with them. We might be a tenth the size in terms of population, but we are a major economic resource for the United States. Our trade, we are their number one trading partner, bigger than China, Japan, and the UK combined. So the United States depends on Canada a lot for exports. And we saw that. We saw that in those retaliatory tariffs that were put into place and the way that it was putting pressure on Donald Trump through Congress, through the individual congressional districts that were affected by it, how it put pressure on him to work out the USMCA deal. And what we saw when the USMCA came forward was a deal that, in my opinion, corrected a lot of inaccuracies or differences that may have occurred over the last 20 or 30 years since the trade agreement came into place. It allowed opportunities to bring new issues to light, focusing on the environment more, looking at things through various different lenses that perhaps we didn't 30 years ago. And it gave those opportunities when that deal was struck and that deal was made between the two countries. $2 billion goes back and forth every day with the United States from that trading relationship that we have with them. It's no small amount of money, and indeed, I would argue that we are in a very, very good negotiating point with the United States because of that. Now, of course, we don't want to fall into the trap of being so incredibly reliant on one country, and I think that for quite a while we were, but we want to make sure that we look at our trading relationships throughout the world so that we can become diversified in terms of where our trade is occurring. And so when we look at and talk about this committee that is being discussed in this opposition motion, I think there's great opportunity here, if this motion passes and the committee is formed, great opportunity to start to re-examine that relationship from a parliamentary level, to dig into the details of how negotiations can be done better, how we can look at other things such as our impact on climate, how we can make sure that the best interests of Canadians are taken into account. I believe strongly that good trade deals give us a better quality of life, and I don't disagree with my Conservative colleague who talked about the increased quality of life that's come from trade relationships, because I studied economics. I'm a strong supporter of trade. I apologize if liberals from 40 years ago were less so, but I certainly will tell you that I see the benefit in it. Because a trade relationship, when done properly, can be a win for both sides. A Conservative colleague of mine said something, I'll paraphrase earlier, to the effect of, if we have I think he said there's no good deal unless it's good for both sides, or something to that effect. And I agree completely. And with trade, and with the concept of and the practical implications of trade, quality of life can increase on both sides of the trading relationship. That's the whole point. That's why we strive to look for new opportunities for trade throughout the world. But I think it is important to remember that when we talk about trade, we're talking about a negotiation, we're talking about concessions that we have to make, but concessions that are at the expense of even greater gains. And this is where I find the arguments from the Bloc and the NDP, quite frankly, to be very difficult to accept, because quite often we hear about wanting to have it both ways, wanting to not give up anything and still get the gains that you get from trade. Well, the reality is that you got to understand and you got to accept the fact that there will be concessions, but the concessions will be at the expense of having even a greater gain. That will be what is realized out of those concessions, and that's what a trade relationship is all about. So I'm really looking forward to this committee, if it gets adopted through this motion, as an opportunity to look inward at how we do trade, look at that relationship with the U.S., fight for other issues that are connected to trade, such as security, climate change, and how our environment is impacted. Look for commonalities. I mean, if any two countries can make a trade relationship even better in the world, it's Canada and the United States, for all the reasons that have been given today. So I know that I'm starting to get towards the end of my time, Madam Speaker, but I am really happy to see that we've had this wholesome discussion today on such an important topic, because that relationship that we have with the United States and our trading ability with them is something that has improved the quality of life over the last several decades in Canada. And indeed, if it's done properly and if it's done right, it can continue to see us to be prosper well into the future. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the comments from my colleague on the other side of the aisle here. I had some questions regarding his speech that I really wanted to dive into here, one of which was the previous U.S. president creating fears and anxieties in his riding that were leading to trade disputes. And I wonder if he can extrapolate that feeling and think about what happened with Keystone XL when, in the first day of the new president's tenancy in the office, he basically canceled an agreement that would have brought $30 billion to government coffers over the life of this pipeline. In addition, it would have solved $16 billion annually of wealth transfer from Canada to the United States because of the differential we receive on our product due to the fact that we don't have enough infrastructure. And I've heard his comments before, and they seem to be really antagonistic to the oil and gas industry, so I'd like him to square that with me, please.
Honourable Member Kingston and the Islands.
As I had mentioned, Madam Speaker, when the tariffs came in, the aluminum and steel tariffs from the U.S., I went and I started talking to, I think it was 20 different trade businesses that do trade with the U.S. And I will say, of all of them, the anxieties and the fears that they had about what was going to happen, they understood and they realized that what the government was doing was absolutely necessary in the best interest of Canada as a whole. And whether I went to talk to Invista, a former DuPont plant, or a small operation like Triart Paints, a small family business in Kingston, everybody had the same. They understood why the government was doing what they had to do. They understood the need for taking the actions that we did in order to protect the interests of Canadians.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Avignon-la-Métis-Matane.
The honourable member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to say I'm a bit concerned about the Conservatives' motion and talking about natural resources and our relations with the U.S., and particularly when it comes to pipelines. But I do see it as an opportunity to talk about our hydro production capacity in Quebec and wind production, wind energy. I know the Liberals are not keen on the idea of creating special committees that look at how they're doing things, but I'd like to ask my colleague if he doesn't think this would be a super opportunity for us to talk about trade options in clean energy with the U.S.
Wrong, Madam Speaker. I didn't think that this was a committee to look at the way Liberals are doing things. I thought this was a committee to look at how Canada can better its trade relationship with the U.S. I took it at good faith, and I apologize if I shouldn't have. But, to address the issue that the member raised, yeah, I would love to look at how we can better the wind production, hydro production. This is the future. This is the way that we're going. We're going to need to put more electricity into vehicles. We're going to need to electrify the road networks throughout Canada. And any way that we can do that and look at how to do that through this committee, I think is going to be to the benefit of not just us today, but indeed future generations.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria, brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member spoke about the close economic ties with the U.S. and the opportunity to dig into the impact on climate. Now, the Biden administration issued executive orders on climate policies, one in particular to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies. When I asked the Prime Minister why Canada won't immediately end all fossil fuel subsidies, he said Canada was eliminating fossil fuel subsidies. The U.S. was following Canada's lead and that we're on schedule to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies. All three of these statements by the Prime Minister, to put it generously, are not backed up by facts. We're still giving away billions to big oil and gas companies. These subsidies have increased over the past year. And so, Madam Speaker, we are not leading. We're not even learning from our American neighbors. President Biden is eliminating fossil fuel subsidies. Why won't this Liberal government do the same?
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker,
the member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I think this member indicated in a previous speech that she just found out she's expecting. And I hope I don't have that wrong because I'll be really embarrassed. But I want to congratulate her on that. I think that that's absolutely incredible, and congratulations to her. I personally support eliminating subsidies on fossil fuels.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion, I'd like to ask the member to lower the boom with his microphone attached. Resuming debate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, this motion raises a number of important issues, and I'm very happy to speak today. And in the time I have, I'd like to focus on two aspects of the motion. One is Line 5 and energy exports to the U.S. When it comes to Line 5, The government has been extremely clear. It enjoys our full support. We will use every tool at our disposal to move it forward. Line 5 is vital to Canada's energy security and that of North America as a whole. Our government takes this issue very seriously. Any suggestion to the contrary from the opposition is not only misleading, it's irresponsible. It's a political game that this side of the House has no interest in playing. The importance of Line 5 is beyond partisan politics and beyond any doubt. Line 5 is essential to provide heating and lighting for millions of Canadians. It's an important source of energy for farmers and industry. It provides energy for Pearson Airport, which is the most heavily used airport in Canada.
To the Lower Peninsula, Line 5 supplies Michigan and Ohio refineries with oil and natural gas liquids from Alberta and Saskatchewan before entering Ontario at Sarnia. From there, it is refined into gasoline, diesel, home heating oil, aviation fuel, and propane, supplying Southern Ontario and Quebec. What's more, Line 5 provides a safer way to transport oil than rail or road. It has operated safely for over 65 years. The Enbridge
Enbridge is now proposing to dig a tunnel to replace the pipeline.
A safe line, even safer, through their tunnel project. They are committed to encasing the line in reinforced concrete to reduce the risk of an anchor strike and to enhance its safety. And Michigan, just a couple of days ago, provided permits for this project. Le département EGLE du Michigan.
The Michigan Department made that proposal in January, just a few days ago, following an in-depth 9-month study involving the Historic Preservation Office and a report from an independent engineering firm that is specialized in complex tunnel projects. The finding was that the project would have a minimal impact on water quality in the Great Lakes and would not have any impact on protecting Michigan's water resources.
The Water Resources Division had to say. Ms. Teresa Seidel said, and I quote, "During our review of this proposed project, our top priority has been protecting the Straits of Mackinac and the surrounding wetlands, aquatic life, and other natural and cultural resources from adverse environmental impacts," end quote. So what would the impact be? According to EGLE, the project would result in minimal impact to wetlands. In fact, it would only affect an area roughly 1/10 the size of a football field. As a result, EGLE concluded that the proposed tunnel beneath the lakebed could be built in compliance with the state environmental laws. Permettez-moi de souligner.
Allow me to mention, Madam Speaker, that this Michigan body declared that the project was completely safe. That wasn't Enbridge or Canada. It was the conclusion of the organization tasked with enforcing Michigan environmental laws that came to that finding.
What we've heard this week from the leader of the opposition and others on the other side of this House is that we aren't doing anything, and that cannot be further from the truth. That is further from the truth, Madam Speaker. The government of Canada has supported Enbridge in this dispute for 3 years at both the diplomatic and political levels, and will continue to do so. Ambassador Hillman is making the case. Consul General Cromartin in Detroit is making the case. The Prime Minister raised the issue of North American energy security with Vice President Harris, and the Minister of Natural Resources will press this case with the former Michigan Governor, Jennifer Granholm, as soon as she's confirmed as a new U.S. Energy Secretary. I'll say it again. This line is vital to Canada and to the United States. We will always defend it and protect Canada's energy and industrial infrastructure. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, allow me to discuss the broader context of energy trade between Canada and the U.S. It represents billions in trade. There are some 70 pipelines and many transmission lines that cross the border. So we're connected energy-wise more than any two countries in the world. Almost half of the crude oil the U.S. imports every year comes from Canada, 3 million barrels a day. In the Midwest and Rockies in the U.S., Canadian crude represents 70% of all raw input to refineries, and half of the houses in Michigan are heated with Canadian crude.
Canadian electricity powers close to 7 million American homes, and Canadian uranium generates 6% of America's electricity, enough to power 1 in every 17 American homes. All of this energy integration benefits both countries by strengthening our energy security, lowering energy and capital costs, and enhancing reliability of supply. It also creates good middle-class jobs on both sides of the border, including at the thousands of American companies that supply technology, machinery, and other services to Canada's energy industry. And let's be clear, any shutdown of Line 5 would have significant economic impacts, not just in Ontario and Quebec, but in Michigan and neighboring states. 4 years ago in Houston, the Prime Minister said that nothing is more essential to the U.S. economy than access to a secure, reliable source of energy, and that Canada is that source. It was true then, and it remains true today. Why disrupt that relationship by stopping a project that the state's own environmental body says it's safe? A project that can continue to supply good jobs and essential resources to both countries. A project that will ensure that low-cost, safe, and reliable energy keeps flowing to Michigan, neighboring states, Ontario, and Quebec.
Madam Speaker, our government fully understands the importance of Line 5 to Ontario and Quebec, to Saskatchewan and Alberta, and to Canada. That is why we support this project fully. That is why we will keep defending it at all levels, at every opportunity, in the context of a broader energy relationship between Canada and the U.S. that is mutually beneficial.
Continues to operate safely for the benefit of Canadians and our neighbours to the south. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I'd like to take him back to a couple of speakers ago, to the member from Don Valley West and his intervention, who in his intervention stated that he supports the use of Canadians using Canadian oil, and he supports the use of, or the export of Canadian oil. And certainly as a Parliamentary Secretary for natural resources, I would hope that this Parliamentary Secretary would support those comments and take them back, along with the member from Don Valley West, to their Prime Minister and get behind our Canadian energy sector. But to the point on this debate today on the formation of this committee, would the member support this motion moving forward so that the committee can be formed and the committee would be able to discuss the issues around trade between the two countries and Canadian resources? Thank you.
The honourable member, l'honorable secrétaire.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Clearly is yes, I support this committee. I think it's important that we have the discussion on the importance of the relationship and on energy security between Canada and the United States and on our important trade relationship. But I will correct the member, though, when he says that certainly the member from Don Valley West has mentioned that he's supportive of using Canadian oil and gas. And certainly, I was Parliamentary Secretary in the last Parliament when we approved TMX and fought for TMX, and to make sure that our oil gets to markets, to make sure that we get the best deal for our Canadian resources. And I am still of the same mindset, and I will continue defending that, as well as, you know what, Line 3, you just heard me talk about Line 5, Nova Gas as well, LNG. Those are all projects that are important, not only for Western Canada, for all of Canada and our energy security. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
As we've heard today, both Liberals and Conservatives are intent on spending their time arguing over who's built more pipelines. As New Democrats, we're focused on saving people. And so I'd like to bring to the attention of the Honourable Speaker that there's been at least 75% of all deaths related to COVID attached to long-term care facilities. And yet, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the new President of the United States has implemented protection for workers who quit unsafe workplaces during a pandemic so that they can still claim their benefits. Why won't this Liberal government make the right to refuse unsafe work a live right with real quit protections during the pandemic?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. Long-term care, and certainly and the supports that he's advocating for is actually a provincial jurisdiction in Canada. And so that is kind of the if he wants to bring that forward, that's fine. But again, it's always the NDP will like to get involved in provincial issues, I find quite often. That being said, Madam Speaker, the safety and security of frontline workers is certainly top of mind. That's why we've actually introduced the Canada Sickness Benefit to make sure that if somebody is at the front lines that needs to take time off, either because they're sick, a loved one is sick around them that they live with, that they have access to that benefit. We would like all the provinces to give a bonus and continue the supports that we are providing. But certainly that is something that is very important to us as well. But we need to also get the provinces involved. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires? We have
questions and comments.
Member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. One of the ongoing issues that we've had with the United States is the softwood lumber dispute. And we've seen mills closing across British Columbia as we export raw logs to American states. They're happy to take our raw logs, including the last of the old-growth forest that's being cut down as the BC government continues to talk about protection, but allows for the continued logging of these ancient forests. And I would like to know what the Parliamentary Secretary thinks we should be doing about this softwood lumber dispute, and what is the government's plan to finally get this dispute settled?
A brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really want to thank my colleague for that great question. It's certainly, I'm from a small town. I'm the MP for Sudbury, which is a mining town, certainly, but I'm from a small town called Kapuskasing, where my father and my grandfather worked in the pulp and paper business back in the 20s and certainly in the 60s. And so the trade relationship with the U.S., certainly on softwood lumber, is key for us. So that's why we will be certainly taking it up with this new administration. The former administration didn't want to even entertain any discussions, but we will certainly press the issue further and much stronger as well with this new administration. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Alors, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Section 38 of the orders, it is I will now read the questions that will be adjourned.
For Cloverdale Langley City, Health, and the Honourable Member for Oshawa, International Trade. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I start, I will say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. So I will be sharing my time with him.
Certainly, in addition to Canada having a long history with the United States of America, I myself have a long relationship with the United States of America. Growing up in Alberta, I've been very fortunate to vacation many times there, not recently, of course, but like so many other Canadians. But more importantly than that, I was fortunate enough to live 5 years of my life in the United States. And the first two of those were when I did my Master's of Business Administration at University of Rutgers University, while living in Manhattan and New York City. And those were certainly two incredible years that I had. And I will also say that was the time that my love for the United Nations developed, which eventually led to my diplomatic career. The other 3 years I spent living in the United States, Madam Speaker, was when I served as Canadian consul to Dallas, Texas. And I certainly came to love Texas and the people of Texas. Certainly very many similarities between myself being from Alberta, those being good barbecue and rodeo. I certainly loved and enjoyed doing those things there, and had my son Edward. So I'm actually the mother of an American. I'm very proud of that. But also did important work there. And I will say that Keystone XL was the main issue and the main file that I worked on during my time there. And this was a different context, Madam Speaker, because it was the time where President Obama was the president of the United States of that time. And so it was under the Harper years, yet in the Obama administration, so very challenging in terms of getting that policy and that project through at that time. And attending different hearings throughout my jurisdiction in the southwestern United States, it became very clear that Canada and the U.S. had different positions relative to the Keystone XL file at that time. But I recognized at that time that the project was in the best interest of Canada, and so I continued to fight for it until my time concluded as consul to Dallas, Texas in 2013. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, prior to this, I was chargé d'affaires for Canada in El Salvador. And at that time, the CA4 free trade agreement was going on. And there were very competitive words and positions on things such as pork and as sugar. And I certainly remember being involved in those negotiations, especially throughout the time that my ambassador had to be out of the country. So diplomacy and negotiation with other nations is something that is foreign, but not foreign to me, Madam Speaker. And I think as I look upon my experience and as I look upon what the potential of that there is between two nations, I have some basic rules that I would like to share here today. The first would be respect yourself. So this means always thinking ahead. What can I expect? What can I anticipate? Of course, most importantly, consider what do you want? What do you need? What do you want to come out of this with? You need to evaluate your priorities, of course. And you need to take an inventory of what you have. Secondly, Madam Speaker, you must respect your partner. You must think of what they want. You must look for mutual areas of cooperation, and you must create options. This is very important for diplomacy. And Madam Speaker, you must respect the process. You must recognize that everyone will always put their own interests first, but they're for the hope of mutual collaboration for beneficial outcomes. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to talk about what I've seen with the Harper administration relative to the Trudeau government and the fundamental problems which have manifested between Canada and the U.S. So looking back to the Harper administration, Madam Speaker, I can tell you with pride. And I spent 1 year as a political advisor to the member for Thornhill, who at that time was Minister of State for the Americas. And we worked alongside titans of politics at the time, John Baird, Jason Kenney, the Prime Minister Stephen Harper himself. But I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, they were different in the current administration in that they were undying in their values. They had a set of core values based on democracy, justice, prosperity for Canada, and those were unwavering. They didn't consider third-party opinions like the World Economic Forum or what people thought at Davos, and they didn't bow down to bullies. They always stood for our principles. Now, Madam Speaker, I compare that to what I see here today with the Trudeau government and the history that we have seen in the 5 years. Their foreign policy, Madam Speaker, is...
I have a point of order, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I didn't call it out the first time, but the member's done it twice now. She's referred to the Prime Minister by surname.
Yes, I do want to remind the member that she's not to use the first or last name of members of parliamentarians that are in the House, and so I would just remind her not to do that again. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindanport can continue her speech.
My sincere apologies, Madam Speaker. So looking at the approach of the current Prime Minister's administration, we see a foreign policy approach that is based in selfies, in tweets, like the current Deputy Prime Minister's tweet regarding Saudi Arabia. We don't see it based on a set of core values as we saw with the previous administration. And Madam Speaker, we have suffered for this as Canadians, with terrorists ending up at Canadian organizations, with citizens arbitrarily detained abroad. And I genuinely believe, Madam Speaker, it's a result of not having core values rooted within our foreign policy. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to apply that now to the Canada-U.S. relationship. And in fact, I'm seeing the same thing. I see 4 years that were wasted by this current administration, the Prime Minister's administration, because they couldn't get past the head of state with our neighbor to the south. And I think it really resulted in a number of shortfalls for all Canadians of their inability to do that. Instead of focusing on the individual, the positions, what we could have achieved with that, with the previous administration, they instead chose to make it about political positioning back here at home. And I think it was a waste of 4 years. But now we see the tables have turned in the United States. There's now a new administration under President Biden. And we see that the current Prime Minister and his government will flip the switch to whereby they say that they were against the previous American administration, and now they will not fight for Canadians in the current one. So based upon all that, Madam Speaker, I will tell you what we do need. We need a Canada First approach grounded in strong values. That is what we need, and that is what has been missing for the last 5 years, as we've seen a foreign policy based on selfies and tweets and not rooted in values like the Prime Minister's predecessor. We've seen this in all different sectors and a number of different issues all across government, but including Keystone XL, as well as the current Line 5 project. And really, we need to reconsider what our values are, because the current government hasn't done that. And as I said, as a result, it is a reactive position that they've taken time and time again to the detriment of Canadians. So what can you do, Madam Speaker, when you have a Canada First approach grounded in strong values? It allows you, Madam Speaker, to go to the table with confidence, respecting your partners. And when you can do that, Madam Speaker, then you are empowered. You are empowered to fight for jobs here in Canada. You are empowered to fight for the Canadian economy, especially at this time where we are coming out of the pandemic with $1.1 trillion in debt, $400 billion in deficit. When you have those strong values and a Canada First approach, you can do that. And this is not what we have seen from this current administration. So I think, Madam Speaker, what we need to do going forward is to have foresight and the confidence to begin this committee. We've seen great success with the Canada-China Committee. Let's look to the future with positivity and cooperation. Our relationship with our best friend to the South deserves it. And, Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I noted that the member spoke at great length on numerous occasions about the former leader of the Conservative Party when she said, and I quote, didn't bow down to bullies, end quote. But she certainly didn't mention the former leader or even the current one, who are both on record during the USMCA and the tariff problems that we have with the United States, as encouraging Canada to capitulate and indeed to back down from those retaliatory tariffs that we brought into place. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I think that she cannot say that the current leadership of the Conservative Party would not bow down to bullies, given the fact that that's exactly what they encouraged this government to do while she was a member of Parliament in the last session.
The honourable member of Calgary-Mindapore.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that our current leader, the official leader of the opposition, has a proud history with this nation, putting his life before others in terms of serving this great country. And I know with certainty that he said this morning when he had his press conference that this is what he would continue to do, is to put himself before Canadians, leading this nation forward as we come out of this pandemic. And I know, Madam Speaker, that he is the only individual, the only leader who has the experience, the wisdom, and frankly, the heart to lead us out of this place that we are in currently with this pandemic to a greater economy. Never mind the vaccines and the horrific rollout that we've seen, the lack of foresight with procurement.
Sorry, I do have to allow for other questions as well. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to ask my colleague questions about the file she's very engrossed in right now, which is air travel between our two nations. Because we know that air travel is something that doesn't happen on one side of the border only. We are interconnected in our transportation networks. And as this motion is actually about how we interact between our two nations, if she could please comment on the failings that we're currently seeing between our two nations on the travel, how one industry on one side of the border is being treated much differently than an industry on our side of the border. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Calgary, from Calgary Centre, for that question. I think it goes without saying that the airline sector in Canada has been treated the worst by far out of all G7 and G20 nations. And the U.S. has been far more flexible and made better use of tools in an effort to allow their economy, including the airline sector, to remain open. And the result, Madam Speaker, is that we are seeing the Canadian economy suffer greatly. And frankly, the Prime Minister is not contributing to this by any means when he forces Canadian carriers to travel their routes to sun destinations, allows American carriers to take Canadians to these destinations, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to my colleague for a wonderful speech that speaks of her experience serving in the United States for Canada. The question is, on line 5, we lack clarity. I mean, the line is as important to the United States as is it for Canada. What are we expecting as Canadians representatives and as Canadian public? What are we expecting from this government to clarify on this, and why we don't know exactly the true story and why this is happening?
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore has less than 30 seconds to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope that as the United States considers its decision on Line 5, they will remember the rich history that we have, and as the current government fights for Line 5, they will remember the high price that Canadians will pay in not being successful in maintaining it. Thank you.
So there is a correction to be made. So, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I will now, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of the adjournment are as follows.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona on health, and the honourable member for Victoria small business. Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de
Resuming debate, the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor for me to be back in the House, to be able to speak to Canadians, particularly Canadians from Mégantic-L'Érable, during this extremely difficult period. We are always proud to be able to sit here and to speak on behalf of our constituents, particularly today on a topic that unites us all. That is our most important trade relationship with our biggest partner, the United States. Madam Speaker, when you live in Thetford Mines, like Mégantic, Plessisville, or beside the Beauce region, it doesn't take long to find a business that depends on trade relations with the United States. be it in ore transformation or in plastics, be it in lumber or aluminum. The businesses of Mégantic l'Érable and of the Beauce region, from the center of Quebec and from the Estrie region, really depend to a large extent to the beautiful, traditional, important relationship we have with our neighbors to the south. And that is a relationship that has gotten stronger with the free trade agreements. Canada is the biggest client of the United States as well. It's a two-way street. We are not, it's just not us who need the United States, but the United States needs us. We buy more American products than China, Japan, and the UK together. It is the main trade partner of most U.S. states, about 30 of them. And Canadian businesses that have activities in the United States employ 825,000 Americans. So, Madam Speaker, it is a win-win relationship between Canada and the United States. And I would say that it is particularly important for the United States because Canadian exports are $446 billion worth and imports are $305 billion.
These are astronomical amounts, and we cannot take this relation for granted. We cannot take our trade relation with our neighbor for granted. In the past, we've already seen that when the States is going badly, well, in Quebec we say that if the USA has a cold, we have full-blown pneumonia, which is the case, Madam Speaker. We have a number of signals that have been sent over the past number of years that we have to pay more attention to this relation with our economic partners down south. Madam Speaker, today's motion tells us that given the trade between Canada and the United States of America exceeds 1.5 billion per day, more than 300,000 people normally cross the common border monthly. As I mentioned, the two countries have enjoyed one of the world's largest open trading blocs for the free movement of goods, services, and people since 1989. Madam Speaker, we're asking that a special committee be created with hearings to study all of our economic relations with the USA. I'm going to talk about the various priorities that we have announced for this expressed bilateral economic priorities of the government of Canada and the United States. Let me tell you what this means for companies here. Granit Lacroix from Saint-Sébastien provides granite for provided the granite for the 9/11 memorial in New York. A company from Estrie, from our neck of the woods. Many courts of justice and palaces of justice are as beautiful. Like this room, it's a company from Thetford Mines that provided the handiwork. Ceditec, Syriac Peinture, Seber Laser, Tafizer, a company that came from Portugal to have a port of entry to Canada and to North America. They chose Lac Mégantic to be able to export to the States, and that's the truth. Hundreds and hundreds of jobs that depend on this unique relation, this unique trade relation with the United States. And so it's important for us to take the time to think, to sit down, put on our thinking caps and figure out how we can improve our relations with the States rather than make them worse. Madam Speaker, we saw that relations have deteriorated, let's say, over the past number of years. With the last agreement signature between Mexico, the US, and Canada, unfortunately, Canada had to surrender some of its sovereignty to the States because this agreement was negotiated on the backs of Quebec dairy producers. Madam Speaker, Canadian milk was exported now with a maximum. We've eliminated a class of tariffs when it comes to dairy production, Madam Speaker. Why? because there are people that negotiated that weren't aware that dairy producers also need a form of protection in that kind of agreement. And it's always been accepted. And contrary to what we've heard, Canadians don't want an end to supply management. They wanted to negotiate. The US wanted to negotiate with Mexico at the beginning of the day, but then Canada said, hey, what about us? But our dairy producers suffered, Madam Speaker. Another subject I would like to talk about, which is very important for Canada and especially for Quebec when it comes to our relations with the States, are electricity exports. Quebec produces renewable energy that is very much in demand in the USA. An example, on the Hydro-Quebec website, I had a gander and I saw that exports to New York, Quebec provides clean and renewable energy to New York for over 100 years, since 1914, when there was a 200 megawatt transformer created. This is a relation that has existed throughout pooling of resources, pooling of networks. And for the state of New York, we can help them on their long-term renewable future vision, Madam Speaker. That is important, and we have to talk about it, and we have to ensure that these exports are continue to be exported. Energy exports to New England. Hydro-Quebec has exported electricity there since the 80s. This represents about half of electricity output exports from Quebec, which isn't a meager amount. This means jobs. This means revenue that allows us here in Canada to be in better stead economically, helping our people, helping our companies, Madam Speaker. There are interconnection projects currently underway. There is some opposition to hydroelectricity. Some U.S. states are against buying our electricity, but our committee has to discuss this very, very important part of the Canadian economy. And the Parliament of Canada has its role to play to help Hydro-Quebec for its exports, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the motion we have before us to create this committee, obviously we're talking about something that is of great concern to us. These are new rules under the Buy American Act, rules that will once again be put forward by the new American administration. Last time this was done, Madam Speaker, all companies in Canada mobilized. They united. All Canadian companies worked tooth and nail. And you know what happened, Madam Speaker? All our big businesses, in order to continue to do business in the States, had to open up factories and stores in the States. We shouldn't have to reach that stage when we are neighbors who want a good economic relation. Madam Speaker, I support, and I hope that all parties in this House will support the creation of this committee for the good of the businesses of my riding, of Quebec hydroelectricity, and for the good of the entire economy of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Lac Mégantic-Lérable for his speech. He mentioned the issue of supply management, and oftentimes he is on the Friends of Supply Management Friends of Supply Management Facebook group. I know that the Bloc Québécois, the Liberal Party, and the NDP are for supply management and will do what we can to fight for supply management in trade agreements, for example. I'm not sure if Conservative members all agree to defending supply management. Once again today, they have a motion on the table to debate the matter, to try and put an end to supply management. Can the MP guarantee that he will defend supply management within his caucus? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We will defend supply management. We are having debates, and unfortunately, we are winning these debates. Dairy producers, for a long time, will remember that they were asked full and fair compensation after the new agreement, but they haven't seen a single cent or a single plan for this compensation following the new CUSMA agreement. These compensations that should be paid out to them, once again, 3% more of our market is open to the US. And we were told there's going to be equitable and fair compensation, but not a single cent has been disbursed. Not even a shadow of a plan has been put forward. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for l'Avignon Métis Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for my colleague's speech. I appreciate what he had to say in defence of our businesses here in Quebec. He talked about hydroelectricity also and Hydro-Quebec's contribution to the Canadian economy in its current form and the way that the government is doing business in its diplomatic relations. Does he believe that the government is doing enough to really highlight renewable energy in our relations with our southerly neighbours? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I think that we can never do too much to promote renewable energy in Quebec. Quebec, and rather Canada, should do more of this in other provinces. Green energy, just like we have in Quebec. We should export more towards Ontario, for example. We could export Quebec energy to other provinces. It's important for us to have this channel that would allow us to export Quebec energy to other provinces as well, and especially towards the States, Mr. Speaker, because we already have lines. The infrastructure is ready. All we have to do is to continue to defend them, to make sure that we all work together to export more renewable energy from Quebec to the States. That's an objective that we should all have and that we should all defend. That's why this committee would be so important, so we can talk about it and decide how we can move forward so we can promote this renewable energy.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the topic of energy, yesterday in response to the death of Keystone XL, Art Price, the former CEO of HoC Oil, stated, and I quote, "Pipelines today make no sense. There's a surplus of the market. Stop trying to focus Alberta's energy on growing oil production. Drop it. The industry has." President Biden's decision recognizes that big oil and gas companies will not save workers' jobs. An energy transition with a plan to focus on job protection is what workers need. Doesn't the MP believe that by maintaining subsidies to big business, this Liberal government is helping shareholders rather than protecting workers' jobs?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I remember that in 2019 there was a propane crisis that affected our farmers and producers, a propane crisis that affected our healthcare centres and various businesses. We nearly ran out of propane. And that, Mr. Speaker, was because there was a strike in the rail transport industry because they were unable to bring from Sarnia the propane all the way to Quebec and elsewhere and also Ontario. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the way in which this is going and the intentions we've heard causes us fear because the propane may not even reach Sarnia in the first place because Line 5 might be blocked. That is significant. This is the everyday. Canadians and Quebecers, farmers and producers need this propane, need these pipelines for our economy, need these lines. All the other speeches are utopic speeches, and we don't have the time for utopia right now. And this wasn't even the point of the motion here today. There is about, let's say, 2.5 minutes for the Honourable Member for Avignon Métis Matapédia. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm overjoyed because I didn't think I'd have enough time to speak, and I will be very happy to speak to this motion because it's an important one, creating a special committee. And I would like to thank the Conservatives for having tabled this motion. I think there are a number of subjects that have to be addressed given the current situation, the pandemic, the new American administration, And the repeated failures from the Liberal government, let us be honest, in its diplomatic relations with the States. And so there are many things that we have to talk about. And many of my colleagues here in the Bloc Québécois have already said it. We would be for the creation of such a committee. And let us be honest, I spoke about it in a question. Point B of the motion is a bit of concern to me, talking a lot about only natural resources. I fear that the Conservatives may use it just to promote a pipeline. As we know what happened with Keystone XL, we noted that the American government is ready to turn towards an economic transition to fighting climate change, forgetting this kind of oil project that can harm greatly our environment. And so instead of being worried about this point, rather, I think it's an opportunity for us to talk about hydroelectricity, to talk about Quebec's shining example, to talk about our renewable energies and the excellent opportunities in our relations with our southerly neighbours. And I think that it would be in our best interest to turn towards Quebec and be inspired by Quebec through this committee. And let us remember a number of statistics. In 2017, the Quebec energy sector emitted 0.4% of Canada's greenhouse gases, which is very low, despite the fact that it's the biggest electricity producer in the country. This is remarkable, and I think that we really have to take inspiration from that. I don't have a lot of time in front of me. I have so much to talk about, but essentially what I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is that the Quebec energy model is one that is green, but also economically viable. And I think that we have, I think that it should be on the table in our relations with the States. And I mentioned it earlier on. It seems that the Liberals aren't always too hot on the fact that we want to create a special committee. We wanted to do one on COVID's expenditures because of all the scandals, but it never came to be. So I hope that opposition parties will rally to this, that the Liberals will join our rally to create this special committee, because I think that it's very important. It's very important for it to be struck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
5:15 p.m. It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mrs. Gray, seconded by Mr. General, moved that given the trade between Canada and the United States of America exceeds $1.5 billion per day, can I dispense? Is that agreed? No objections to dispensing? That's good. And so, as we have done this in the past, members will be familiar. If a member of a recognized party who is present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I invite them to now rise and indicate so to the chair. I see the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Yes, the recorded division, Mr. Chair.
Accordingly, pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until it's Tuesday, February the 16th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Now I see the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands rising on a point that may be of some curiosity to the House.
Yes. I like to travel in time, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent from the House to see the clock at 5:30.
Is it agreed to see the clock at 5:30? Any objections to that? Seeing and hearing none. The House will now proceed. La Chambre abordera.
The House will now proceed to private members' business. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Resuming consideration at the second reading stage of Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, compassionate care leave, standing in the name of Mr. General.
Great. And we'll now go to resuming debate. When the House last took up debate on the question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had 4 minutes remaining in his time. So we will go to him now, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, the essence of Bill C-220 is to extend compassionate care leave by up to 3 weeks after the death of a loved one. And that is very admirable. And, I've had the opportunity to have some discussions and to think in terms of the legislation. And there's a couple of things that come to mind right away. One, of course, is that if we take a look over the last number of years and statements, whether it's from the Prime Minister or other members of the House, there has been a desire to see in which we can improve our employment insurance program, how it is that we might be able to continue to assist workers. Through the whole coronavirus, we've heard a lot about getting a better understanding of what works and what works well. And one of the things that came up is the idea that when we start getting towards the end of the coronavirus or the end of the pandemic, and we can see that light, that we should look at ways in which we could build back better. And that is something in which I believe that C-220 can actually contribute to. I like the idea, and I believe that if the bill was allowed to go to committee, that we would see some other ideas generated as a result of C-220. So I'm hoping that colleagues on all sides of this House will look at this bill and see this bill as a way in which we can improve the system, recognizing that compassionate care and the need to be able to have that leave is absolutely critical. More and more how family members will provide care, Mr. Speaker, in a person's ending of life, where they will spend days, weeks, often even months of that additional care that's necessary for a family member or a loved one, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I like about the bill, is that it tends to want to address that employment issue. And it's very difficult. You get different types of relationships. I've always argued that life is about relationships. And some of those relationships are so intense between family members, and when one passes away, to say, person X passes today, and that brother, sister, daughter, son has to go back to work the following day, or whatever it might be, it can be fairly traumatic. And providing this sort of compassionate care leave, I think is long overdue in terms of looking at ways in which we could extend it. Yes, there are things that are there today, but we can do better. And that's the reason why I started my comments the way I did, Mr. Speaker, because for me, we have been making gains over the last number of years in recognizing the need for reforming employment insurance and looking at ways in which we can support employees. And I think that this is one of those ways that we can do just that. And so I look forward to the bill going to a committee. And as a last thought, Mr. Speaker, if I may, because of the pandemic, it has had such a profound impact on the issue of funerals and the passing away of people that we know. As parliamentarians, we get to know a lot of people in our communities, and it's always sad. And we look forward to the time in which at funerals we can start to see people being able to participate, families in particular, in a more wholesome way and not have to rely on the internet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. J'invite l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to speak about Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, compassionate care leave. As the critic for the status of women as well as for seniors in the Bloc Québécois, this is a subject that I broach on a regular basis. So I will talk to you about it from 3 perspectives. And finally, I will say a few words about the difficulties caused by this bill for women. First of all, we favor the principle of this bill. It has always been important for the Bloc Québécois to allow workers to maintain a healthy employment relationship and not to have to choose between 2 bad situations. Taking care of a sick one is already very difficult. Imagine then when this person dies, how emotions can be overwhelming, a mixture of grief, relief, guilt, and sadness. Choosing between your job and supporting a loved one at the end of life should never be an acceptable choice to have to make in Quebec, Canada, or the other provinces. The bill therefore aims to give caregivers additional time before returning to work following the death of their loved ones. The bill is actually very simple. It amends the code to allow people who take compassionate leave to delay their return to work for a few days following the death of the loved one they were caring for. The bill is worded to reflect the maximum number of weeks under the code for compassionate care leave, but provides additional days based on the period between the start of the leave and the death of the family member. So this leave allows people to take time off work and therefore have job security protection to care for a sick family member. The Canada Labour Code sets out the terms and conditions for granting leave and the legal eligibility for employee entitlements. The Canada Labour Code it should be noted that this leave is paid under the provisions of the EI Act. Thus, an employer is not obliged to pay an employee who's not eligible for compassionate reasons. So in other words, there's no compassionate care. According to Section 206.32 of the Code, an employee is entitled to up to 28 weeks leave to provide care or support to a family member where a health professional issues a certificate stating that the person is gravely ill with a significant risk of death within 28 weeks after the certificate is issued or since the leave began. Currently, there is no provision for paid compassionate care leave in the Code. So a person who does not qualify for EI can take 28 weeks of compassionate care, but at their own expense. Therefore, EI special benefits, compassionate care leave, under this, a worker can take 28 weeks of unpaid compassionate care leave under the Code, but also allows a worker to take leave through the EI Act. EI special benefits have different criteria than regular benefits and refer to very specific situations: parental leave, maternity leave, sick leave, caregiver leave, and compassionate care leave. The difference between the caregiver benefit and the compassionate care leave benefit is that in the latter case, the person the claimant is caring for has a medical certificate saying that they're likely to die within the next 6 months. Therefore, to get a compassionate care benefit through EI, a worker must have worked at least 600 hours to receive benefits in 2020 at a rate of 55% of their average weekly earnings to a maximum of $573 a week. Be a member of the family of the person who is seriously ill or injured or requires end-of-care life, or be considered a family member. Have their regular weekly earnings reduced by more than 40% for at least 1 week because they have to be away from work to provide care or support to the person. A doctor or nurse practitioner has certified that the person you're providing care for is seriously injured or ill and needs end-of-care life. The situation is a bit different with COVID-19. On August 20th, 2020, the federal government decided to relax the criteria for access to EI insurance programs, including special benefits for caregivers, which includes, for a period of 1 year, the government is reducing the number of hours to be accumulated for workers to 120 hours, regardless of their EI region or the EI program they apply to. It's therefore offering a credit of 480 hours to workers who wish to take advantage of a special benefit. However, as of September 27th, new EI claimants will only have to accumulate 120 hours of insurable work to receive at least $400 a week if that amount is greater than their benefits. So the benefits will vary between $400 and $573. The code allows workers to take 28 weeks of compassionate care leave at their own expense. If the worker in question is eligible for EI compassionate care benefits, he or she can receive up to 26 weeks of benefits. So if the worker has to take 20 weeks off work, 28 weeks off, they will only receive benefits for 26 weeks. Mr. Généreux's bill only increases the leave taken under the code by a few days and therefore does not increase the duration of EI benefits for compassionate care leave. It's all very technical, Mr. Speaker. What we must remember is that family caregivers need extra time to grieve. It's a question of dignity. Now I'd like to talk about the second part of the bill, which is directly assessed to caregivers supporting a loved one at the end of life. The Bloc has always believed in the central role that caregivers play, not only in the lives of the people that they support, but for society as a whole. Several groups are making demands in the hope the government will finally recognize the importance of this role. This should provide better access to resources and an improvement in quality of life. Caregivers' financiers have been exacerbated by the pandemic. In Quebec, more than a quarter of them are working. They are therefore particularly vulnerable since they have to ensure they maintain a minimum income while helping their loved one. According to a CIB survey, Canadians who contribute to the care of loved one pay an average of $430 a month to play this role. 3/4 say they have to make financial sacrifices. According to other sources, caregivers spend about $7,600 a year on their loved one, regardless of their initial income level. Thus, 20% of family caregivers live in financial insecurity. According to another survey in 2016, among caregivers of seniors in Quebec, 1.5 million people reported providing at least 1 hour of assistance per week. 2.2 million helped a loved one to get appointments, do groceries, provide care, fill out paperwork, or provide emotional support. About 1/3 of caregivers who provide at least 1 hour of care per week are unaware that they are caregivers. Approximately 1/5 of caregivers who provide more than 10 hours of care per week are also unaware that they qualify as caregivers. In the same survey, 65% of family caregivers of seniors said they were unaware of existing resources, and that was the main obstacle to them accessing these services. 85% of care for seniors is provided by family caregivers, according to the Quebec Health and Social Services Agency. For example, for a person requiring 22 hours of care, the caregiver provides 16 hours and 30 minutes, and social services provides 45 minutes. Caregivers are faced with a lack of resources for home services, waiting times for residential spaces, and fragmentation of care. In 2012, 26.6% of family caregivers provided care, most of them at least once a week. That's according to the Quebec Statistics Institute. It would cost between $4 and $10 billion, and it would be necessary to hire 1.2 million full-time professionals to replace the hours worked by family caregivers. The majority of caregivers are women. This was confirmed to my committee, the Status of Women Committee, by various witnesses who testified as part of our study on the impacts of COVID-19 on women. In closing, the BQ no longer wants a non-refundable tax credit. Having worked in a previous life as a project manager in charge of awareness-raising projects against elder abuse and bullying, I've had to interact with groups of caregivers because the question is not whether we will be caregivers one day. The question is when will we be caregivers. Let's do something about it. This is a dramatic situation. People need a few more days. It might not seem like much, but it'll make a difference to them. So the question is, when will it be our turn? When will we become caregivers? So for all these reasons, we have to take action. And this bill is a question of dignity. It's a small step, but it's a big step for the caregivers. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's a huge honor and privilege today to rise on Bill C-220, sponsored by the member from Edmonton Riverbend, to amend the Labour Code regarding compassionate care leave. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member who I've worked with regarding on issues related to men's mental health and for his long-standing battle and fight for bereavement leave in his own home province of Alberta. It's nice to be able to get up on issues that can be nonpartisan, where we can certainly look after those that have been, struggling the most. And also, I want to thank my colleague from Banff Airdrie. We both shared the stage this year at the first ever grief convention. Mr. Speaker, the content of this bill is really important. We're speaking in support of this legislation. It amends the Canada Labour Code to extend the period during which an employee may take compassionate care leave. And, why is this legislation so important, Mr. Speaker? Well, it allows employees to take time following the death of a family member to grieve, to make funeral preparations and make family arrangements. It's really important that we are able to take care of our loved ones. Family is most important to all of us, and we need to be able to grieve and take care of our family affairs as needed without having to worry about losing one's job. Obviously, this issue, we know that women still perform, a lot of the care work at home within families. So this disproportionately affects them in a higher amount, Mr. Speaker. And we also know that women tend to have lower earnings than men. So the difference is even more pronounced in the case of racialized women. And they are the ones that are most likely to need this leave and least likely to be able to afford it. Making parallel changes to EI is even more important when it comes to this legislation, Mr. Speaker. So I'm glad to see that this bill seeks to extend the length of compassionate care leave to include time after the passing of a loved one. Right now, when a loved one passes away, their caregivers leave ends, and they're expected to return to work immediately, Mr. Speaker, within a couple of days. So we support this bill, but it would be nice to see the good work that it does extend to all families experiencing the loss of a loved one. As we know, death can occur suddenly or over an extended period of time, and grief is felt and experienced in different ways for everyone. And while supporting the extended leave provisions, New Democrats would like to take the time to point out that there's a blind spot in this bill that the Conservatives have left out, and we propose that it be closed, namely that you have to be able to afford to take this time off, as the bill does not change EI benefits to reflect the additional leave provisions that we'd like to see. The HUMA Committee, the Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities Committee, did a report about supporting the family after the sudden loss of a child. And I think there's some really important lessons that we can learn from it. They include following up on the recommendations they make, including expanding job protections for bereavement leave for parents, creating a pan-Canadian resource center to support grieving parents and individuals going through the loss of a loved one, and making sure that employees in the federal government helping with things like EI applications can help grieving parents with compassion and understanding. So there's a lot of work that needs to surround this type of bill, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take a few minutes to share some information that was shared with me from Camp Carey Society in BC, one of the only not-for-profits organizations that provide bereavement services right across Canada. Of course, they're serving the very important hospices in our country. And I think of the hospices in my riding, in the Comox Valley, in Oceanside, in the Alberni Valley, and the west coast of Vancouver Island. They are just so important, Mr. Speaker, to supporting families during their grieving period. And, we know on average for every death, it's estimated that between 5 and 7 people are impacted significantly. And each person that's affected will likely experience some or all of the following lifelong symptoms. They include, effects of complicated and unresolved grief, anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder. They can lead to addiction and disorders and suicide even, Mr. Speaker, homelessness, the loss of education, loss of work, and even more. So many of those that are homeless and those that are incarcerated suffer from unresolved and complicated grief. Yet most institutions and counselors in Canada, they're just not equipped or trained to screen and provide trauma-informed bereavement counseling. Canada still doesn't even have a national bereavement strategy like other developed nations such as the UK, the US, Ireland, and New Zealand, and many others, Mr. Speaker. And we also fail to acknowledge grief as a natural response to loss. For we don't have any legislation that adequately addressed and the limited time off for bereavement leave is only 5 days, 3 paid unless a child has disappeared or died as a result of a probable crime. And there's virtually no funding specifically designated towards bereavement care, not towards organizations that provide bereavement services.
we've been advocating for better supports for those groups. We'd like to see organizations like Camp Carey and those hospices get more federal funding, Mr. Speaker, especially now that we're in the pandemic, which has had an incredible impact on the experience of death and loneliness on people here in Canada. That the need for extending bereavement leave and for a government to designate funding specifically towards these organizations that have a proven record of providing grief services is actually long overdue, Mr. Speaker. The average overall predicted number of deaths in Canada has increased substantially as a result of the pandemic. It hasn't, but the mental health implications associated with the distancing restrictions and funerals is overwhelming Canadians, and this will likely increase during the duration and the number of symptomatic cases that bereavement and mental health services will see in the future. So, we know that it's very important that we've seen with the pandemic that it's caused a dramatic increase in isolation, anxiety, mental health challenges in Canada and around the world. And we know these unfortunate circumstances are creating literally the perfect storm for long-term complicated grief. I want to read a quote from Camp Carey Society, Mr. Speaker, and the quote is for those in our community who have lost a loved one just before or during the pandemic, the impacts of increased physical and social isolation are even more significant. Imagine facing the challenges of learning to be a single parent in the midst of homeschooling, losing your job, or perhaps working more hours in a now more dangerous job, or consider what it would feel like to grieve the loss of your child without the hugs, help, and shared tears of your extended family. These are the emotional, social, and financial challenges of the children and families we're trying to reach this year through our services. It's heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker. We also know, like in Indigenous communities, the impact is even more complex, stemming from the depth and multi-generational legacy of colonialism, forced impoverishment, violence, residential school trauma, the 1960s scoop of Indigenous children, and the legacy of previous pandemics. This history literally compounds grief and increases the risk for negative outcomes such as suicide and homelessness and addictions, crime and victimization. And a large portion of First Nations communities across Canada feel overwhelmed and triggered by the current pandemic. And I see that with the Nuu-chah-nulth people in the territories where I live, Mr. Speaker, how this has impacted them culturally, especially around that grieving process when they've lost a loved one. We've lost many people in our communities since the pandemic started, and there isn't enough supports for them. And literally, right now we can see that the Canadian Labour Code gives employees the right to request changes to their work hours and whatnot, but like right now they need beyond more than that. So there's provisions in the Employment Insurance Act which allows up to 15 weeks of paid benefits to eligible applicants with a signed note by a medical practitioner, and it currently stands at one must request a note from an approved family practitioner in order to access medical leave that is payable for up to 15 weeks. But the issue with this arrangement is that the laws don't acknowledge or define bereavement as a natural response to death. And, groups like Camp Carey believe that bereavement leave ought to reflect just that. And in fact, the current laws require people to get a DSM-5 that indicates that they have a disorder and forces practitioners to inappropriately diagnose their patients simply so they can take time off of work. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on this. There needs to be more funding and support for local hospices, local groups like Camp Carey, education and training for professionals. But we also want to see, like I said, that extended supports, and that it's not just for people in the public service, that it goes well beyond that. We'd like to see that legislated, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to see it go farther, and we need a national bereavement strategy and one that's supported by the federal government. Again, I want to thank my good friend and my colleague for his really important work from Edmonton Riverbend and all of those members in the House who will hopefully support this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise here today and to support the positive words that have been said so far. Well-deserved comments on Bill C-220. I want to congratulate my colleague from Edmonton Riverbend, as has been mentioned, for his work on this and for garnering support. I'm thinking at this point as we go, hopefully by the optimism and the tone, what we're hearing tonight, going to committee to get more feedback and work together on how we can support caregivers and people in their time of need. I'm proud to be one of the members that have seconded this bill, and it was good in the first hour of debate that we had last year, last fall on this, to have good bipartisan support for the idea of this. I have to say we had a pretty good week when it comes to votes on private members' bills, Mr. Speaker. We had C-208, a conservative bill that talks about the transfers of family farms, got good bipartisan support, a very good common sense piece of legislation that is moving forward. Also C-204 that takes real action on environmental protection by banning the exports of plastic waste. I'm hoping when we get back from the break week and we have the vote on this, we'll have another conservative private members' bill that's making good progress and helping people. This bill before us, for those that aren't as familiar with it, deals with compassionate care leave. We have that in our country for up to 28 weeks through the EI system that helps those that have a loved one that need to provide care to them in their final days. But one of the challenges we have, and I thought it was very good in the first hour of debate, I believe it was one of the NDP members had said that there's a bit of a rough edge when it comes to the end of compassionate care leave. When the caregiver loses that loved one, it is almost a back to work very quickly. We need to address that, and this bill certainly makes progress in doing that. I want to give context and a clarification to my constituents in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry who will watch us, and Canadians who are interested in supporting this bill. From a technicality in private members' bills, my colleague from Edmonton Riverbend can't propose the spending of dollars without a royal recommendation and technical process. We can't force the government to spend the dollars through the regular EI program. That would have to be proposed from the government. And I think this bill, getting this further, making the progress, passing this bill, builds momentum to encourage the government to act on this. But what we do as a parliament through the through the private members bill process is have the ability to amend the Canadian Labour Code to cover federally regulated workplaces. So, for example, air transportation, banks, radio and television communication, railways, crown corporations like Canada Post, telecommunications. I think of our family trucking business that falls under because of our across-the-country work. Many trucking businesses fall under this. So we are able, through that this private members bill, to address it through the Canadian Labour Code. It addresses a gap, as I mentioned, in compassionate care leave with bereavement. The statistic is about 1 in every 4 workers is a caregiver to somebody in need. Currently, we have the EI process, and we've seen a lot of positive modernizations from governments. I'm proud of the Conservative record when we were in government of expanding EI on things for maternity leave, looking at compassionate care leave, and making enhancements over the years. This is something that can build on that next layer, that next level of support that we need to do. Here's why we need to do this. Because there's about 3 ways, I should say, key points on this. Number 1, for an example, if a family member has their loved one pass away, they have to go back to work within a matter of a couple of days. That lacks compassion, frankly, in our compassionate care policy in this country, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, there's a lot of things that need to be attended to from a technical perspective for the family. The funeral, there could be insurance, estate situations, and I know my constituency office, for an example, we work with a lot of families on the CPP death benefit or other paperwork, things that need to be returned and closed on a file. But the third thing that I think is something that is very relevant that we haven't maybe talked about as much during this whole debate is the mental health of those caregivers as part of the bereavement process. It's been certainly tough during COVID-19, but it's always been the case when people have to return back to work quite quickly. I was proud to see many colleagues from across all parties celebrate the amazing progress we've made with Bell Let's Talk Day in terms of raising awareness and reducing the stigma of mental health. This bill is a perfect example where we can go back to our constituents and say, we are actually making things better. We are doing things here in Ottawa that can help people in their time of need to do that. My colleague's bill, which I'm proud to support, does that. Again, it looks at where we're able to with this bill in federally regulated workplaces to give up to 3 weeks of additional compassionate care leave to deal with grieving and bereavement after a loved one's life has ended. And what I like about this is I think an effort for him and our side of the aisle here to show a pragmatism, to talk about a sliding scale aspect where they can get up to 3 weeks, depending on how much time of compassionate care leave they'd taken before their loved one's passing. I think it's pragmatic, I think it's reasonable, and I think it's exactly what we need to do and get a step in the right direction, that we can get this in place and we can encourage the government and encourage Canadians to support enhancements to EI and how we do this. I want to note the overwhelming support from stakeholders that deal with caregivers, that deal with bereavement, that deal with illness across this country. There is a great cross-section of people that are on board and supportive of this bill. The Canadian Grief Alliance, the Canadian Cancer Society, the MS Society of Canada, the Heart and Stroke Family.
Just going to interrupt the honourable member just momentarily. We're getting a note from a broadcast that indicates that he may have his phone device close to where the microphone is, and it's causing a little bit of static on the broadcast. So,
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
We weren't necessarily getting that in here, but I'm told that it does happen on the broadcast side of the equation, which, as the member knows, we're ever so mindful of. We'll pick it up from there. The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Fully guilty, Mr. Speaker. I did have my phone by the thing here. I apologize to those that are watching virtually, and I appreciate they're paying attention. That's great to hear that they're listening to my words. I was just making sure they were on their toes and attentive to my words here on this legislation. As I was saying, that there's a good cross-section, a great cross-section of support from a wide variety of stakeholders, people particularly that deal with bereavement and illness in our country. Again, I just want to go back again and mention some others. The ALS Society of Canada, the Canadian Hospice Palliative Care Association. The reason why I wanted to make sure they are in the record is to talk about the universal support that we're hearing from Canadians of wanting to address this expansion of compassionate care leave. One other angle that I want to address on this legislation, Mr. Speaker, is to the business community. My family, my father Ed owns a trucking business. As I mentioned, we fall under the Canadian Labour Code in our work. And having conversations with some business owners on this, my message and my pitch to them is, it is not only in the best interest of the employee to have this compassionate care leave program in place, it's in the best interest of businesses as well. To have an employee go back to work mere days after the loss of a loved one, that person's probably not back to work at 100%. My argument or my pitch and my pitch for support, I would say to those business owners, when you allow that up to 3 weeks of bereavement leave and compassionate care leave, you're getting back a better employee. You're getting back somebody that's ready to go back to work, maybe had struggled with grief and bereavement, the paperwork we talked about, all of that process. It may be a couple more weeks until they come back, but it is a win for that person's mental health, and it is a win for that business, the employee in the workplace. As mentioned, this is not the end of the process. This is the next step on compassionate care leave. Many colleagues from different parties, including ours, have said we need to go further and take a look at this when it comes to employment insurance and making this more universal across the country when it comes to all Canadians that pay in to EI. This bill and the support that you've heard today demonstrates we're making progress, building support, and you are hearing from a cross-section of political parties, but Canadians from all walks of life that are on board for this bill. It is a tangible thing that we can do for people's mental health. Give them the time they need to grieve, give them time to wrap things up, and go back to work when they are ready. I want to wrap my comments up, Mr. Speaker, by saying a big thank you to caregivers in this country for what they do. Outside of COVID, it is an emotional, difficult, balancing act that many of them face, from their mental health, from their financial perspective, a wide variety of factors. We owe them in this country a great deal of gratitude. My message today as I wrap up, Conservatives understand the importance of caregivers. We understand the strain of mental health and that bereavement have, not just during the final days with a loved one or the final weeks or maybe months, but in the days and the weeks that are after and giving you closure. It's a time to heal and to reflect. This is a great bill that deserves wide support, not only here in this chamber, but across the country. And I look forward to playing my role in seeing it across the finish line. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this today.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Labour.
And it's a great pleasure to participate in today's debate on Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code for compassionate care leave. I want to thank the member for Edmonton Riverbend for putting forward this bill to allow caregivers to take additional days off when a loved one dies. During the course of this pandemic, we have become even more sensitized to the important role of caregivers, whether family members or close friends. I have personally watched my mother, Myrna, be a caregiver for my dad, David. I have seen firsthand the emotional and physical toll on caregivers. I have seen it all over my riding, at drop-in centers where caregivers drop their loved ones off to gain respite, or at long-term care centers. The love and tenderness and caring that is shown by those who take time off to play this role is commendable. I first became very much aware of caregivers when, as the mayor of Côte Saint-Luc, our local regional health board decided to close a drop-in center that provided respite for caregivers. And along with the members of my council and groups of stakeholders and the Cumming Center in our riding, we managed to work together to put a drop-in center at our aquatic and community center. And then when I was a member of parliament, I was able to achieve financing for that center from the government. And even today, that center is open and providing drop-in care for people with dementia and their caregivers. And so, as my friend from Edmonton Riverbend points out, we need to take care of the mental health of caregivers as well. Ensuring them additional leave after the death of their loved one is completely in line with this government's commitment to providing mental health support. As such, I am very pleased to say that the government supports Bill C-220 with some amendments, and I look forward to working with my friend from Edmonton Riverbend and all of the members of the HuMA committee from all sides of the House. This is a bill on which I am confident we can achieve consensus. Avant de plonger dans les détails du projet.
Before going into the details of Bill C-220 and the amendments we propose, I would like to talk about some of the measures taken by our government to protect and support businesses and workers in Canada during the crisis. In March, at the beginning of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, the Government of Canada took a number of extraordinary measures. They were necessary to help Canadians get through that incredibly difficult time. Almost 9 million Canadians received assistance thanks to the CERB, and over 3.5 million jobs were financed by the wage subsidy. Those measures and many others were implemented to help workers affected by COVID-19 so that they could meet their needs and the needs of their families. They were also aimed at helping businesses to keep paying their employees.
The government introduced a new leave under the Canada Labour Code to ensure that employees in federally regulated workplaces would be able to take time off to deal with situations related to COVID-19. A number of other job-protected leaves are also available to employees covered under Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code. For example, the 5-day personal leave can be used to address urgent matters concerning the employee or their family members, including treating an illness or injury. Another example is the compassionate care leave, which currently provides up to 28 weeks of job-protected leave for employees who need to provide care and support to a family member who has a serious medical condition with a significant risk of death. In addition, the leave related to critical illness provides employees with up to 37 weeks of job-protected leave to provide care or support to a critically ill child and up to 17 weeks of leave to provide care or support to a critically ill adult. Mr. Speaker, the government knows how important it is to ensure that workers do not return to work if they have COVID-19 or are showing symptoms. The new Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit, introduced through Bill C-4, helps workers who are sick or need to comply with public health measures. It provides $500 per week for up to 2 weeks for workers who are unable to work for at least 50% of the time they would have normally worked because they are sick or must self-isolate for reasons related to COVID-19 or have underlying conditions that would make them more susceptible to COVID-19. The Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit provides $500 per week for up to 26 weeks per household for a worker who needs to take unpaid leave to care for their child under 12 or a family member who needs supervised care who is unable to attend their school or regular care facility due to COVID-19. Ensemble, ces prestations.
Together, these benefits create a social safety net to help Canadians bridge the time between the total confinement of last spring and the cautious reopening of our economy in the future. Bill C-4 also amended the Canada Labour Code so that employees under federal regulation could continue to get leave with job protection if they are sick or if they must isolate because of COVID-19, or if they must take care of someone because of COVID-19. Thanks to those changes, federally regulated employees can both get the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit and the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit without being worried about losing their jobs.
C-220. Currently, under federal labor standards, caregivers can take a total of 28 weeks off work within a year to provide care and support for a family member who has a serious medical condition with a significant risk of death. Through Bill C-220, the member for Edmonton Riverbend is seeking to amend the current federal compassionate care leave to allow extended time off following the death of a loved one. Basically, the bill would provide employees on compassionate care leave with additional leave under the code in situations where the family member that is being cared for dies. The amount of additional leave would vary depending on how many weeks the employee has been on leave. An employee who has been away from work for a period of 27 weeks or more would not be provided with any additional weeks of leave. Monsieur le Président, j'ai dit...
Mr. Speaker, I said that our government supports will support C-220 with amendments. So now let us talk about these amendments.
That we would propose is to help ensure that all employees, including caregivers, who have suffered a loss, have more time to grieve and focus on practical necessities such as funeral planning. We currently have in the Labor Code 5 days of bereavement leave. We are proposing to extend that bereavement leave for an additional 5 days to 10 days to ensure that employees who are taking care of a non-immediate family member, such as an aunt or nephew, while on compassionate care leave or leave related to critical illness, are also covered, meaning not only would the existing people who are able to get bereavement leave because a close family member have died get the leave, but also all of these caregivers would now be entitled to the 10 days of bereavement leave. We believe that in doing so, we would make Bill C-220 fairer and more consistent in how the government supports employees who experience the death of a family member. This will ensure that all federally regulated employees, including these caregivers, are provided with additional time off in the event they lose a loved one, regardless of what leave they are taking at the time or whether they are on leave at all. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we all agree that the death or the risk of death of a close one is one of the most difficult times of our lives. The government believes that in such moments, Canadians should not have to choose between keeping their job and taking care of their family.
Speaker, the Government of Canada is continuously improving policies, programs, and services to meet the needs of Canadian workers and to better reflect the realities of the 21st century workplace. Our government agrees with the member for Edmonton Riverbend. We need to care for our caregivers. We made a commitment to improve the lives of caregivers and their families, and by joining with the member for Edmonton Riverbend and supporting Bill 220 with these proposed amendments, we will be doing just that. It is heartwarming to see that this is something we can all get behind, and I want to thank my friend from Edmonton Riverbend for putting this bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before we turn to the Honourable Member from Manicouagan, I must inform her that we have approximately 7 or 8 minutes for her presentation. So she will be interrupted just before her usual 10 minutes. There's just a little less time today for the Honourable Member. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today to speak as a member of the Bloc Québécois and MP for Manicouagan and the family critic and social development critic for the Bloc Québécois. I would like to thank, first of all, my colleague, the MP for Edmonton Riverbend, for having worked on C20, for having tabled it. This is a bill that is simple, but that shows us how we are incapable of disassociating our lives, our personal lives, from our public lives and our work here in the House. My colleague has spoken in the past about what motivated the tabling of this bill, and I heard a colleague speaking with dignity and compassion as well as conviction. The MP has shown this again. The Bloc Québécois is in approval of the spirit of the bill. When it comes to human affairs, we all agree, regardless of our political stripe. The Bloc Québécois is for the principle of Bill C-220 because it has always been essential for our political party to keep a healthy working relationship so that we don't have to be faced with a false dilemma, having to choose between helping a close one or helping someone in such a dramatic situation, which is an end-of-life situation in this case, and on the other hand, losing one's job. And so I believe that this bill is meeting this need. This reminds me of another bill that has shown the Bloc Québécois' will. This morning, my colleague for Salaberry-sur-Croix tabled another bill, the Émilie Sans Façon bill, so that EI, in case of severe illness, benefits can increase to reach 50 weeks of benefits. All this issue of compassion, all this issue of supporting people who are ill and supporting people who support people who are ill or who are at the end of their lives, that is what we defend here with the Bloc Québécois. We know that we sometimes have to ride the storm of personal crises, life crises, where we have to fight tooth and nail, and our strength and the help we need sometimes whittles away because we have been weakened by the situation. And at the risk of repeating myself, we have to mention once again that this is a bill that seeks to help people who are ill, of course, as well as those who would like to aid them in their illness. Now, I don't want to enter into the technical parts of the bill, as the MPs of my party, like the MP for Shefford already mentioned. I would like to come back to the notion of caregiver. I said already that as MPs, we can't always disassociate our personal and our public lives as MPs. And as a parent, I have 3 children. I have a 3-year-old boy who was born under the previous parliament. He is now 3 years old, and I am his caregiver. Oftentimes, what we realize is that a lot of us and a lot of the population doesn't realize that they can be a caregiver or that they are a caregiver, because we believe that being a caregiver is just our role as a human. We take care of one another as humans, but we don't realize sometimes that we've gone beyond our limits when our situation goes beyond the regular into the irregular. We go beyond the average of what we tend to do in our lives. So just for a definition, it's not my definition, it's that of the Quebec Caregivers Association that says that a caregiver is someone who has as their objective the convalescence or the palliative caregiving of someone who is ill in order to improve their quality of life or to allow them to have as good an end of life as possible. So this is a very vast and significant role which can go in every direction. For example, on the physical side of things, when someone is at the end of their lives, we think of the physical side of things, but let us not forget the emotional side. We support these people. Even if we offer physical aid, with that, hand in hand comes emotional aid. And so we support the person, sometimes occasionally, sometimes continuously, sometimes in the long term. And oftentimes, this is a situation that we cannot control. We are a caregiver, but we're not entirely sure where we're going. We sometimes don't even know when our caregiving status began, and we won't know when it will end. We have a lot of work to do and roles to fulfill, and caregivers are all around us. So a bill like Bill C-220, of course, for me, touches all of society. I spoke about my situation as a parent. As a parent, we are naturally the caregivers of our own offspring, our own children. And I know that time is moving on, Mr. Speaker, but a few statistics. I'll give you them without a necessary sequence, but they have to be noted because these are numbers. And behind these numbers, there are humans. And this is all very significant. The statistics are as follows. The Government of Canada does not have up-to-date information, but for 2012, a quarter of Canada's population over the age of 15 qualifies as a caregiver. So 25% of the population in 2012. We're now in 2021, so this is huge. This is only the tip of the iceberg because when we ask people if they are a caregiver, people don't always say that they are caregivers. They don't realize that they're a caregiver, and so it's difficult to sometimes consider oneself as a caregiver in a survey or a poll because we don't imagine ourselves as being caregivers in the first place. So this is just a snapshot, the tip of the iceberg of the sheer percentage of the population in Quebec and in Canada who are caregivers. Do I still have a bit of time, Mr. Speaker? You'll have another 2 minutes just for the balance of her time. Well, I interrupted my own momentum, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Debate. I'll call again. Resuming debate. Seeing none, we'll now invite the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I'm humbled by a lot of the comments that were made in the chamber here today, but also made during first debate. I'll get to thank yous in a minute, but do want to certainly address what we've been hearing, just an outpouring of support from people who are caregivers now, people who have been caregivers, people who think they're potentially going to be at that point of taking care of a loved one or grieving after a loved one has passed away. I want to share some of two comments that we got from two individuals in particular. But before I get to that, I just want to also recognize today's World Cancer Day. And I couldn't have done a lot of the work that we've done without the support of the Canadian Cancer Society, I remember the first meeting we had, they came on board and said, we can't wait to support your private member's bill. Tell us where to sign up. And they've been there since day one. So today, fitting on World Cancer Day to be able to finish the second hour of debate. Now, we spoke about some of those individuals who are taking care of their loved ones. And amongst the hundreds of emails that we've received since first reading, I just want to point out two. And one comes from Leslie Allen from Alberta. She took care of her husband, Don, who battled colorectal cancer for 6 years and was told in June 2018 that he only had 2 to 6 months to live. To think that your spouse was just told they only have 2 to 6 months to live, and the shock that must have been to Leslie. A nurse advised Leslie to use compassionate leave. Leslie said she had no idea that compassionate leave existed, but she said, my greatest challenge with all of it was that I was emotionally, physically, spiritually, and mentally drained. Having resources to tap into the support for me was essential. The second email that I'm going to read is from Elaine Klim from Western Canada, who took the leave to care for her sick father, who was across the country in Ontario. After he passed away in November 2014, she called her workplace back in Alberta to notify her manager of the death. And Elaine wrote, my manager sat on the phone and counted out the days I was allowed to have off. 5. Yes, you get 5 because he's out of province. She went back to work less than 2 weeks after hearing the silence of her dad's heart. She kept reminding herself that she had done the right thing, but was mentally and physically exhausted. Elaine then wrote that she wants all parliamentarians to know the need of having time to grieve after a loved one's death, as she finished her letter by saying, I was grateful for a team and employer who understood, but returning to work so soon resulted in me taking more lost time later on due to the energy I put in for caring for my dad. I would do it all over again and will probably seek a leave to provide the same care to my mom when it's her time. But my hope is I will have the benefit of bereavement period for compassionate care by the time that happens. For Elaine, for Leslie, who took the time, like hundreds of others did, to email us, the conversation we've had here today, the conversation we had a few months back, is a win in itself to be able to talk about the need for bereavement leave, the need for compassionate leave. I want to close by thanking the Canadian Grief Alliance, the Alberta Hospice Palliative Care Association, Canadian Cancer Society, as I said, MS Society, Alzheimer's Society of Canada, ALS Society of Canada, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, Parkinson Canada, Alberta Caregiver Association, especially the Canadian Lung Association. But in particular, I do really want to thank the minister and her staff. She has been incredibly open and thoughtful throughout this process in being able to draft this legislation. And then I don't have enough kind things to say about the parliamentary secretary, else I'd be here for another 10 minutes. But he has certainly been somebody who has been nothing but available to me at any time. We've spoke at length about possible amendments. I look forward to bringing forward those amendments along with the parliamentary secretary, because I think the conversations that we continue to have about bereavement and grief are important for not only this chamber, but for Canadians across this country. And I look forward to doing that in due course and look forward to this becoming law within Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Genereux, seconded by Mr. Viss, moved that Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Compassionate Care Leave, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Now, if a member of a recognized party who is present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them now to rise and indicate so to the chair. I see the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend rising.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request a recorded division. Thank you.
Accordingly, pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands referred until Wednesday, February 17th. Do I have that right? Yes, I had to do sort of quick mental changes there. It should be February the 17th, Wednesday, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. There we go. Just before we go to adjournment debate, members will know that we have an extremely excellent and wonderfully competent team that staffs us here in the House, everything from our pages and sergeant-at-arms and procedure and verification officers and all those that support us, including the clerks at the table. And members will know that they rotate from time to time. In the last few months, one new clerk that joined us here in the House was Danielle Labonte. And so for the first time this evening, she had the chance to read the orders of the day for our private members hour, and I just want to thank her. Of course, she's always great to have her here in the House. And now she'll be completely embarrassed by all that. So we'll go on now to adjournment debate. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada is the only country in the world with a universal healthcare system that does not provide universal prescription drug coverage outside of hospitals. People in Canada pay among the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs due to our patchwork of 100 public and over 100,000 private drug plans. As a result, we lack purchasing powers and many Canadians do not get access to drug coverage. The Liberals have promised universal pharmacare to Canadians decade after decade, and still no universal pharmacare. The NDP tabled the Canada Pharmacare Act in February of 2020. Immediately following the last election, the NDP began working to draft a legislative framework to enable the implementation of a universal, comprehensive, and public pharmacare program. It is based on the recommendations of the HoC Advisory Council on the implementation of national pharmacare and modeled on the Canada Health Act. The Canada Pharmacare Act specifies the conditions and criteria that the provincial and territorial prescription drug insurance programs must meet to receive federal funding. This includes the core principles of public administration, comprehensiveness, universality, portability, and accessibility. Universal public drug coverage has been recommended by commissions, committees, and advisory councils dating as far back as the 1940s. People across Canada are making impossible choices every day because they cannot afford their prescription medications. Millions of Canadians have inadequate prescription coverage or no coverage at all. 16% of people in Canada went without medication for heart disease, cholesterol, or hypertension because of the cost. Over the past year alone, 1 in 4 Canadians were forced to avoid filling or renewing a prescription drug due to cost or take measures to extend a prescription because they could not afford to keep the recommended dosage schedule. Even those with private coverage are seeing their employer-sponsored benefits shrink, a trend that has accelerated due to the economic impacts of COVID-19. In fact, Canadians are twice as likely to have lost prescription drug coverage as to have gained it over the past year. Amount of prescription drug spending paid out of pocket in Canada in 2016 is $7.4 billion. Universal public pharmacare will extend prescription drug coverage to every single Canadian while saving us billions of dollars every year. The final report of the HoC Advisory Council found that once fully implemented, universal public pharmacare will reduce annual system-wide spending on prescription drugs by $5 billion. Businesses and employees will see a benefit to the tune of $16.6 billion annually for businesses, and families will see the out-of-pocket drug costs reduced by $6.4 billion per year collectively. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask the members to support this bill. Over 13,000 academic experts in the healthcare and public policy community support this. It is time for us to act. It is time to put the needs of Canadians ahead of Big Pharma.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and I want to thank her. Mr. Speaker, there are wonderful people on both sides of the House. This is a member that proves day in and day out and shows day in and day out how much she cares for Canadians and her constituents. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes that Canadians should not have to choose between buying groceries and paying for medication. That is why the government is committed to implementing a national pharmacare program that will ensure all Canadians have access to the prescription drugs that they need. As part of this commitment, Budget 2019 proposed to invest up to $1 billion over 2 years with up to $500 million per year ongoing, starting in 2023, to help Canadians with rare diseases access the drugs that they need. We recognize that for many Canadians with rare diseases, the cost of these medications can be astronomically high. In collaboration with willing provinces, territories, and other partners, we continue to work towards delivering a national strategy for high-cost drugs and rare diseases in 2022, starting with a comprehensive engagement process. In December 2020, the Minister of Health and her provincial territorial colleagues agreed to mandate senior officials to guide the development and implementation of the national strategy. A broad public and stakeholder engagement process was launched on January 21st, 2021, and will run until March 26, 2021. Feedback gathered in this engagement will help inform the design of the national strategy. Budget 2019 also announced $35 million over 4 years to establish a transition office. This office is being established to provide dedicated capacity and leadership to advance work on pharmacare-related priorities. These commitments are important steps towards a national pharmacare program. The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us all of how critical it is that Canadians have access to the medicines that keep them healthy. This is particularly true of Canadians who have lost drug coverage or who are at risk of losing their coverage due to the pandemic. In response, our government is ramping up efforts to implement a national pharmacare plan that gets Canadians the drug coverage that they need. And while we are now more committed than ever, it is important that we continue with our measured and considered approach to implementation. We need to get this right. We need a thoughtful conversation with provinces and territories and stakeholders about how best to meet this challenge together. The government is already taking key steps to improve the accessibility and affordability of prescription drugs in partnership with the provinces and territories. Most recently, the government modernized the way patented drug prices are regulated in Canada by amending the Patented Medicines Regulations. These amendments will provide the Patented Medicine Price Review Board with the tools and information it needs to protect Canadians from excessive prices of patented medicines. To keep national pharmacare sustainable, we will also continue to look for opportunities to improve pharmaceutical management in partnership with provinces and territories. While we accelerate the implementation of national pharmacare, we must do so in a way that respects provincial and territorial jurisdiction and leverages their expertise. Together, Mr. Speaker, we can build a more effective, efficient, and equitable system for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
It's been decades and is still all talk and no action. The Prime Minister criticized Harper's healthcare cuts to the provinces, but then kept the cuts to the planned funding. No wonder the provinces don't trust the federal government will keep any commitment on pharmacare. The Liberals are running out of time, and in fact, out of excuses, I would say. Later this month, every single MP will have an opportunity to vote on the NDP's Bill 213, the Canada Pharmacare Act. They can either tell the constituents that they stand with everyday Canadians or they stand with Big Pharma. They can help realize savings of roughly $4.2 billion annually as indicated by the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report. They can break the trend of liberal broken promises to Canadians and support meaningful action to realize universal pharmacare once and for all. The choice is theirs, and I call on all members to support the NDP's Bill 213.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I vehemently disagree with the member's comment, all talk, no action. In the 2020 speech from the throne and the fall economic statement, our government reaffirmed its commitment to accelerating steps to achieve national pharmacare, including developing a high-cost drugs for rare diseases strategy and establishing a national formulary. Canadians are counting on us, Mr. Speaker, to get this right. It's important that we continue, as I said, with our measured and considered approach to its implementation in collaboration with provinces and territories and other key health system partners. In Canada, provinces and territories are responsible for their respective healthcare design and delivery. Our government respects the jurisdiction of provincial and territorial governments in this space. We are committed to working closely with jurisdictions that are ready and willing to advance the implementation of national pharmacare. Now is the time to sit down with provinces and territories and commit to working together to provide all Canadians with access to affordable medications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second wave of the pandemic has been brutal. We've now lost more than 20,000 Canadians to COVID-19. We have an obligation to those 20,000 Canadians who lost their lives and to the hundreds of thousands of others who survived COVID-19. We owe it to them to fix the problems in our country's biomedical research, development, and manufacturing system. We cannot let this happen again. I want to be clear here. This is not a science problem. This is a government problem. Scientists across the world, including here in Canada, responded to this global crisis with remarkable efficiency. Think how quickly they identified the virus, its mechanism, and its genome, and how quickly they were able to create multiple vaccines to protect against COVID-19. I think we can all agree that scientists have done their job. The breakdown, the reason so few Canadians have been vaccinated to this point is not because of the science. It's because successive Conservative and Liberal governments, including this one, decided that biomedical research, development, and manufacturing was not a priority in Canada. Now this government has finally made a splashy announcement that it's going to support COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing through a deal with Novavax, an American company. The catch is those vaccines won't be ready until the fall, meaning that they won't be ready until after the date the Prime Minister had promised that every Canadian would receive a vaccine. The deal will only help Canadians if the contracts that the government signed last year with vaccine manufacturers come up short. Mr. Speaker, it's February. The time to make this announcement was last year. It's really too late and it's really too little. I can appreciate the complexity of this. The government had to negotiate contracts with multiple pharmaceutical and biological developers and manufacturers. We didn't know which of these companies would lead the way, so we had to hedge our bets. I get that. This is a global pandemic, so the demand for vaccines outreaches the supply. We all understand that. The question here is, why is Canada so far behind other countries? And the answer is really quite simple. Our government failed us. 50 years ago, we were world leaders in vaccine development and manufacturing, a direct result of our exceptional post-secondary institutions. We developed diphtheria, tetanus, typhus, polio, and smallpox vaccines, and we worked with the World Health Organization on global vaccination campaigns. Now our universities are struggling to remain world leaders in biomedical research, and our vaccine manufacturing capacity is gone. What happened? We lost out to privatization. Without adequate support, university spin-offs could not compete with global pharma, and Canada's GEM, our leader in vaccine production, a company owned by Canadians, Cononut Laboratories, was sold off to foreign interests. In the 35 years since we had Cononut Labs sold out from under us, we've had 10 governments with 6 prime ministers, and not one of those governments, not one of those prime ministers made restoring our biomedical capacity a priority. COVID-19 is not going to be the last pandemic. We should be preparing for the next health crisis now. In November, New Democrats called on this government to put Canada back where it belongs, in the vaccine manufacturing business. We need a public company, a Canadian Crown Corporation, to manufacture vaccines and critical medicines so we will never again have to face a crisis like this without our own vaccines. Will the government commit to increasing the capacity of Canadians to create Canadian vaccines?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. The Government of Canada has been singularly focused on the COVID-19 crisis this year and last, and its impacts on Canadians and their families. We will continue to take steps to address all aspects and impacts of this pandemic. We will do so working closely with partners in the provinces and territories, Indigenous organizations, municipal governments, and a range of stakeholders. The Government of Canada's response to COVID-19 recognizes that provinces and territories have the primary role in the delivery of health care in Canada. And as the situation on the ground can vary significantly across Canada, that they remain best placed to determine how to respond. The Government of Canada does, however, continue to undertake a number of important roles, including procuring, distributing, and approving key medical supplies. We've already provided significant support to provinces and territories in their efforts to combat the virus and its effects, including emergency surge support for testing, tracing, isolation, as well as outbreak management. And we stand ready to provide additional support if and when necessary. The government has further invested more than $19 billion to support provinces and territories as they safely restart their economies, including funding to help ensure healthcare systems are ready for possible future waves of the virus. This includes support for vulnerable Canadians, such as those in long-term care, who are at much greater risk from COVID-19. It also supports provinces and territories in boosting their testing, contact tracing, and data management capacity so that they can better detect and manage the spread of COVID-19. We are also finding innovative ways to take pressure off healthcare infrastructure, for example, through supporting virtual care services. We continue to work hand in hand with provinces and territories to ensure that the distribution of rapid tests is responsive to jurisdictional needs and realities and is equitable and timely. The Government of Canada has signed agreements to purchase rapid tests from a number of providers. Rapid tests have been shipped to provinces and territories. Health Canada has also developed the COVID Alert app, implemented by many provinces and territories, that serves to notify app users if they've been near someone who has tested positive for COVID-19. Our government is continuously working to secure critical personal protective equipment, or PPE, as well as medical equipment and supplies. We have expedited the delivery of this equipment to our frontline healthcare workers, and Canada is receiving a steady supply of PPE with shipments arriving daily, and we rapidly allocate the inventory to provinces and territories. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has also established a COVID-19 Federal Rapid Surge Capacity Initiative. This supports the needs of provinces and territories where they have exceeded their own capacity to respond to the virus. It can strengthen existing services in areas where needs are most pressing, including outbreak management, testing, and contact tracing. The Government of Canada has also brought on additional capacity to aid in test processing in federal laboratories. It's important to bear in mind, however, that this capacity is finite and must be used strategically. It is not a replacement for necessary provincial and territorial action. While respecting the provincial and territorial jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada will continue its efforts to support their efforts and to support Canadians impacted by COVID-19.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, the production of vaccines is the jurisdiction of the Liberal government, and we've seen Liberal and Conservative governments fail on vaccine productions. Canadians have been waiting nearly 60 years to get prescription medications included in our healthcare system. 23 years ago, the Liberals first promised a Canadian national pharmacare program, and they have been repeating that promise ever since. We heard earlier tonight the parliamentary secretary speak about the promise made in the 2020 throne speech. What I'd like to see is that when we bring forward our private member bill on pharmacare, that the Liberal government supports that and actually does do the work to get pharmacare out to Canadians. Will this parliamentary secretary be supporting our private members bill calling for pharmacare?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to wrap up on the question of the topic that we've been discussing, the Government of Canada recognizes that provinces and territories are best placed to address the spread and impacts of COVID-19 based on the unique circumstances in their jurisdictions, and we will make every effort to support them in this respect. The government has provided significant funding to support healthcare system capacity and other needs. We are working to procure and distribute tests, PPE, and vaccines to help ensure their availability to provincial and territorial governments and Canadians across the country as we work to contain this pandemic, address its effects, and work towards a long-term solution to COVID-19. The Government of Canada remains committed to providing surge support capacity wherever possible for these provinces and territories who require and seek further assistance. The government urges provinces and territories to take the strongest possible approach to containing the virus and addressing its impacts to ensure that these resources can be used strategically to benefit all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses are at the heart of our local economies. They create jobs, add value to our communities. They have been doing their part during the COVID-19 pandemic, closing their doors to support public health, adapting. The NDP has pushed this government to give these small businesses the help they need, improving the commercial rent and wage subsidy programs. The problem is that we are 11 months into this pandemic and there are still many small businesses that are falling through the cracks. Startups in particular have been completely left out of these programs, prevented from accessing much needed government supports. Last time I stood up to support small businesses in the House, I talked about Bear and Joey, a new restaurant in my riding. After years of planning and pouring their life savings into developing their business, they were finally ready to open in May. They are facing the exact same challenges as other small businesses, but because they had the bad luck of opening during a global pandemic, they don't qualify for wage or rent subsidies. Since then, I've heard from many other businesses in Victoria who are not getting the help that they need to survive. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share a few of their stories. The Vicious Poodle on Johnson Street in Victoria is another small business that had the bad luck of opening during a global pandemic. They are a new LGBTQ 2SAI plus pub and currently the only LGBTQ plus dedicated space on Vancouver Island. And after securing a location in September 2019, they began renovations with plans to open the first week in April. But the pandemic meant that the completed space actually sat empty for 2 months before they were able to open at a reduced capacity. They created 20 local jobs in a welcoming environment for marginalized workers who often have difficulty finding respectful employment. They do not qualify for any government programs, and as the pandemic has gone on, they've had to lay off more and more of those staff, and they're now in a position of having to close their doors for the next few months and hope that they don't lose their business entirely. Another business in Victoria, Hey Happy Coffee, first opened in 2014, and they enjoyed 5 years of steady growth. In 2019, when the space next door became available, they took the opportunity to knock down the wall and expand their business. Owner Bob Kettner put $400,000 of his own personal savings and loans into the expansion, but when it was finished in February 2020, there were lineups around the door. Every seat was full, but then less than 4 weeks later, they were forced to close their doors because of the pandemic. When they were able to reopen in May as a takeout window, they signed up for the wage subsidy program, which covered 75% of their labor costs at first. However, once the wage subsidy formula was amended and they began receiving only the base minimum of 10%, the new formula doesn't take into account that a year ago, Hey Happy was a much smaller business with much lower rent and much lower costs. Before the pandemic, Hey Happy was financially successful. but today they're losing between $10,000 and $15,000 a month. Rob says the irony of the situation is that they expanded their business because of their success and popularity, but they may now lose everything. He could not have possibly foreseen the pandemic, but he told me that if Hey Happy can receive a fair wage subsidy based on their new business model, he believes his business can survive the pandemic. But if they go under, it will be because this government has let them fall through the cracks. These small businesses and many across the country feel abandoned. After doing their part to support public health, why are small businesses and startups still not getting the help that they need to survive the pandemic? Why are they being left to fail?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the comments, the honourable member from Victoria for her comments regarding small business. Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of this pandemic, we've demonstrated that we were going to work in every way possible to be there for all Canadians and businesses. Every day since, we've done exactly that. Mr. Speaker, the government has rolled out the largest economic measures in Canadian history to support small businesses across this amazing country. This includes programs like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Canada Emergency Business Account, which were put in place to protect jobs through this crisis. The government's COVID-19 support programs have worked to protect millions of jobs, but we know that the second wave of this virus continues to weigh on many workers and businesses, and that is why the government is partnering with Canada's largest financial institutions to introduce the new highly affected sectors credit availability program, or as we like to call it, Mr. Speaker, HASCAP. Through HASCAP, Canadian-based businesses that have been hardest hit by this pandemic will be able to receive low-interest loans of $25,000 up to $1 million. Hard-hit businesses like a chain of hotels or restaurants with multiple locations under one related entity could be eligible for up to $6.25 million. These are 100% Government of Canada-backed loans and can be used for rent, utilities, and help with payroll. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that the government has been listening to Canadians, and it will continue to do whatever it takes to support businesses. To continue supporting workers and businesses, the government has increased the maximum base wage subsidy to 75%. We've expanded the Canada Emergency Business Account and launched the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy and lockdown support for businesses, among many, many other measures. Mr. Speaker, acknowledging that tourism businesses have been particularly hard hit, the government is helping even more businesses through a $500 million investment to the $1.5 billion Regional Relief and Recovery Fund. Mr. Speaker, the government knows that it is absolutely critical to get Canadian businesses online so that they can sell to the billions of customers around the world. And that's why we are revamping the Can Export to help businesses expand their commerce presence and grow in international markets. These supports are there to help businesses weather this storm and be ready for a robust recovery that will create jobs and strengthen the middle class. Together, we will be able to rebuild a stronger, more resilient economy where everyone has a chance to succeed.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect, more loans, more debt isn't the answer for these businesses. I'm glad the government has made some changes, and I'm proud of the work the NDP has done pushing for these much needed improvements. But there are still too many businesses, especially startups, falling through the cracks. We've been at this for over 11 months now, and the government can't blame the unprecedented nature of the situation anymore. A Made in Victoria solution that the Mayor of Victoria recently shared with the Minister is for new businesses to supply to the federal government whatever information they provided to a third party, a bank or a private investor that financed their business as a check and balance in place that would demonstrate business viability. There are solutions. We are ready to work with the government to help these small businesses survive. The longer the pandemic goes on, the more urgently they need help. Simply adding more debt is not sustainable. They're facing the same challenges that so many other small businesses across Canada are facing, but they're not getting the same support. They've invested in our communities. They're doing their part. So why is the government leaving them out in the cold?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and please allow me to reiterate. Since day one of the COVID-19 crisis, this government has been there to support Canada's businesses and the millions of Canadians that they employ. our government acted quickly to introduce critical supports to ensure that small businesses are able to get through the worst of this pandemic, and it will continue to listen to businesses. The government is committed to doing whatever it takes to support businesses and entrepreneurs to create jobs and to help rebuild Canada's economy. Our COVID-19 support programs have worked to protect millions of jobs, but we know that the second wave of this virus continues to weigh on many workers and many businesses. Again, that is why we launched the Highly Affected Sectors Credit Availability Program to help these businesses hit hardest by the pandemic with low-interest, government-backed loans. By investing in Canada's businesses, we, as well as workers and their families, we are investing in our shared recovery and a better future for all. Canadians will get through this crisis, Mr. Speaker, together, and together we will build a stronger, more inclusive, and sustainable Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. The House accordingly stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.